Always Feet Lovers Pizza, 69, interesting name. What's up, Latino Mafune? I'll be starting in just a sec. Good morning, Night City! Yesterday's body count lottery topped out at a solid and sturdy 30, thanks to unabated gang wars. One officer down, so I guess you're all screwed, because the NCPD will not let that go. What's up, guys? I tried plugging it in. Rondo. Sadly, did not do the funny during the flyby today. I know, it's so sad. They had the chance. It's honestly not all that unlikely, even if they were trying very hard not to. I mean, we have lost like what, 6 or 7 planes just to the sea for no reason in this past year alone. So I'm not gonna say that I have much confidence in our Air Force's ability to not crash into shit. But yes, we do have quite a lot of news to cover today. Again, as usual, I'm not even sure we're going to get to go through all of it, but we'll do our best. Yeah. Well, at least today's news is some good news, some incredibly funny news, and also some obvious usual bad news. Poseidon is punishing them for their hubris. I like base Poseidon. The planes yearn for the sea. Just how it is. So I guess to start off with, we can talk about how we're actually in the dumbest fucking timeline. Like, we've known we're in the dumbest timeline for a long time, but we just get dumber and dumber, dumber, dumber every passing day, really. I'm starting off, I guess, strong with this video out of the House today, the Congress, from Senator John Kennedy. If you eat some of the radioactive frozen shrimp that foreign countries are sending to America, you may end up looking like this picture from the movie Alien. Give it a listen.
Mr. President, this is a photograph of the alien from the movie Alien. This is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw, frozen shrimp being sent to the United States.
You got us too excited about the bad man going away last stream? Well, you shouldn't have. I told you should be praying that the man didn't die. The fucking Lord provided for us. You know how much worse it would have been if the guy died? Oh, fuck Joe Kennedy, the designated goofus. True. That's not how anything works. Also true. This is, like...
by other countries. Now, let me tell you what I'm talking about. In late August, the FDA found that raw frozen shrimp from Indonesia was being sold in Walmart, specifically in Walmart stores in Alabama, Arkansas.
Well, Mercury, if it makes you feel any better, I'm pretty sure no one's going to be calling us that anymore. Especially after what happened recently. We'll take a look at that in a second. What company sold it, Joe? Was it Walmart? Is Walmart a US company? I wonder, maybe there might be something that they're trying to hide, like an ulterior motive. Not to say that, like, they're really trying to hide it. Healthcare is kind of fucked in the United States. Just today, Florida announced that they're ending vaccine mandates for, like, children, so, your kids don't need to be vaccinated before they go to school. We're just destroying, like, the country and everyone's lives in it. But, on the topic of healthcare, I got some personal bad news today on this, and I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what the fuck I could do about this. Artificial sweeteners may speed up cognitive decline. A study of 12,772 adults found that artificial sweeteners are linked up to 62% faster cognitive decline. And I am sad because I love me some, zero sugar drinks. I drink White Monster, for fuck's sake, like every day. Darko? No, they're not, but I am. Don't test me. Has he learned how to spell hypothesis, let alone make one? I'm pretty sure no. I'm also pretty sure he couldn't define it. Mr. Speaker, Indonesia is actually doing culinary warfare on us by selling our citizens radioactive shrimp, and the American company or American government could have stopped it. Of course. Why are you spamming me with W's? I mean, like, I appreciate the enthusiasm and the engagement, but could stop. Okay, fine, don't stop. There you go, much better. This is really sad, though. I like me some zero sugar energy. I also drink, like zero sugar soda, what I do. I don't like sugar drinks, so that sucks. A lot. I know I'm cooked. Trump is a good case study. That's also true. Might be over for me, guys. Like, artificial sweeteners are my life. Yeah. Fuck, 62% faster cognitive decline? That is not a small number. Also, like, imagine just how much damage has been done to us already. Like, I've been drinking artificial sweeteners my entire life. Would I have been 62% less, like, of an idiot if I hadn't been? I had this neat trick where I make zero sugar iced tea by not adding sugar to my iced tea. I mean, that works. But that's iced tea. Can't really make my own energy drink, On some good news, though. Some fantastic and incredibly funny news. You guys remember the Nazi rally that happened in Australia, right? You guys remember how following that Nazi rally, we had the Nazis then go and attack an indigenous camp? Well, the immediately following day, the leader of the Victorian neo-Nazis, Thomas Sewell, was arrested, and I think he's still in jail for another couple days. But a petition has come out from this, a petition that is making the rounds in Australia to deport this Nazi to New Zealand, where he came from.
A petition to kick neo-Nazi Thomas Sewell out of Australia has more than 80,000 signatures and counting. The New Zealand-born extremist will spend at least 2 more nights.
I would like to remind you all that this is the same guy who said that we should stop immigration to Australia for possibly 20 years. Can we use my meme for this petition? For the petition, we could use the petition and the meme together, they could serve different purposes or the same, honestly. I fully support deporting Nazis. 100%. Because otherwise, they're gonna do this to everyone who's not a Nazi. Which is what exactly they're doing in America, deporting, obviously. When I say deport, I mean like actual deportation, like, through the courts. Doesn't Australia have almost no people in it anyway? Well, where the continental landmass is the size of the United States, and we have a smaller population than Florida. So, basically. Like, there's people all over the country, but the vast majority of the country is not used as, like, housing. We don't have, most of the country is empty. Like, it's the desert in the middle of the country. Now, like, there's towns spotted all around. Like, people live all around the country. But yeah, no, like, most people live on the coastlines in the major cities.
Behind bars over accusations of a violent ambush on an Indigenous camp.
Back in court and fighting for his freedom, Thomas Sewell.
Well, Onyxander, it is inhabited by feral camels. That part's true. All the way up in Northern Territory and the Outback.
Tonight behind bars over this ambush on Sunday. The neo-Nazi is accused of instructing his followers to attack a sacred Indigenous site after an anti-immigration protest in the city.
Oh, absolutely. The US and Canada are also like kind of, to an extent. Time for revolution. Thank you for the follow. Also, I think sugar soda is fine if you just have one a day and not go crazy. That's true, but I like to have like an energy drink every day and then like a soda at night. Did you just say feral camels? I did indeed say feral camels. The British brought over a bunch of camels back in the day because they thought, well, the Outback, it's kind of a desert. Camels are useful in other deserts. Let's bring camels. And then they weren't useful. And so they just kind of left them there. And now those camels they rampage. Like, they will attack humans. They will break into, like, a house if there's one nearby. Like, there's a lot. Notice how it's never the well-established, educated, intelligent men lead these organizations. No, those ones lead the ones that fund these people. Although, still the evil kind, obviously. There's lots of intelligent and evil people. You just never hear about them because they fund these projects, not show their face. That was not a phrase I expected to hear today. Let me see if I can find a video on them.
Look at him, how proud he is. Look at him. Look at him.
The 32-year-old white supremacist has barged his way further into the spotlight in recent days, gate-crashing the Premier's news conference yesterday.
Shouldn't we have the right to speak in our country, you coward?
It's appalling.
Oh, my free speech to limit other people's free speech is being limited. This is fascist.
It's childish. It's attention-seeking. It's pointless.
The unemployed father faces a raft of charges, including violent disorder, affray and unlawful assault relating to Sunday's attack. Police opposed Sewell's bail application today, arguing his behaviour is becoming increasingly violent, telling the court there is a real or likely risk of serious injury or death to those who oppose him. The court heard...
they go and fucking do gang attacks and they're terrorists, so obviously... they are a risk to people's safety. British imperialists, brown people live there. It's the same ecosystem as the other brown ecosystem. Of course. Remember how the British kept introducing disruptive animals on this continent? Anyway, the feral camels only kick people sometimes. Basically, it is specifically from that exact mentality that the Outback is even a desert to begin with, because it didn't used to be. It was green. The Outback is a desert because we had dingoes that would eat the sheep that the British brought over. And so we built a fence to keep the dingoes in the west side of the country, which resulted in an explosion in the population of kangaroos on the other side of the fence because their main predator, the dingo, was no longer there, which then resulted in them depleting all of the nutrients in the soil, not letting, shit grow. And so that's why it's a desert now. Like, it didn't used to be like that.
Saul and his wife had been evicted from their home and were holidaying in a camper van in Queensland. His lawyer argued the far-right extremist needs bail to drive his family back to Victoria. More than 60,000 have signed a petition calling for the New Zealand-born extremist to be deported.
Go back to whatever country you were born in, which is New Zealand.
Saul will learn on Friday if he will be released from custody.
Exiled to Queensland. Fuck, I would hate that. As if ecosystems are a thing. Well, true, ecosystems are woke and gay, of course.
Ainsley Kosh, 7 News.
But in some other good news, because, like, you know how we said regularly, there was clearly a lot of people in Australia who went to this rally not wanting to go to a Nazi rally. They wanted to go to a different rally. Well, you know, other people also thought that was a good idea, and we have a much better rally. A specifically inclusive rally. I fucking love this. This is what, unironically, they stole from you. This is those right-wing, you know, images where it's like, this is what they stole from you, and it's like a random picture of a fucking living room with no context. This is what I mean. This is what they stole from you. This is why what you don't have anymore in your lives in America because of these same people.
As you're all probably well aware from my last video, the 13th of September has been locked in. It's a national call to action against racism, but also standing with First Nations people's sovereignty after the unprovoked attack by white neo-Yazis on Naarm country in Melbourne. And a lot of people probably say, who can come and what can you bring? Bring your flags. Bring the flag that represents your people. Our multicultural people in this country. Bring your dancers, bring your culture. This is about standing up for something that is very important, and that's racism in this country. Standing up against it. Saying it's not okay. The foundations of Australia was built off of racism, was built off of the G side of Indigenous people. And I'm sitting here yarning with my papa, and I said to myself,
this right here, by the way, made me actually tear up watching it for the first time. That, like, everyone just bring your flags. Like, this is what it means to be like a true Australian. This is what it means to be a human being. The kindness, the empathy. Like, this is what I've been asking for.
said, what do you reckon of all the multicultural people? They can all come, and bring them. All the Africans, Indians, a whole lot, and
Well, they eventually are, half of them are here now.
That's right. So just come, you know what I mean? Don't feel shame. Bring your flag, bring your culture.
That's it.
And that's what we're trying to...
Respect us.
That's exactly right. Respect the First Nations people. Don't be ashamed to bring your flag, because the March for Australia rally, you wasn't allowed to bring your flag because it was a racist rally.
Yes, and Yahtzee, I hate it too. It's the self-censorship of things that you have to say because the algorithm will censor you otherwise. But you know what? Like, still, base as fuck. I didn't vomit at the hearing of the self-censorship because of this fantastic concept. You can just be, you know, proud of the country that you're in and also support other countries. Not actually, racist. Shit, the sane Australians seem pretty cool. Goddamn right. Sane Australians are pretty cool. What's going on in Australia? Well, we're signing petitions to deport Nazis, and we're doing an anti-racist march now. So, like, September 13th, fantastic. I'm gonna be going to this one for fucking sure.
This one's about coming together to stand up against racism, and that's exactly what we will do. So 13th of September, lock that date in. Times, locations will be confirmed across the...
I like what he's saying. The left needs to show up and make the statement. This is what civilization is. And I agree. I agree entirely. Like, what's the point of life if we're all meant to be fucking miserable? And that's what the other side, like, advocates for in every way. It's just misery. Constant misery. Oh, black people. You know, honestly, I need to start, like, doing a segment specifically called, like, orcs being orcs or something. Alright, let me pull up a video on these feral camels to show you now. And then I need to be right back, because I can't find something that I need to have in front of me. Probably in the other room. But these are the feral camels.
Australia, the land of surfboards and Vegemite, is home to the large...
Ew, this is AI. I don't want AI. Give me the AI-less feral camel. I'm gonna hate when you won't be able to tell it's AIs now. Like, soon. Because it really won't be long. Fucking sound. Alright, right back. Fine. Ow. Can't find it. Whatever. We'll have to manage. That's really annoying. Like, it's not wrong mute. I muted that video because it was copyright music and it was gonna get mad at me. Just like the video. There's words on the video. Largest population of feral camels in the world. I don't think AI will ever be able to be indistinguishable from non-AI content. There's plenty of, like, really difficult to tell content. Like even if you know what to look for, some of it, I mean, like, hold on. Especially, like, for older people, yeah, but more so than that. There's plenty of, where's the one I saw the other day of, like, dropping rock or something? It's like a bridge. It'll get better as we go, because we want it to get better. Wait, you can buy camel meat in Australia? I don't know, I've never had it. You can buy kangaroo meat. Kangaroo meat is actually quite good. It's, pretty lean, but it's really hard to cook right. Anyway, let's move on to, one of the bigger stories today. This one's quite a lot of fun. But, oh, speaking of Australia, with the Aussies that are here in chat today, guys, if you are in Adelaide and you want to come, like, hang out with me, I might be going to the Adelaide show tonight, possibly tomorrow night instead, we'll see, but, like, if enough people show interest, like, I might just go hang out there tonight. It'll be fun. I'm gonna go sometime this week anyway, but I know a couple people did want to come and hang out, so just letting y'all know. But beyond that, we had China's largest ever military parade, Tiananmen Square in Beijing, and it was really interesting. Very, very interesting. We saw lots of their new toys, and on top of that, it really kind of took a shit on America. This was impressive. I almost felt, like, compelled to watch the actual 2-hour ceremony. I didn't, because the clips were enough, but, like, I might, actually. I want to see, like, closer looks at all of these weapons. But we're going to take a look at some of that now anyway, because there was a lot going on here. This is just pure aura farming. Trump is seething because this is what he wanted his parade to look like. Oh, yeah, I know. Meanwhile, you know. Yeah. And it's not just Trump seething on that, by the way. There's plenty of them. But first, this is possibly the funniest coverage I've seen on this yet. So this is from 9 News in Australia. And if you're an Australian, you're gonna probably cry laughing at this, because I did the first time.
An extraordinary military display by China to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II has become a direct challenge to America's global position. The US president reacting angrily to President Xi Jinping's parade as politicians here in Australia condemn the attendance of former Victorian Premier Dan Andrews.
The world's never seen anything like it. The biggest ever show of military might. Its chief conductor, Xi Jinping, paraded
of course, our military is for doing, not showing, unlike China's, for now. Oh, I was gonna say for now. Why couldn't you do, for my birthday, what you did to this, why couldn't you do for my birthday what this country did to celebrate the 80th anniversary of Japan surrendering totally? Yeah, basically. Chairman Dan Andrews attended, I know, and it's incredibly fun.
China's immense power on land, sea and air. Choreographed, precise, immense, even menacing. The Chinese president assembling dictators and despots as support acts, flanked by Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un in a direct message to the West about an alternative world order, one that has China as the dominant force. This jamboree of authoritarians, including the leaders of Iran, Belarus, Myanmar and Zimbabwe.
Welcome to China.
Former Victorian Premier Dan Andrews given a warm personal greeting by the president, then given...
They will never, ever get this man out of their head. So this guy was the premier of Victoria back during like COVID. I honestly don't know why they hate him so much. Probably something to do with the lockdowns, but genuinely the only thing I know about Dan Andrews is that it's his voice in the Get On the Beers dub song, which is 10 out of 10 fantastic. If you don't know what that is, it is essentially the equivalent of the governor of the state, premier of Victoria, was doing a press conference back during COVID talking about a dinner party that, like, everyone at that dinner party got COVID, and they dubbed it, so he was telling everyone that your primary, like, what's the actual word that he used? Your responsibility is to get on the beers, and that was the most important thing that you could do. By the end of the dinner party, almost everybody at the dinner party had a case of beers. Like, that's the only thing I know about this man, and they hate him so fucking much. He just showed up to the parade. Like, the man got an invite, which, like, fair enough. By the way, out of the people coming in, there's another incredibly funny instance. But this is an insane way to frame, like, just an Australian politician showing up here. Mind you, like, China is our largest trading partner in Australia. That was nice of Putin to visit from New Kiev. Absolutely. What's up, Shufa Poofer?
Welcome to China.
Former Victorian Premier Dan Andrews given a warm personal greeting by the president, then given a front row in the Xi show.
Humanity again has to choose between peace and war.
US President Donald Trump speaking before the event, at first saying he was...
Yeah, we're definitely choosing war. By the way, someone said that I got your hopes up that Trump was gonna die soon. He's gonna die soon. Did you, like, you noticed at this entire ceremony, right? The way that they actually did this press conference is kind of a very clear indication of how bad the president's health actually is. But genuinely, I don't care to discuss it, because the rumors that the dictator is ill and dying is a thing that every authoritarian country does. Like, it is the most Russian thing about America right now, is that we're constantly speculating on when the dictator's gonna die. As a Turk, we do this with Erdogan all the time. Oh, he has health problems. He's gonna die soon. He's gonna die soon. For the, like, 20 years that Putin's been in power, there's been, like, 5 different times where he's actually come close to death, and these rumors take off. It's not important, because it doesn't matter. He's not even the leader of the country. But notice, just, he was on a lot of drugs. He was talking really fast. You could also, like, see how tired he looks. He didn't walk around much at all. He read directly off of a script. Meanwhile, like, I mean, look at Hegseth here. But it was, if you watch this video, Hegseth, Vance, the guy behind him, were all looking over at him to see if he was reading from the script correctly. They wasted, like, an incredible amount of time letting everyone else talk, letting him break. Like, this is exactly how you do that. So, just to be clear, he is dying, but it doesn't matter. We need to pay a Trump aide to pop balloons around him unexpectedly. That's true. Shockingly, even the former Republican staffers over the Bulwark are comparing our regime to the death of Stalin. That's because it's almost exactly the same right now. Do I need to speculate that he's gonna die? No, he remains dangerous for as long as he lives, but the proof of the pudding is in how it tumbles into the podium as it leaves the press conference. Well, again, I don't want him to die. Like, him dying would be worse for us right now. I want him to, like, live through this entire term. If he dies, we're fucked. And by if, I mean when.
Nonplussed by the event.
But China needs us much more than we need them.
Vance is not going to need popularity. He doesn't need to, like, get America to like him. That doesn't matter. Like, if Trump were to die this week, it wouldn't matter. No one needs to give a shit about, like, Vance. Everyone in this country could hate him. It won't matter. If he kicks the bucket after 26, Vance can be president for 2 years and 2 more terms after that. You think that there's rules down TRS? You think that term limits still exist? Trump is literally, like, planning to run for a 3rd term if he lives. There is no rules. There is no America anymore. You don't live in America. You don't have the same constitution. You don't have laws. You don't have rules. They can do whatever the fuck they want. Yeah, my preference for the Mad King's death would be at 11:57 p.m. on the 19th of January 2028. But, you know, ideally, it would happen in a way in which everyone around him also went. If you think that, like, they actually need approval from the public when they're straight up doing fascism, you're in for a pretty negative surprise. Hell, just today they announced that they're going to use active military in the Chicago invasion, not just National Guard this time. But let's continue on. We'll get there when we get there. We got a lot to look at. This image was making me fucking cackle, though. Dan Andrews, release a photo of me standing near Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un. That should get the dogs barking. Miss them. Trump will go like Elvis did on the toilet. You mean like Tywin Lannister. Comrade Monkeypox, my country, the United States, yearns for freedom. True. So let's take a look at some of the stuff that was unveiled. One of these was China's new laser weapon, the LY-1, capable of shooting down all missiles and drones, on the brink of World War III. By the way, like, this is going to be quite useful because we have developed, and by we I mean like the West, because this is being implemented in Ukraine as we speak. We're going to see the first instance of it soon. Ukraine has entered a new era of warfare. AI-based drone swarms of the Ukrainian armed forces are being deployed to the battlefield, the first of its kind in history of warfare. Technology is being used by the company Swarmer. The software enables drone groups to independently select targets, coordinate attacks, and adapt, for example, if a drone runs out of battery. Swarms of 25 aircraft are being tested with plans of up to 100 attack groups. Such operations have already taken place, actually, over 100 times. So these are going to be quite useful there. Those look like plywood boxes attached to 2 ATVs. What did you think that, like, laser weapons that that America has look like? Because they look pretty much also like fucking plywood boxes on ATVs. Like, what do you think a laser weapon does? It's not like beaming an actual laser beam. It is, but like not, one that melts the drone down. It disables it. Most of the GOP are spineless in supporting Trump because they're scared crazy MAGA showing up to their houses. No, that's not true. Most of the GOP is supporting Trump because it benefits them personally. They're fascists. They make money off of it. You know how rich Republicans are getting? I feel like Rubio is the one serious guy here. What's your opinion? He's the only, like, actual conservative left in the administration. It is overrated, but it's great for drones. This is important because our main strategy to fight against China right now is drones. By the way, like, again, this is their weapons to get rid of the drones, and then this is the fucking Belarus parade that we did, where we're just one drone, another one back there. That's it. Rubio's also a weasel who has sold his ass like 100 times at least. That's also true. What's up, Lanky Sapien? Good to see you. On a walk, no. Then we had their new Dongfeng 5 intercontinental ballistic missiles. Actually, wait, no, sorry, these aren't the new ones. But, multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. The guy walking with a drone is hilarious. Absolutely. Like, again, comparatively, This kind of made us look like a little bitch, and we kind of are. Like, we didn't have one missile on in our parade, which, like, good, I'm glad, but gotta say, this one looks quite a bit more impressive. And so let's take a look at the Wall Street Journal's analysis of the new weapons that we're showing here. I'm not exactly a fan of the Wall Street Journal, but I mean, this is a decent analysis.
New weapons unveiled, like this intercontinental ballistic missile.
I was right. The Dongfeng 5 is new.
Over 100 aircraft, and more than 10,000 troops.
Are we gonna call all missiles dildos now? Because I'm so for that, especially after looking at the dildo of vengeance from Ukraine.
Huge parade in the heart of Beijing marked President Xi Jinping's ambition to transform China from one of the world's biggest arms buyers into a maker of all the weapons it needs for itself, and an increasingly formidable exporter on target to hit $3.2 billion across dozens of countries. Analysts believe China's motivation for this huge expansion goes beyond the financial. Here's why. For much of its history, the People's Liberation Army, or PLA, relied on foreign military equipment, particularly from Russia, like this jet fighter. But in recent decades, Beijing has invested heavily in state-owned and private sector defence companies.
Self-reliance is a fundamental part of what China does in terms of military technological development. It needs to be able to supply equipment and capability very quickly to the Chinese military. And if it relies on a foreign country to do that, then the ability of the PLA to respond to any contingency effectively and
well, I see all the military parade as a symptom of the state being as fuck, but I do get he's farming. Oh, of course. Like, what other purpose of there is for a military parade other than, you know, like that, properly? Sure, you're celebrating the end of World War II. No, you're not. Doesn't matter. This is about projection. This is about propaganda. It's about, like, it's politics. Now, this was aura farming. And the state of China is evil. But, and mind you, way more evil than, like, most people think. But, like, this is effective. And I can't blame him for doing it, because it is effective for the goals that he's trying to achieve, whether they're evil or not. Like, at the very least, right, it's nice to see competence. I'd say I would hope for competence from, like, a good world leader, but there's not exactly many of those. Honestly, really any of those. Marine is where it matters? Oh, we'll see the Marine stuff. They have their autonomous underwater drones now.
efficiently and quickly is compromised.
The parade, to commemorate 80 years since the end of World War II following the surrender of Japan, fits Xi Jinping's modernisation push.
For China, this is a question of prestige. Over the last 6 years, China has made a lot of inroads in a lot of areas of military technology, and so this parade is an opportunity for China to demonstrate the growing power of its defence industry.
China's defence imports have been steadily dropping, reaching its lowest point in the period of 2020 and 2024. At the same time, Beijing has emerged among the world's top 5 arms sellers. But China's share of the global arms market has so far failed to expand much further.
We said at the time...
So, Blanky Sapient, both China and Russia trying their own 2.0 versions of US 20th century imperial neo-lib jank. Well, actually, you're exactly right. And what's worse is I can see an outcome. Again, obviously not saying this is going to happen. But, like, think about this with me and let me know if you can imagine this. Because I can't. If we were to enter, you know, a World War III situation that doesn't kill everyone on Earth, China will win that war. And then China will get to do what America did following World War II, which is claim that they're not evil, that they're the beacon of all that's good in the world, that they are, you know, the true democracy, the leader of the free world. We said all of that shit, and it clearly wasn't true when we said it. They're going to get to do that. And every American is going to have to hear it endlessly in that case. I can see that future being a possibility. Does that necessarily mean it will happen? No. Could it go the opposite way? Could we win? I mean, technically, sure, but that's a very, very real possibility, and I don't like it, but it will be funny to watch the people who, like, think America is amazing and perfect and hate China to seethe over it. Personally, I can recognize that we're both evil. And then we get to be run by dictators for decades? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, it was so odd hearing Putin call Americans Nazis and fascists because he was right, but he's also a Nazi and a fascist. Not by Putin's definitions, which is anyone opposed to Russia. Well, of course, yeah, like, they will use those words as propaganda, but they, like, Russia is the main reason that Americans are Nazis. Russians are the ones that propagandized Americans into flat-out Nazism throughout, like, the MAGA years. That was, a specific goal, an objective that was applied and successfully, might I add.
Okay, China's moved very quickly into a strong position. We're likely to see China move into the top 2 or 3 exporters. But we haven't seen that because the scope of China's defense export customers is quite limited.
Chinese arms attract buyers in the global south for several reasons. The relatively low price, the wide range of products from drones to missile systems and military helicopters, fewer restrictions on how to use them compared to Western arms, and the many different ways of paying for the equipment.
That is a really annoying beat.
China is able to sell its equipment to countries that have not much money, that don't have many options to buy from, perhaps because the US is not willing to sell to them. China is very adept at being able to sell military equipment for minerals, or in exchange for energy, or in exchange...
This is, by the way, part of China's soft power. We dismantled all of ours. So, you know, we don't even have something to counter this anymore. Not only do we not sell weapons to countries that, like, want weapons from China, and from us, technically, but also, you know, we stopped USAID, which was our entire method of countering China doing this, and the Belts and Roads. We, like, again, right-wingers think that it was people were mad about USAID because we wanted to, I don't know, give medication to poor people out of the goodness of our hearts. Now, personally, yeah, I do think we should give medicine to people out of the goodness of our hearts, but that's not why we did it. That's not why that existed. Because when has America given a shit about, like, the lives of people in Africa? No. It was because it benefited us. It bought us influence for incredibly cheap.
For gas, or in exchange for many other things, but it's not able to sell its military equipment to mature markets who have a strong defense industrial base
Transgender mice,
and are
they
active
say,
in procuring equipment from the US and Europe.
Chinese arms are also still...
I mean, I also like dismantling USAID, but specifically because it damaged American imperialism, not because I thought it was good for America.
Still widely perceived to be inferior to Western arms. Defense experts say Chinese weapons are largely untested in combat.
Again, they're saying that these are seen as inferior because they're largely untested in combat, except I don't think they're inferior.
Quality
Look what happened
and
in
performance
Pakistan
problems.
and India.
Some analysts add the quality of the arms that China is exporting is not the same it provides to its own troops. But in May 2025, during a short confrontation between Islamabad and New Delhi, Pakistan's Chinese-made aircraft reportedly managed to down India's French-made military aircraft.
We still don't know really what happened, and so I take that with a pinch of salt. But what I would say is that...
Yeah, no, we're going to move on from you, and we're going to move on to the one. I hate the Australian. This is Murdoch Media. But I did actually enjoy some of the analysis on the equipment on display. I wonder if you put a tiny pink bow tie on a mouse's ear, if it will scare conservatives. You should try.
A spectacular display of precision, scale, might and size from the Chinese. It showcased more than 10,000 troops, hundreds of vehicles, about 100 warplanes, and it showcased a lot of their new missiles.
The great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation is irresistible. The noble cause of peace and development of humanity will prevail.
Again, like, peace is not on the table when we're talking about, allies of Vladimir Putin. It's peace if they win for their side, which, again, is the same from what we're doing. We're already in World War III. We're not, any different in how we're engaging with the geopolitics of it all on our end. What if enemy nukes are already planted inside the USA near New York? That is what I would do. No one's nuking each other. China doesn't want a nuclear war. Russia doesn't have the capability. And neither does America, want to. Rather, America has the capability. Wall Street Journal is also Murdoch. Yeah, I said that already. I don't like them, but I did like the analysis, at least for the weaponry and the equipment from them. Not the general, politics of it. That was worthless from them, just like it will be from this video. But that's not why I'm here. We all know what the analysis is.
So what was some of the new technology that we saw on display in Beijing? Firstly, we saw the new class of intercontinental ballistic missiles, dubbed DF-61. This is a successor to the previous one, dubbed DF-41. And we know the DF-41
See, this is why I thought the Dongfeng 5s weren't new, because I confused them with the 61s, which are also new.
Range of 12 to 15,000 kilometers. Now, very significant because this actually brings Los Angeles and San Francisco into range for the Chinese.
That would piss off America, wouldn't it? The fact that they now have ICBMs that could reach the West Coast. These, by the way, are drones. These are drone planes. For what it's worth, the MAGA government is genuinely too pussy to take any aggressive stance on an adversary who might attack back. That is true. That is true. I will absolutely, at this point, expect America to allow Taiwan to get taken if China tried. So we pick on Iran and Venezuela instead. I mean, China's mad at us for picking on Venezuela. So is Russia. And it's the shocking, single time this year where I've ever agreed with a Russian, from the Kremlin on anything, which is America should stop fucking with Venezuela.
The F-61 has not had its capabilities explained publicly, but we can only imagine it would be a longer range, and it does beg the question as to whether...
yeah, we pick on our own country too. We're literally going to invade and occupy another US city this week.
Australia would come into that range. The other very edgy and strong development for the Chinese is the growth in sophistication of their anti-ship missiles. These are the missiles they fire to try and destroy.
LA did not scare them off. They needed some training after that. This Chicago one's going to be bigger than LA. We'll get to it when we get to it, but they've already requested help for active duty military, not just National Guard. If they have no intention of using nukes, is it all just show that we can build them? No, it still does make an impact to have the nukes, especially if you're like America or China. Russia pretends that they do, but there's a difference there. The point of having nuclear weapons is not using them. That's the only point. Using the nukes ruins the point of everyone having. None of these people want to use nukes, which is good. But we do keep making them, and we do keep manufacturing them. We're going to put them in space now, apparently. So, mutually assured destruction. Yeah, it's not beneficial to anybody. And also, even if there was a case of a nuclear weapon being used in a modern war and it didn't result in mutually assured destruction, the person using the nuke, the country using the nuke, would not benefit from it. People think Putin will nuke Ukraine. No, the fuck he won't. First off, no, he won't, because you don't nuke, land that you want to conquer and then occupy. But also, he can't. And also, it wouldn't do anything beneficial for him if he could and did. It would not be a W in any way. There's nothing good that comes out of it. Having the nukes means you aren't as likely to be invaded because of it. Exactly. That's the only point of having nukes. The current U.S. administration will allow Taiwan to get taken and spin it as a concession. Well, so here's the thing, right? We act like the biggest pussies in the world when it comes to Russia. And if Russia is that friendly with China, then obviously, we're going to act like even bigger pussies to China because China owns Russia. Russia would have collapsed already if it wasn't for China. And then beyond that, right, it's not like there isn't a chance that we already just work directly for China. Now, like not even knowingly necessarily, there is like the McKinsey people, the McKinsey consultancy group is working as a contractor for China, consulting them on how to beat us in a war. They're an American company. Beijing deterrence? Exactly, yeah. Like it's literally just deter from invading the country. For example, Ukraine used to have nuclear weapons. They signed the Budapest Memorandum, gave up those nuclear weapons with, promises from Russia that they would never invade Ukraine, and promises from America that we would protect them. And clearly, that was a bad decision. Also, a lot of nuke-armed countries are basically one city, not like any kind of country that would also like to see missiles coming back towards them. Exactly. This is, by the way, why Pakistan and India didn't result in nuclear war. So give everyone nukes? I actually do agree with that at this point. I think every country should have one nuke, except for America and Israel, which should have 0. Because, at this point, it's kind of like guns, where there's so many of them that you're never going to be able to get rid of all of them. And even if you thought you did, someone would just, have one secretly. You can print guns now, you can make nuclear weapons, obviously, it's not easy to make nuclear weapons, but just giving every country one would be functional, I think, in this modern day. I think it would result in less conflict. Now, could you make an argument against that? Probably. I'm not a professional on this, and honestly, I didn't think about it really all that much. It's, on the spot. But I could see that being, generally kind of useful. He is demonstrably not immune to their propaganda. That's also very true. It's a guarantee China will take Taiwan, whether it's peaceful. Yeah, no, absolutely. Or violent, depends on how things play out. Again, it's quite likely that they move on Taiwan in the next week or two. Especially because having a giant military parade is a really great way to then have an excuse to make large-scale, military deployments and movements of infrastructure closer to ports and all of that. I don't trust Israel as the only country with a nuclear doomsday plan, as you shouldn't. But speaking of Israel and nuclear doomsday, really quickly, I feel like maybe this might be something that a lot of people are interested in seeing. I know we're still talking about China, but this is only 1.5 minutes long. Remember the drones near USA military bases? We know what those are now. Those, those were foreign drones. But then also, the drone wars are everywhere now. There's Russian drones all over fucking, Germany. In fact, there's an insane map I'm going to show you of sabotage done by Russians in Europe. But first, Israel is building at a suspected nuclear weapons. One of the ones that we pretty much know is their nuclear weapons.
Satellite pictures analyzed by the Associated Press show an immense construction project ongoing at the site of Israel's long-suspected nuclear weapons program. These satellite photos are of Dimona, that's in the Israeli desert, and has a heavy water reactor that's been functioning since the 1960s. That heavy water reactor, experts...
U.S. rods of God are pretty interesting. They're not possible in our modern day. It's not possible to bring the tungsten up to space at the moment. You could, but it would be incredibly expensive. We would need to build them on the moon and then launch them up into space, or wait until space travel. Pretty sure any country with nukes has one. No. See, Beijing. Most countries with nukes have a doomsday plan if they are attacked with. It is if you nuke me, I nuke you back. Israel is the only country that's known to have a plan that is, if our military is ever defeated conventionally in the field, then we will nuke everybody. That's the actual doctrine. It's called the Samson option. It's if they're ever defeated conventionally, they will nuke America, France, Germany, England, Russia, China, Iran, Saudi Arabia, everyone.
Say provides Israel with the plutonium for its nuclear weapons, as well as the isotope tritium. That isotope is used to boost and also miniaturize nuclear weapons down to fit onto missile warheads. Now, The Israelis have never confirmed or denied having a nuclear weapon.
They have them. They have them. We know for a fact that they do. They don't confirm or deny because strategic ambiguity. If I was North Korea, I'd probably just take a hand with me because of history. Well, I mean, they probably, they might. They're definitely going to win against the South, I'll tell you that, because if war does break out over Taiwan, then North Korea is going to invade the South. Is it just H-bombs? Because they have plutonium, not just uranium.
Enemy ships off the coast of China, and of course that is aimed at the US Navy, at being able to sink aircraft carriers and naval vessels with these missiles. The newest one they have is called YJ-17. It's a newer version of the DF-17. That's a medium-range ballistic missile with a hypersonic glide capability. And this is one of the real strengths of...
I'm really hoping this is going to be one of the cases where I'm like flat out wrong and China does not make a move on Taiwan in the next 2 weeks, because there's already so much going on in the world. I don't see why they wouldn't. Like, if I was Xi, I would. With Xi's intentions and obviously like his mindset, I would in the next 2 weeks. This is the only window that they can for the rest of the year. If they don't do it in the next... if they don't do this in September, it's not going to happen until at least July next year, at least. But they might not. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they don't. They also, if they will do it this week or next. And should just stop doing war. That'd be great, wouldn't it?
The Chinese military in recent years, this capability, and it's certainly...
Why doesn't it have to be in summer? It's not about summer or winter. It's about typhoon season. The strait, between China and Taiwan, has a lot of stormy weather, and the water is not suitable for something like that, other than 2 times throughout the year, which is between June and July, and between September and October. Taiwanese people I've talked to online never like talking about China. I think they just want to be left alone and not think about it. Absolutely, yeah.
Certainly one which really does worry the US Navy, especially, of course, in the contingency of having to try to defend Taiwan from any Chinese attack, because US naval ships will be very vulnerable to this sort of weaponry. In the air, the Chinese boasted...
By the way, I forgot while we were talking about this to mention, yes, we will absolutely let China take Taiwan if they tried, but that doesn't mean that we're not going to do some military shit anyway. Contractors need to get paid. We're definitely going to do some shit. It's, whether it fully, results in a proper war, that's a different story, but, even if we do let them take it, we're going to at least put up a fight to spend some. What's up, Aussie Welder? Good to see you.
J-35 flew as part of this parade. It's a carrier-based naval stealth fighter. The strength of...
They absolutely already can, and will they also go for Japan? They will if Japan starts firing on them, and, because Japan sided with us. On the case of, Taiwan, here, let me pull up a map and give you guys, a good understanding of what we're looking at. Usually people are like, rah, rah, let's go to war, but Taiwanese people seem like they don't want to war. Yeah, because it's fucking terrifying. Would you not be terrified? So look, this is the area we're looking at. We got Taiwan. And then we have Japan. By the way, throughout all of these islands, there are American bases. We have South Korea, also American ally. So far we have Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. Then we have the Philippines, also U.S. ally. We got Malaysia, also U.S. ally. And Indonesia. So we have blocked them in entirely. And mind you, the Philippines and Indonesia and Malaysia and Australia are expected to be a part of a war with China if that were to happen. Now, again, if there is a proper war that comes in, North Korea will invade the South, then we'll also start attacking Japan, because why wouldn't they? Is the defense industry the biggest economy, Visora? Is it the biggest? Probably not. Because we have a lot of grifts going on, but is it the most consistent moneymaker for the wealthy? Yes. We have India, which is now also on their side. So India, actually, which was a U.S. ally and would have possibly been assistance to us, considering they share a border with China and have a disputed border throughout the years. That's looking far less likely after, like, today. This entire region could get quite fucked, and we might not have, the balls. Because, like, if China did try and take Taiwan, what they would likely do first is set up a blockade, which would mean, like, we have to run the blockade for it to result in, like, a war. If we don't run the blockade, then they're not going to shoot at us. That's the whole point of a blockade. But, I feel like we might try and run the blockade just because we need to spend some money on contractors. Thanks for the map. It helps understand how the world works. Absolutely. And welcome to Twitch, Long. I bet the parades really hurt Donnie's feelings. Oh, absolutely. We were talking about that at length. I'm still laughing at the fact at how mad they were that Dan Andrews was there. Like, again, the 9 News video that I showed, just gonna refresh it for you because it was too funny to not show to the Aussies in chat. Hey, where are you? Where's my China source?
Of the new stealth fighters that China is making is that they have huge internal fuel loads, and that means they can have a much larger range than your average warplane. That means they can defend, obviously, far further off.
An extraordinary
The Chinese president assembling dictators and despots
it was
as
incredibly impressive. Incredibly, as Evelyn wrote.
Flanked by Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un in a direct message to the West about an alternative world order, one that has China as the dominant force. This jamboree of authoritarians, including the leaders of Iran, Belarus, Myanmar and Zimbabwe.
Welcome to China.
Former Victorian Premier Dan Andrews given a warm personal greeting by the president, then given a front row in the Xi show.
Oh, they hate him so much, it's so funny. All right, moving on. This is the other incredibly funny exchange that I saw on the entries. So, God, people are insane. Religious people are insane.
من جديد للاستقرار والأمن في منطقة الأوراسيا. هؤلاء هم الزعماء والقادة.
Iran's president refused to shake hands with China's first lady while his wife declined to shake hands with the president. It's just like, oh, woman, I'm not touching that. We are fucked if China decides they no longer want to pay for our resources. They only need to cut off shipping lanes for like 2 weeks and we're rooted. Hence why we should drop America as an ally. That'd be pretty good for us. Was the Polish president there? I'm not sure. I don't think he was. If he'd shown up, he would have tried to buy all the equipment. That's also true. So what Poland really needs is fuel. Because right now, like, there's reports that Poland could run out of fuel before a war with Russia even starts. Trump is not a reliable partner. Trump is literally an agent of the enemy. Is it sexist for a Muslim to refuse to shake a woman's hand? I think it is, but maybe to them they're being respectful. It's insane religious bullshit because I was raised Muslim. My parents are Muslim. I'm not, but like, you know, I've lived in Turkey. Never have I ever encountered that kind of. Trump shits his pants every day. That's why he wears a diaper. It doesn't matter. But you know what does matter is the right-wingers are furious at the impressiveness of this parade, but even more furious at the fact that the media is covering it accurately. Here's Gunther Eagleman, fucking MAGA account on Twitter that posts like nonsense all the time. CNN is giving the Chinese military parade more positive press than they gave President Trump's military parade. That says everything. No wonder nobody gives a shit about what these crooks have to say anymore. Motherfucker, our parade was, like Belarusian. Wait, the right is mad about China's parade making ours? No. They're mad that the media is impressed at China's parade, and they weren't impressed at Trump's parade. Not even about, like, anything tangible.
We're watching live pictures tonight, right now, a massive parade underway in Beijing as the Chinese President Xi Jinping is showing off his country's arsenal and military might to the world and to the more than 24 foreign leaders who are there in person attending this military parade that includes those from Russia, North Korea.
We're not going to watch the whole 4-minute video because this CNN video wasn't exactly informative, but it is incredibly funny. I mean, China's parades are pretty impressive. Yeah, comparatively, when this was ours. I feel like, yeah, you might be right to say that theirs was more impressive. This is what happens when you kick the queer community out of the military. Our parades suck now. I mean, our parades, like, would have sucked even if the queers were still in the military. But pride is different. I think we should start being armed at Pride. I want to see tanks at Pride next year, right? After seeing China's military parade, America isn't just irrelevant, it has become a pathetic joke, a hollow, clownish empire, desperately clinging to its past glory. Oh my god. Rainbow tanks, yeah. I want to see fucking rainbow and pink missiles. Canadians won't consume USA products anymore. In Europe, we have a similar trend. Good, fuck America. I need to look more into the notion that Donnie's birthday parade was a protest, but I gotta admit, I really do like the idea. Oh no, it totally was. The troops did not want to do it. I've also heard rumors that there was some internal talk of, hey, well, like, if they enjoy the parade, they might want to do this every year. So, like, you know, we don't want it to be good. But no, the fact that they didn't even walk in unison is the biggest indication to me. Like, there was no synchronicity in our troops at all. Now, this is the weirdest part that came out of the Chinese parade. I don't necessarily even know if this is true. This is the most cyberpunk shit, though. Like, genuinely, we get closer to cyberpunk every day. In a hot mic between Chinese President Xi Jinping and Russia's Vladimir Putin, captured by the Chinese state media broadcaster CCTV prior to yesterday's celebration in the military parade in Beijing, the two leaders can be heard discussing human organ transplants and the possibility of living to 150 and even forever. While walking towards Tiananmen Square for the parade, Putin's translator could be heard saying in Chinese, biotechnology is continuously developing. The translator then added, after an inaudible pause, inaudible passage by Putin to Xi, human organs can be continuously transplanted. The longer you live, the younger you become, and you can even achieve immortality. This is fucking wild. This is Biotechnica is working with Arasaka to produce like, I don't know, fucking organ printing for rich people. Every day, we get closer and closer. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's not how organ transplants work, but I can see this being developed through, like, biotech over the next, like, you know, couple decades, for it to be at least partially kind of like that. Like, not obviously the way that they explained it, but we do know that stem cells can help repair, like, damaged tissue. Like, this is the kind of shit Peter Thiel likes to say to the boys in private. No, like, this is what he says to the boys in public. Peter Thiel talks about how, like, young people's blood could make older people younger. The man's a vampire. For real, for real. Is the USA getting isolated? Yeah, we're doing it to ourselves. Man, like, the fact that all of the fascists are here, but Trump wasn't invited, is wild. And we already are being farmed for the rich. Try plug it in, just, like, not our organs yet. For now, depraved ambiance again. Like, you can do quite a lot with gene editing, you can do quite a lot with stem cell therapy. I personally think if we're not all dead in the next 10 years, biotech will be bigger than AI. Kim Jong-un isn't a fascist, he's just a silly boy doing silly things. Sure, you know. Just like Donald Trump. Just a silly boy doing silly things. Fucking Kim's daughter is there, but no Trump. True. Peter Thiel is Nosferatu of Silicon Valley. Most of them are that. Exactly the same, so, you know. You're a way more tech optimist than I am. That's why I said if we don't all die in the next 10 years, I can see how the science for that can work. It's not exactly optimism. I don't want them to succeed, unless it's gonna be like, you know, for all of us, but, you know, like with 3D printing and shit, but they're talking about like harvesting human organs and then like, they're getting it wrong. Some scientists probably know what they're talking about much better than what they're talking about because they're probably doing research on this shit in their own like internal R&D departments. I do think that it is possible for us to develop tech like that. Would it be good? No. Would it be used to exploit us? Yes. Would it be used to ensure that like the most evil people in the world never die? Yeah. Is it going to happen soon? No. But it is possible. You can do a lot of crazy shit with that. And even biotech, specifically. Living to 150 is not like a current possibility, but within 10 years, 15, I could see that. If they really wanted to live to fucking 150, first they need to stop being a fascist. It makes you paranoid as shit and the stress is horrible for your immune system. That's fucking true. That's 100%. Look at this kind of shit. Yeah, I do not share your beliefs in the promise of biotech. I mean, again, the promise being a horrible thing and never going to be available to the rest of us. But I think that especially if we manage to use AI to not kill ourselves in the time being, we will be able to do that. Fuck that, Rondo. Fucking 40k people. Biotech is Godzilla? I guess, kind of. I'm talking more like cyberpunk shit. Like, in the universe of Cyberpunk 2077, which we constantly refer to because our time seems to be quite close to them, we talk a lot about cybernetic augmentation a lot. But what we don't talk about is that there is also technical augmentation that's actually even more popular in that universe than cybernetics is. Like things like biomonitors. Things that are specific, like, okay, yeah, if you ever mention fucking shit like the Anunnaki again, I will straight up ban you. Do not have brain rot on my fucking feed, ever. We do real science here. Do not give me brain rot. You can give me a question that might have come from brain rot, but that's a bit much for me. 40k is good though, satire is good. Yes, but people don't necessarily know what satire even is anymore. I love the toaster fucking tech priests. Fucking clanker bangers. Exactly. This was wild, by the way. Imagine wanting to live to 150 and this is your level of paranoia. Russian media reports North Korean staff thoroughly destroyed all traces of Kim Jong-un's presence in the room. They took away the glass he drank from, wiped down the seat, and parts of the furniture that he touched. It's not just Ancient Aliens on the History Channel. That shit's all over TikTok, and it's like half tied into Nazi propaganda. Will it be like Altered Carbon? Possibly. That's honestly probably a more likely outcome, I think, for like the living forever bit than biotechnics. But like, they will also start developing biotech that will help people that have the money for it have like less health issues, mostly. That's what I see as the more likely outcome from it. The super uber rich, maybe. Yeah. If we could do full circulatory system transplants and grow entire new body vessels, then then we can talk about like technologically overcoming heart disease. But for now, like all we got is diet and exercise. We don't even have that anymore. You can't even have good diet in America. You got radioactive shrimp that'll turn you into alien from Alien, according to our Congress. Yes, coincidentally, the ETs are seeded, created, humans are white. Like, it's all Nazi propaganda. We gotta, like, I don't know, make our own propaganda. The Secret Service removes biological traces of the president, too? Yeah, exactly. You know, paranoia. His DNA was collected via the toilet bowl. Tracks. Yeah, in the pipes, actually. What's up, Coco Kitty? RFK said he would replace the fry oil with healthy beef tallow. He also did a lot of other things. You know, we're still talking about the military parade, but I feel like if we're gonna bring up RFK, we might as well touch on things like, you know, getting rid of vaccines. Like now, you don't have to vaccinate your kids for them to go to school in Florida, which is gonna kill millions of people. Got him saying shit like this about autism.
And I know what a healthy child is supposed to look like. I'm looking at kids as I walk through the airports today, as I walk down the street, and I see these kids that are just overburdened with mitochondrial challenges, with inflammation. You can tell from their faces, from their body movements, and from their lack of social connection. And I know that that's not how our children are supposed to.
Bro is looking at your mitochondria. Yeah. You can tell that you're autistic from inflammation. Does this mean a new episode of It's Always Sunny in DC coming up? Definitely one of those coming up soon. I think he belongs in prison until he turns to dust. Yes, I agree. I had a feeling the minute I saw her on the CDC IG page, she looked too normal. They can't deal with any amount of rational thought, like even a little bit. She still had a soul, so she was booted. You know, she didn't want people to just die. With that insight, what the fuck does he see when he looks in a mirror then? He sees a handsome genius. Genuinely. Remember, this is the guy we're talking about.
And I was at the bottom of my class. I started doing heroin. I went to the top of my class. Suddenly I could sit still and I could read. And I was at the bottom of my class.
That's the guy we're talking about. Shai Halud in his brain over there, giving him direction. So, you know, whole other thing. Now, I got two more short things to show you on this Chinese military parade. Imagine eating heroin to read a book. I know, exactly. Like, I can read without the heroin. It just makes it even better. I'm kidding. I can't take RFK seriously until he bans nighttime and math. Oh, well, it's coming up. It's coming up. This was probably one of the funniest tweets I've ever seen Donald Trump write. The big question to be answered is whether or not President Xi of China will mention the massive amount of support and blood the United States of America gave to China in order to help it secure its freedom from unfriendly foreign invader. Many Americans died in China's quest for victory and glory. I hope they are rightfully honored and remembered for their bravery and sacrifice. May President Xi and the wonderful people of China have a great lasting day of celebration. Please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin, Kim Jong-un, as you conspire against the United States of America. Incredibly funny. Just literally, please give my warmest regards while you conspire against the United States of America. I gotta give it to him. That was a good one. Did we support the Maoist uprising? I think he's talking about we helped defeat Japan, World War II. Because, like, this was the Victory Day for World War II parade, or when Japan surrendered. But, like, again, please give my warmest regards to Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un as you conspire against the United States of America. Even framing of victory and glory is weirdly fascistic. That's par for the course. See, here I was. The real hope that I had was that Trump had the reverse Fetterman stroke, not that he was dead. I didn't want him to die. I wanted him to have the reverse Fetterman. And, like, he might have at least a little bit. I've seen some things from him that seemed, I don't know, a little out of character. Like this. This is Trump responding to a question on trans terrorism. Well, it could be, but, you know, like, I do say it's taken place with people who are not transgender, you know? I mean, generally, it seems that it would take place with people that are. This was a bad case. This was a very sick person that was just standing out and shooting for a long time. If you look, it wasn't a long time, but generally it's people that aren't transgender, so you know. He had the woke stroke. He didn't actually have the woke stroke, but, you know, it was incredibly funny to think about. Biotech can destroy society in silence? Oh, absolutely. Don't underestimate the viruses. I've talked at length about how, like, people could use AI to create incredible, unseen viruses in, like, 2 hours that could destroy the planet. We've watched researchers talk about how they could get a web-based AI, like ChatGPT, like one that's not even good. I mean, to be fair, none of them are good. but just like trick it into not only developing the shit, but like the whole plan. Like, this is where you can hire workers. Here's a good factory. Here's a script for like how you can lie to them so they don't know what they're actually building. People like Stefanik are dead inside. You can see it in her eyes too. Most of people in DC are dead inside. Shanks, I don't disagree at all. Most of them are. Now, this is the last thing on the military parade in China I'm going to show you, and this is, you know, Hegseth trying to do damage control. It's also partially why I can see us doing something in relation to, like, you know, Taiwan. We're not actually going to try and defend Taiwan. We're not. But we are going to want to spend some money.
Well, unfortunately, the weakness of the previous administration has driven Russia and China closer together. That was a terrible development of a lack of American leadership and a lack of American strength. And you saw it around the world, and it manifests in what we saw on TV last night. But that's why President Trump has charged us at the Defense Department to be prepared, to rebuild our military in historic ways, to restore the warrior ethos and reestablish deterrence, not because we seek conflict. We do not, and we've been clear about that with China or Russia or others, but because by being prepared, you prevent it. You ensure that the American people and the homeland are safe, and demonstrations of parades are fine, but they don't hopefully manifest in actually military conflict. So we know what they believe and what they're about. We also know how strong we are and the military advantages we have. They know that also. Our job's to maintain those military advantages in space, in the skies, in the sea.
The homeland? Yeah, it's not. They're not trying to hide the Nazi rhetoric, like, even a little. What will life be like during the Chinese century? It's an historical moment, an interesting one. Well, this is the way I view things. The rights and freedoms of the peoples of any particular country is generally correlative to the wealth of that country and to its position in the world. So, like, as the United States became the global superpower, we then got more rights. We got more protections for labor. We had more freedom. Meanwhile, we're losing freedoms as we are dropping off a cliff. China is rising to their golden age, which will result in people in China having more rights eventually. And, like, again, that doesn't mean that they're good. It doesn't mean that we're, like, good. We're not. We're evil. They're evil. But I can absolutely see a case between, like, a comparison of what happened post-World War II when us, the evil country, remember, we were also evil. We inspired Hitler, literally. And we got to pretend that we're the beacon of freedom and the greatest country in the world, and we defeated the Nazis single-handed. They're going to get to do that about, like, the American Nazis if this did end in war. Remember when Bush and Obama said building China up would cause them to embrace democracy? They did. They're the largest democracy, actually, no, sorry. India's the largest democracy in the world, technically. Democracy, you know. They're fascist, but, I mean, who isn't these days? See, the Nazis may have lost World War II, but fascism sure as hell didn't. We also freed the Nazis. True. And then when the economy stagnates, people go all fascist again and murder themselves. Generally, yeah. Hence why you need to build a system that isn't capitalist, because what fascism is just capitalism in decline. Like, that's what it always has been. That's its only main use. I put a poll up, guys, if you want to vote for what the next segment should be. I've thrown that up there, because we have, like, a lot of different topics that we can jump around to. In the meantime, I'm going to pee, but I'm going to put on a video that I think a lot of you need to see. We're going to talk about that first. Because I think that this is fucking crazy. I think it's also partially one of the reasons why society is the way that it is today. It's one of the reasons why no one can talk to each other, no one can get along. It comes from the brainwashing, the human farming operation that is social media, the exploitation, the slavery, all of it is what we live in right now. So, you know. By the way, did you hear they wanted to port Sewell back to New Zealand? Speaking of Nazis, I did. I talked about it in the very beginning. It is incredibly funny. 10 out of 10 support it. It's got like 60-something thousand signatures on that already. We are also having an anti-Nazi rally in Australia on September 13th now. It's going to be, like, everyone can just show up, bring every flag, is what they said. Bring whatever flag you want to. Bring the Australian flag, bring your own flag, make a new flag. Just bring it. And I fucking love that. Alright, I'll be back. I gotta pee, but pay attention to this, because I really do think that this is kind of crucial, and a lot of our issues directly stem from here. I can hear, and then we're gonna analyze it.
You need to be bored. You will have less meaning, and you will be more depressed if you never are bored. I mean, it couldn't be clearer. Let me give you the good side of boredom in general. Boredom is a tendency for us to not be occupied otherwise cognitively, which switches over our thinking system to use a part of our brain that's called the default mode network. That sounds fancy. It's really not. The default mode network is a bunch of structures in your brain that switch on when you don't have anything else to think about. So you forgot your phone and you're sitting at a light, for example. That's when your default mode network goes on. We don't like it. My colleague in the psychology department here at Harvard, Dan Gilbert, he did experiments where people had to sit in a room for 15 minutes with instructions to do absolutely nothing, and there was nothing in the room to do except there was a button in front of them that they could push, and if they did, they gave themselves a painful electric shock. Sit there,
Guys, I've asked this exact question in chat before. I said, how many of you think that you could sit in a room for 15 minutes with nothing to do and just sit there? And like the answers were horrified. So many people in chat said I could never, that they would struggle. A couple people tried and said how hard it was. You guys need to practice. Don't start with 15. 15 might be too much. You know, if you don't do this at all, start with 5. Do it a couple days a week. Try 5 minutes a day. Try 10 minutes a day. You don't have to try and meditate either. Like, it's like meditation is good for you, which is fine. But like, just be bored for 10 minutes. Again, like, you don't have to meditate. You're not trying to clear your head. That's a whole other thing, and that's even more useful. That's a level up. But to be able to just sit in a room with no input and just be there 10 minutes quietly, it's an incredible skill. The reason that you don't like to do this is because shock me exactly. You know why we don't like this feeling? It's because when you have nothing to do, your mind wanders and you will think about things that could make you uncomfortable. That's the entire issue here. We have erased discomfort and boredom from the world. And now people don't have an ability to feel discomfort. There's a cool video called Just Exist, Bro. Like, I've tried to demonstrate this on this stream before, in that, like, we need to learn how to be uncomfortable more I poured water on my carpet, and then I put socks on, and then I went and I stood in there, like in the water on stream, swished my socks around on the carpet, because we don't know how to do that. Like, looking at it, I could see the chat was going insane of like cringe. Oh god, I can feel it on my skin. Like, ugh. You don't need to feel such discomfort at watching someone do something that comes off with the idea of discomfort. Like, having wet socks obviously is not fun, but like, we've been programmed to have that that output, you know? Being that upset and uncomfortable by something, that's programming. It's not your autism. It's not. I promise you it's not. I have autism too. It's more than likely just an inability to be uncomfortable. And also, like, a lot of people, like, at least in my generation, I can see a direct correlation in people who are my age and watch the I Like Rusty Spoons video, and then people who have sensitivity issues to certain fabrics. And, like, there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. It doesn't make it any, like, less valid. It's fine. But it's important to be able to practice feeling that discomfort. Too much input to my brain and not enough unprompted output. Makes sense. You know, I have to think about things that give me realizations that I wouldn't otherwise have had. That's the whole reason that you should be bored. We're programmed to be aware, to detect danger. Psychologists are idiots. No. Like, being programmed to be aware and detect danger is not how you're meant to live, Busan. That's not healthy. You're in fight or flight mode all the time. Like, you're not supposed to be in fight or flight constantly. That's a product of capitalism. Karate Cookie, you what? I told you. Being bored is probably how we got things like trigonometry and calculus. It is literally the case. We don't think because we're not bored. We think, but we're not thinking. When's the last time that you can, 100% say that you did a task which was thinking about something? Like, nothing else. You weren't looking for information, you weren't analyzing, no, you're just thinking about it. When's the last time you could point to an instance where I just thought about it for a while and did nothing else? Because there's always something that goes along with that, and those are all distractions. Love the outfit, by the way. Thank you. I love my intrusive thoughts and they love me. Good, your intrusive thoughts should love you. I love my intrusive thoughts too. Imagine if Isaac Newton was an iPad kid. We wouldn't have Mavity. Doctor Who fans getting the reference.
Or get a shock. A big majority of the participants gave themselves shocks instead of thinking about nothing. We don't like boredom. Boredom's terrible. Why is boredom so bad? Well, because the default mode network makes us think about things that might be kind of uncomfortable. When you
Life would be better without fuck-ass math? I disagree. I think life would be better if more people believed in math. It's part of reality. We don't believe in reality anymore because it's hard and uncomfortable. Even that response, Bearcilium, obviously, you're not being serious, but it comes from, I don't like math because it's hard. And generally, it's not even hard because it's hard because you probably had a shitty teacher. Because I also sucked at math until someone who was not a shitty teacher showed me. And then I got much better at math. It is about how we engage with the world. And again, you can't control whether good things or bad things will happen to you. But you 100% get to decide how you feel about it.
You think about nothing while your mind wanders and thinks about, for example, big questions of meaning in your life. What does my life mean? You go to kind of uncomfortable existential questions when you're bored. That turns out to be incredibly important, incredibly good. One of the reasons that we have such an explosion of depression and anxiety in our society today is because people actually don't know the meaning of their lives, much less so in previous generations.
People don't even know why they're depressed, let alone the meaning of their lives. If you have depression, one of the things that are going to be required from you is figuring out whether it is caused by a actual issue in your life or whether it's a brain chemistry thing. You gotta break it down, you gotta analyze it, you gotta deconstruct all of it. And you can't do that if you can't deal with the discomfort long enough to think about it. You can't successfully engage in therapeutic talk therapy, which is, by the way, why most people who go to therapy don't benefit from it. It's because they use it in a way that tries to distance themselves from the discomfort. They don't actually engage in the therapy. They just learn the therapy words that then they can use to hide from accountability.
Tons of data show this. And furthermore, we're not even looking. Why not? I'll tell you why not. We figured out a way to eliminate boredom. We've been able almost completely to shut off the default mode network in our brains. How? The answer is that thing in your pocket with the screen, which
the brainwashing drug that we're all forcibly addicted to. The drug that these vampires will specifically focus a lot of effort to addict children on. The drugs that we are addicted to, that we're forced to be addicted to, that also function as a brainwashing tool from the moment that we wake up to the moment we go to bed, and also as a surveillance tool from the moment we wake up to the moment we go to bed. Everything you do is directly tied to these things. Again, I think every smartphone on the planet should be loaded into a cannon and fired into the sun. Again, you don't even have to have internet. It doesn't matter. This thing is still surveilling you. Just picking up your phone. Your alarm goes off. You picked up your phone to shut the alarm off. Now somebody somewhere is getting information that that's the time that you're waking up. Because even if you didn't even unlock the phone, because the gyroscope inside of it can sense that it moved. It knows what time it is. Even if you don't have internet, it will just hold that information to send when you do have internet. Drugs include doom scrolling, liquid candy, social media in general. Absolutely. Like, again, we know for a fact that scrolling on social media functions exactly the same in the brain as cocaine does. Like, the same functions. We've had people in MRIs scrolling on TikTok, and then we've had people in MRIs that did cocaine, and they look the same. So, you know.
You take out, even when you're standing on the street corner waiting for the light to change, is like, I might have to wait here for 15 seconds. What are you doing? You're actually trying to not be bored because the default mode network is mildly uncomfortable because it sends you to the types of questions that you can't get your mind around, you can't get your arms around. Well, that's a big problem.
It's true. Digital addiction is a problem. Remember, it's not just a problem, it is a manufactured problem. We are in the addiction business. America loves the addiction business. It is incentivized. They want you to be more addicted. A bunch of states in America recently banned phones from schools. Based. Good. There is literally no reason that you should have a smartphone in a school. Like, none. You have no reason to. You should not have a phone in school, period. Like, I really believe this, and people have argued with me on it, and I can see the points made. It is more harm than possibly good, and also it is incredibly, incredibly damaging because all of these phones have cameras. You're constantly being recorded now. A child can no longer go to school and be a normal kid. They can't fuck up. Everything is recorded and put on the internet forever. And so now you have to worry about, I don't know, like being cringe for the rest of your life because someone took a video of you doing something cringe at the age where you're specifically supposed to be cringe. Not to mention the amount of harassment that is done specifically, you know, as bullying in locker rooms. You know, you can't bring a camera into a changing room at like a gym, but teenagers get to bring their smartphone with their camera into the changing rooms at schools. It's insane to me. Ironically, marketing is applied addiction theory. 100%. What's up, Kaname Kun? Also, we have psychology data on things like pigs in schools, metal detectors, decreasing student performance. Oh, absolutely. Again, like the point has never been, we've never given a shit about like making kids' lives better. Do they still have physical books in schools anymore? Or is it just all electronic? It varies, I think, still. At least it does here. I don't actually know about America. In America, I don't even know if you guys will even still have school soon or if it's just going to be called school and it's the coal mine.
That's a doom loop of meaning. If every time you're slightly bored, you pull out your phone, it's going to get harder and harder for you to find meaning. And that's the recipe for depression and anxiety and a sense of hollowness, which, by the way,
I wonder if the government dragnet skips child phones? No, of course not. Are you kidding? They're not skipping their phones. Again, like, it's not about even just the information. Pre-breakfast banana, the government dragnet is run by the same tech companies that run social media and AI algorithms. And like, even if they weren't evil, they would still do this because there is a massive issue when it comes to AI and training data. Right now, most of AI's training data is also generated by AI, which results in like a loop that makes the AI insane over time and it degrades it. Giving it AI trained information is not good. We need human information to give to AIs, but we're running out of it because it's really difficult to tell what's human and what has AI input in it online now. So they can only use like older information from the internet, which they are trying to scrape every last bit of, but also like children are more likely to like in socializing that isn't like just like work really. Like adults often are more likely to use AI. Like kids, sure, with school stuff, but in general, they're doing something on like the internet. And so like that's not school related, generally doesn't involve the use of AI. They're not building an AI, they're not doing like politics or shit, like they're kids. And so it's actually a source of one of the more clean types of information that they could scrape. They probably put a Pokestop where they want a kid to get information from them. Oh, absolutely. You know, Pokemon Go is specifically used to map like travel routes in any given city and then sells that information to Palantir, literally. Also, if liberals want to stop school shootings, they would be saying what leftists say, improve their material conditions instead of just capitulating to Republicans on the security theater shit. Except they don't want to do that. Like, they don't. They want to use this as an excuse to increase more surveillance. It's the same, like, Patriot Act post 9/11 shit. In fact, I think even last stream, we were watching the right, like, wing news. Like, it was Newsmax or Fox or something. They said it, literally. They said, well, we might have to exchange some of our freedoms for increased safety. They literally said it.
Are all through the
And all
roof.
of this ties in.
I get it. You don't want to be bored. You need to be bored. Be bored more. Tomorrow, when you go to the gym in the morning after you wake up, don't take your phone.
Excuse me, Captain Buggy, you had to buy high school textbooks? Since when do they make you buy textbooks in high school? Like, I know college. I worked at the college bookstore. Well, I would tell people how to pirate them instead of sell them shit. I didn't know that you had to buy your high school books now. Our freedom is not to be exchanged. Did you, like, have you looked at the country that you live in, pre-breakfast banana?
Can you handle it? Not listening to a podcast while you're working out? Just being in your head? I promise you'll have your most interesting ideas while you're working out without devices. It's probably been a long time since you've done.
I've never even paid a rental for a high school textbook. What the fuck? Those were provided to us. And, like, we give them back at the end of the year.
On that. Commute with nothing, not even the radio. Can you do that? Start getting better at periods that are 15 minutes and longer of boredom and watch your life change. Number one, you'll be less bored with ordinary things in your life. If you get better at the skill of boredom, you'll be less bored with your job. You'll be less bored with your relationships. You'll be less bored with the things that are going on around you.
You'll also just be happier in general because being able to be bored, like, for 15 minutes means that you can deal with discomfort, which means if, you know, someone's yelling at you or you're in a more severe discomfort situation, you're going to have more ability to have control over your emotional state. South Carolina is more backwards than I thought. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Not against textbooks, not iPads being cool. The problem, again, always is predatory markets. Well, again, yeah, it's capitalism, not the technology in the textbooks or technology in the anthropological side. It's true, but still. Going to be like Bradley Cooper and Limitless? I mean, like, again, you're more likely to have some of the benefits of what you're envisioning there. Try plugging it in by doing this. You'll get smarter by sitting, like, quietly for 15 minutes every day. It's not just the, like, lawmakers bid for mass surveillance. It's not about that. It's about the corporations even just doing it without the lawmakers having to. Like, it's already being implemented right now, pre-breakfast banana, without any laws having to be passed. In fact, here's an example. Again, like, this is something I was going to show later, but I feel like if we're going to talk about it, well, I get a Israeli surveillance app. Aha, here we go. Very soon. ICE will gain access to spyware designed to hack phones and read private messages after the Trump administration reactivated a contract for spyware from Tel Aviv-based Paragon. Like, if you really want to step it up, try thought meditation. I, like, think you can try a lot of things. Honestly, again, like, the meditation is exactly this. It's just a step more advanced. Like, start off with 5 minutes, then work your way up to 10, then 15. Oh God, that should be illegal. I hate this. A lot of things should be illegal. This entire administration should be. You had to buy high school textbooks, but you could get from previous students. Makes sense. Ozzy Welder. I still can't believe that y'all had to pay for your fucking high school books. That's insane.
But more importantly, you'll start digging into the biggest questions in your life: purpose, meaning, coherence, significance. And who knows, you might just get happier. People ask me all the time, is the doctor taking his own prescriptions? And the answer is yes. Yes, I am.
I don't need to hear, like, more about his I think I've kind of covered it. Try it, guys. 5 minutes a day. Just try and sit quietly in a room. Leave your phone in another room, like an entirely other room. If you need to use your phone as an alarm to wake up in the morning, buy an alarm clock. Get a used one, like a garage sale for $2, genuinely. You'll sleep better too, even. All right, let's talk about Venezuela. That's what you guys voted for. So, we bombed a Venezuelan boat. And it's not good. Really not.
Now, the US Defense Secretary says Tuesday's missile strike on a Venezuelan vessel said to be carrying
A drug boat, yeah, of course. It was fishermen. They were actual fishermen. Illegal immigrants on it. Literally, like, nonsense. It was just people fishing. Venezuela's claiming that it was, like, AI to add, I don't know, like, boxes or bags that might look like drug carrying or whatnot. Again, there was a time where this kind of shit was a scandal. Remember back during the Iraq War? When, or it was in Afghanistan, where WikiLeaks released that video of the American helicopter pilot just, like, killing civilians without checking if they were civilians or not, and that caused a massive fucking scandal. Remember that? I miss those times. Evidence really helps out when there's doubt of what you're doing. Well, also, like, if you want people to believe and trust you, maybe don't lie every constant chance that you get. Lie constantly every chance you get. Maybe don't take away people's legal rights. Maybe don't say you're doing things legally when you're really not. Maybe don't kidnap people and then send them to foreign countries illegally. Like, why would you believe these people about anything where they haven't told the truth about anything?
illegal narcotics will not be the last. Pete Hegseth told Fox News, "We've got assets in the air, assets in the water, assets on ships, because this is a deadly serious mission for us, and it won't stop with just this strike." US President Donald Trump says 11 people were killed in the attack. He said the US military had identified the crew as members of Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua, which the United States has designated a terrorist group. Venezuela's leader.
These people burn money like crazy. But again, like, it's hard to decipher whether or not we're going to properly invade Venezuela. We really want to. Again, like we were talking, I showed yesterday how the Southcom general was talking about how we need, it's a national security risk that they are in control of, the world's largest oil stores, as well as like gold, as well as like other Latin American countries have quite a lot of natural resources that we have declared as a national security risk. So, lying is too OP. Yeah, it really is. Now, like, we know for a fact that we're doing covert CIA operations in Latin America now. We know by the person that we sent over there to lead this operation. We know that, like, we're currently bombing Mexico as well. Whether or not this is just, like, covert shit or it gets worse, we'll see. They ID'd some gang members. Should they be able to tell us their names? You'd think so, right? Except they still haven't informed us where any of the women that ICE, kidnaps goes. Still, it's been like, 6-7 months since I asked where they put the women that they kidnapped, because we see all of the dudes in prison because they like to show them off, but they never show off the women. And not a single person has given me, like, an answer for that. So, their first, middle, and last names are Trust Me, Bro.
Nicolas Maduro has accused Washington of trying to force regime.
Oh, they said the boxes have drugs in them, but also Venezuela says that, like, the boxes are AI, so...
Change.
The US making its presence felt.
This is, by the way, illegal. This is an extrajudicial killing. Now, it was in international waters, sure, but this is the United States doing terrorism. We extrajudicially killed people that we declared as terror. We did an Israel thing. This is literally Israeli behavior. Those are terrorists. How do you know? Because I said so. Bomb them without asking anybody. We used a fucking Hellfire missile strike on fishermen because we called them terrorists. It's a snuff film. Yeah, absolutely. It is illegal. It's a crime. It Oopsie, hit the button twice. Thank you. It is a snuff film. Yeah, that's a crime someone followed an illegal order. Again, it doesn't matter, and we're also implementing the same defenses for illegal orders like the Israelis are by putting AI in the kill chain so that you can hide your accountability by saying that the AI gave you the order. We're building that as well. Even if the competent imperialist admins were not able to effectively regime change Venezuela, there's no fucking way these guys are going to be able to pull it off short of destroying the entire country. Again, it's not necessarily for anything other than causing and creating more suffering. Like, we don't even have to do the regime change for them to steal from Venezuela. State terrorism is still state terrorism. Not terrorism, because the president can do whatever he wants. Sounds like a dictator. If I was Venezuela and the U.S. started illegally killing my people, I would start capturing cargo ships during maritime trade to the U.S. Oh, you want your ship back? Leave us alone? Good idea. I feel like maybe they should. They are just jerking off. For now, this could get worse. And in fact, there's indications that it might.
Regime change.
The US making its presence felt in the southern Caribbean. President Donald Trump confirmed the targeted attack.
We just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. And
so I have a question, guys, really quick, just because while we're talking about the drugs, right? They're claiming what, cocaine mostly from Venezuela, right? Because they're near Colombia. Is that the main drugs that we're worried about? Someone confirm, is it cocaine? Because if we're worried about, drug trafficking into the United States, I feel like one of the people who should be asked about where they're getting their drugs might be the king's son. How bad is your fucking habit that you can't even, manage to not get caught on camera at least once a month? Yeah, get Don Jr. to snitch on his plug. See what happens there. And again, let me be very clear, and let me actually quote George Carlin here. If you wanted to end drug trafficking, there's a really easy way to do that. It's not killing drug traffickers. Drug traffickers are not afraid of dying. You know who is, and who is very closely tied to drug trafficking? Bankers. Arrest one banker with ties to drug trafficking, and then behead them at the Super Bowl. Watch how quickly you're going to end drug trafficking. Direct quote from George Carlin. I might have paraphrased that a little bit. First of all, gumming in public is some weenie shit. If you're going to do a hit, then hit it like a man. True. Maybe he was putting Orajel on his gums because he had a toothache. That's what he was doing at the inauguration, too, I'm sure.
These came out of Venezuela and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela, so we took it out.
The cruiser USS Lake Erie and the destroyer USS Sampson are among the 7 warships and a nuclear-powered submarine either already in the Caribbean.
You're so right, long leg Homo sapien. Actual alpha would just pull out the bag, put it on their hand, do a bump on camera. You're the fucking emperor's son. We live in a fucking dictatorship. The dictator is your dad. No one's gonna say anything. Hell, if it was live TV, they would cut the feed. Just pull it out and do it. Fuck it. I would respect that.
We're expected to arrive there soon.
Hunter Biden would have done the line. 100%. You know what? That is case closed. So they have sorted out the Canadian fentanyl issue then? Yes, you remember the Canadian the Mexican drug cartels that somehow invaded Canada. He's literally the meme for I'm the owners.
But Venezuela believes the US military buildup just beyond its territorial waters is not just about the cartels, but also about regime change in Caracas.
I mean, we're literally
That's not
saying
surprising given Washington's recent rhetoric about Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
The Maduro regime is not a government. It's not a legitimate government. We've never recognized them as such. They are a criminal enterprise that basically has taken control of national territory.
Maduro.
Oh my god, word for word, every accusation is a confession. Again, like, fuck Maduro. Like, he is a piece of shit. But, like, do you know how mad I am that we're that evil that they're forcing me to hope that Maduro wins? The $50 million bounty is a dead giveaway about regime change. True. And also, we don't talk about the fact that Venezuela put a $50 million bounty on Trump's head for being a child sex offender. Bro, if you want to topple Maduro, then start sending aid to Venezuela and lifting sanctions. Make yourself look like the good guys. Idiot regime. 100%. We just vaped and sank. Bay Stalks Becker. Bot calling the kettle black, Rubio. Always the case. Many such cases with the right.
Maduro says the US presence means Venezuela is facing the greatest threat South America has seen in a century.
8. Do you think we'll stop with Venezuela?
Navy ships with 1,200 missiles and a nuclear submarine are targeting Venezuela.
This
is an extravagant, unjustifiable, immoral, and absolutely criminal threat.
Maduro has urged Venezuelans to join the military, saying he'll deploy 4.5 million militia.
The fucking irony of calling Venezuela criminals while allied with El Salvador. True. So much posturing. Yes, but also everything that he just said is correct. So, again, like, it's a shitty position that the regime keeps putting me in which I have to talk about people I don't like in a positive manner because they're less evil than us, somehow. He thinks he's the master of the dramatic? Well, I mean, yes, he does, actually. He's the master of the dramatic. He's also a fascist, but, you know. Like, what are you dotting me for? It's not like I'm wrong. We are more evil than Venezuela.
To guard against foreign intervention, but security experts have cast doubt on the militia's military effectiveness.
Let's explore this with Michael Souza, who's Deputy Director of Content at Insight Crime.
And Americans still think they win. 4.5 million Venezuelan militia versus 4,000 Marines. Like, again, we could send 10,000. It would not help us. I think the most recent numbers that we had from the Pentagon on the amount of troops that we would likely need to not have a spectacular failure in an invasion is about 200,000. And we'd still lose because it is jungles and mountains. That's the entirety of Venezuela. It's like invading Iran and Vietnam at the same time.
It's a non-profit think tank and media organization that specializes in organized crime in the...
Okay, don't care about, like, W News talking heads breaking that down anyway. Let's see what the Americans are saying. Wait for the entire joke. Like, I didn't see the rest of the joke. I saw your, like, comment. I read the whole thing. I read the whole thing. I did not miss a single one of your comments, Depraved Ambiance. Challenge completed. Like, the Marines are ass kickers, but come on. Oh, absolutely, yeah, but 4,000 Marines are not going to be able to, you know, take over that country. Did we not learn our lessons from the other jungle war? Specifically the one that wasn't also in a mountain? Yeah.
That a deadly U.S. military strike on an alleged drug cartel boat with ties to Venezuela. It's escalating already rising tensions in the region. President Trump celebrated the attack by releasing this video, which shows the moment a boat was blown up in the southern Caribbean. 11 on board were killed. Administration officials say the boat left Venezuela loaded with drugs on a...
Again, we executed 11 people on television after calling them terrorists without providing any proof. This is Israeli behavior.
Well-known drug trafficking route.
Yeah, like, unironically, those poor cartel people, they didn't deserve to die over nonsense. Literally. Like, again, fuck them. Like, they're cartel people. They could have died for a real reason, though. Oh, okay. Now I get it.
The Trump administration has set its sights on the Venezuelan president, accusing him of heading a drug cartel in his country, calling it a terrorist organization.
Again, we had a terrorist organization in our country, and also a drug cartel, mind you. Like, you think the corpos don't count? You think Purdue Pharmaceuticals isn't a drug cartel? You think the fact that, like, oxycodone is making its way into aid shipments in Gaza is maybe something that has nothing to do with us? Yeah, I'm sure. 100%. The White House needs to show us photos of the drugs or something. Sorry, we can't. Don Jr. snorted all of it. Apparently David Pacman is threatening to sue Taylor Lorenz. I don't care at all about that. Like, fuck Pacman. Taylor Lorenz also fuck her. Like, nothing has pissed me off more about the cohort shit than knowing that we didn't start paying Democrat propagandists until after we lost the second time. Like, obviously, I don't like it. It's not a good thing, but holy shit, the Democrats are really bad at politics. We didn't think to do that at all? Like, at all. Like, find Democrat propagandists and pay them to fuck with the right? We didn't think about that at all until we lost to Trump twice. Insane. Purdue is a government-subsidized drug cartel, also true. I wonder if I were a Venezuelan asylum seeker, would me saying the Secretary of the State literally claimed my country is run by a drug lord fly in immigration court? Almost certainly not. You'll end up in a gulag. Did you mean David A. Pacman? Does he take money from APAC? I don't know. I don't listen to these. Like, especially like the liberal content creators, I almost never listen. I listen to mainstream media more than because like they actually have input that I want to analyze and then put out and like talk about, because usually their lies are so overt and stupid and funny that it's useful to cover. Whereas like covering other streamers, especially like liberal streamers, you're gonna end up with like creator drama, and I'd stay the fuck away. He doesn't take money from APAC, he just takes money from Chorus Dark Money Program? Okay, I have no problem with that at all. Give me the money. Are you kidding me? Like, I will not sign a thing that says I can't talk shit about Israel or the Democrats, but goddamn right I will be a propagandist against the Republicans. Like, genuinely. I don't care at all about that right now. Like, everything surrounding the entire dark money discourse I've considered a giant distraction. I agree. Anything that makes libs and lefties fight each other is a distraction. Also true. They're not going to give you money, Viz. You're too critical of Israel and Democrats. True. I still support the program because it still helps, like, at least I would have supported it if we did this years ago. At this point, it's nothing. It's like they don't even want to win. The Democrats don't want to win. If we were doing this 4 years ago, I probably would have been mad about it and, like, talked about it, but I'd still be happy that we're funding propagandists that work against MAGA. Like, chorus equals not talking shit about Israel. Exactly. Like, they're not going to give me money. Fuck them for, you know, being collaborators of the fascists in Israel, but we can still utilize them. It's like, I hate Gavin Newsom, but I can recognize that he's a useful tool. He's evil and a demon, but he's a useful tool for us to, like, throw up in the front line, you know? I want those people to stand on our side just at the very front of the line, you know? I want them to be the first ones to get attacked by the right, while the rest of us get to, you know, use them as shields to buy some time. Human shields, you might say, you know? The same donors who pay the top Democrats like Schumer and Jeffries, it's also the same donors that pay the right. Like, those people that pay Schumer and Jeffries, those are the same people that pay the right. Those are Wall Street. Where's the opium for the opioids coming from these days since we left Afghanistan? I think we develop a lot of it internally, but also some of it comes from Mexico. Do you think we should nominate ISO Speed for a Nobel Peace Prize? Honestly, he probably deserves it than most people on the list of nominees. I don't even know who are, like, the nominees. I know Trump's no longer on the list. I know what you mean. Like, I know what you guys, like, have an issue with it for, and I understand that bit. I have an issue with that, too. I just want them to still be on, like, the liberal end of it so we can buy some time for us. Exactly. Like, right now we need every tool in the book, and that being said, everyone's getting called over Israel, regardless of whether someone's paying them or not. Like 100%, especially when we're talking about the liberals. They're not going to pay $8,000 to anyone who isn't an anti-leftist. That's also true. Doesn't matter. They can be anti-leftist. That doesn't matter. As long as they're not pro-fascist, it's useful to our movement. Because it doesn't matter if they're anti-leftist, if they're anti-fascist, or not necessarily anti-fascist, but pro-fascist, then the fascists are going to attack them first. They're the louder group, and they're the bigger group. And the fascists are too dumb, and the left is pretty broadly spread out. You don't have like a concentration of the left for them to attack. This happened in history, and the Soc Dems worked with the Nazis to kill us. They will try, I'm aware. But we don't have the same context as history here, Captain Buggy. The left is not centralized and coordinated and working together in a way that is easily distinguishable from liberals. Hell, the right can't tell the difference between liberals and leftists. Like, they genuinely can't. Do you know how many times right-wingers call me a liberal? Like, every day? A lot. It doesn't matter to the other side. They're too dumb. So that's what helps us here. And again, I don't trust the liberals either. I'm not asking you to trust them. I'm asking you to use them. Don't trust them. Specifically, do not trust them, but use them. Yes, Zionists are pro-fascist in Israel. I'm talking in America. I want them to die first so we don't die. Like, you understand what I'm trying to say here. I want the Zionists in America to be our version of, like, the Nazis in Azov that, you know, Zelensky sent to go die in Mariupol at the beginning of the war. In that they were bad people, but they were useful and bought the movement some time. Right is on board for dictator religious rule, like blindly voting for the king. So is a lot of the left, but it's the religious rule and the blindly voting for the king bit. Although I feel like maybe the liberals are changing their mind with Newsom on that one. They're anti-leftist, they're willing to enable fascism, and if that's the alternative to us, I'm aware. But again, that's why you don't trust them. You expect them to try and fuck you over, and you utilize them as a tool because you're smarter than them. And you prepare for that eventuality. Hell, honestly, like, if we're being real here, they are probably all gonna die. So are all of us. Like, the fight being at that end stage is not necessarily looking good for any of us. You think that there's organized, like, resistance from leftists as well? Because, like, all I've seen is the most minor organized resistance. Take a look at what Indonesia's going through right now. That's real resistance. Like, even the left, even the loudest leftists in America are doing very little comparatively to what, like, a real resistance that has any hope of not losing in, like, a proper conflict of arms. I mean, you know what? We'll take a look at Indonesia in a minute. And again, like, I think you should take up. Let's finish up with this really quickly, and then we'll take a look at what I mean out of Indonesia. Pete Hegseth said today that military action against the cartels won't stop with yesterday's strike against a fishing boat in the Southern Caribbean. Rubio said today Trump will wage war on narco-terrorist organizations. Again, is not a thing. Like, terrorism is violence for a political goal. Narco-terrorism is not, like, a thing that makes sense. These words don't work together because the goal of narcotics trafficking is not politics, it's finances, wealth. It's a money goal. It's not terrorism, it's capitalism. Which is functionally the same thing, but, like, the words still mean different things. They're the same concept, but they're not the same thing. And just a reminder that, you know, collective murder used to be illegal even in the United States, like, even when we did it. This is actually a longer conversation. There's a lot of, like, debate on just how militant people really be. I think they should be extremely militant. I've had many people asking me and other unions to be way more aggressive politically. I agree. Like, I personally, I don't think that there's any way to get out of this fascism without a physical revolution. And I'm not, like, even worried about saying that I don't care. Like, if they ban me for saying that, I feel like that would actually start a conversation that's important. But, like, take a look at this, right? Take a look at Indonesia. This is what I think we should see. Class warfare.
On Monday, the 25th of August, long simmering tensions in Indonesia finally bubbled to the surface. Thousands took to the streets of Jakarta to protest against what they saw as a government
Mind you, this isn't even like a good situation. Like whether who's right or not is not what I'm talking about here, but like these have gone much further than just like protests or resistance action. It's basically civil war at this point, but we're already in a civil war.
Intent on enriching itself at the expense of the ordinary people. The protesters, some carrying pirate flags from the anime One Piece, had one
Also,
target in their
I love that shit. Start carrying the One Piece pirate flag.
sights. Parliament. 1,250 police officers were deployed to guard the building and were soon engaging in running battles with angry demonstrators. On one side, tear gas and water cannons were deployed. On the other, angry citizens were lighting fires and hurling rocks. Little could anyone have guessed that these scenes of carnage were only the beginning. In the days that followed, the protests swelled, transforming what began as a local outburst into a national movement that experts have described as the greatest test for President Prabowo Subianto. The scenes coming out of Jakarta are grim. Protesters have been killed, buildings torched, politicians' houses have been looted, and thousands have been arrested. If reason
Nothing short of that will defeat the fascism in the United States, I'm sorry to say. And again, like, this isn't me telling you what to do. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you what I believe. To do with that information what you will. We do not advocate for violence, TOS, etc., etc. My personal belief is nothing less than what we're looking at in Indonesia is enough to defeat fascism in the United States.
recent history is any indicator,
I think this is
things will only get worse before they get better. So how did Indonesia spiral into this crisis? And is there any way out? Tensions have been high in Indonesia since President Subianto's government introduced massive spending cuts in February to fund his signature free nutritious meals program. The cuts and subsequent unemployment exacerbated an existing cost of living crisis.
Sounds like he wanted a good thing, no? Well, you know, maybe that was a good thing that he wanted to do, but generally doing so through austerity kind of ruins the point, you know? It's almost like if you just tax the rich, people might be less mad. This same exact issue is happening in Europe, by the way, right now. Like, people are hella mad at the austerity bills that were passed so that Europe could rearm because they didn't tax the rich instead.
To make matters worse, local governments began imposing higher property taxes to address the budgetary shortfalls caused by President Subianto's cuts. There was also a lot of anger after the government pushed through a controversial amendment to allow serving military officers to hold crucial civilian posts. The amendment raised fears that President Subianto, a former army general and son-in-law of the former dictator Suharto, was dragging the nation back to the dark days of military rule. So,
if I won $80 million, would that make me a good person? A bad person? No. If you kept all of it and didn't use any of it for anything good for anyone else, yes. If you have more than $50 million, I think you should be shot out of a cannon into the sun. But you could have 49 and give me the rest to spread out. Or you could use all of that 80 million. Really fix a lot of people's lives, you know, fix a lot of issues. It depends on what you do with it.
you can imagine the outrage when, amidst these conditions, Indonesian parliamentarians started receiving a monthly housing allowance of 50 million rupiah. That's approximately $3,000 in addition to their salaries. The allowance, introduced last year, is, according to Al Jazeera, almost 10 times the Jakarta minimum wage.
There has to be far more than disorder to end the US regime. Like, there's disorder now. There needs to be an uprising.
And about 20 times the monthly minimum wage in poorer areas of the country. And these figures may even be on the low end, according to analysis by the Indonesian Forum for Budget Transparency, an NGO that carries out oversight of the state's budget. Parliamentarians may now be taking home 230 million rupiah monthly. That's about $13,940. For most Indonesians, the issue wasn't how high the figure was, rather it was the sheer audacity of politicians rewarding themselves at a time when ordinary citizens were struggling to survive. And we mean survive. Just days before this news broke, a story went viral on Indonesian social media of a 4-year-old girl called Raya who died
This is what liking money too much does, by the way. Mega yum yum time.
from tuberculosis exacerbated by malnutrition and roundworms. The fact that a child could die of malnutrition while those in government enriched themselves made the whole nation not just angry, it made them livid. Like, really livid. Unfortunately, it was onto this smouldering flame of public outrage that Indonesia's MPs decided to pour an industrial quantity of gasoline. Responding to the growing controversy, Abigail Lemuria, co-founder of the digital media platform WhatsApp Indonesia, claimed that one MP dismissed the vast gulf between their salary and those of ordinary people by saying, "Wait for it, do not compare us to the commoners."
Yeah, that's not gonna help the class warfare uprising happening in your country. Mega, what? Mega yum yum time. I don't know, they're in that. The GDP of the EU is bigger comparable to the USA GDP, right? Should there be just as much overall tax revenue out there to fund military spending? I know they lack the infrastructure. Well, they spend more money on social services as well, but like, yeah. Put his head on the gallows? I agree. No, like literally, if that's your reply to people being mad that you are getting richer and stealing like the government's money, like the tax money that you are paying as a citizen, while the common people are so poor they're dying from malnutrition, and your response is to say, well, don't compare us to the commoners. No, yeah, that like, this is, to quote George Carlin again, and again, like, not saying like this in my own personal experience, more just like from a quote from a famous comedian. This is the type of person that needs to be dragged out into the moonlight and beat with a candlestick holder until, I don't know, they resemble ketchup. Marie Antoinette of Indonesia. Well, first off, Marie Antoinette did not do any of the things that were attributed to her. You know, she never said, "Let them eat cake." In fact, there's actually more evidence that she was trying to get more food given to the common people. They just hated Marie Antoinette for decades prior to that, and there was a lot of like comics, there was a lot of writing, a lot of misogynist like rumor mills, and that's why everyone just hates Marie Antoinette. She didn't actually say the thing that's attributed to her. She never said it. There's no evidence that she did. It's so disgusting that everyone's actually believes that they're better than everyone else. Well, see, this is what I mean, right? Like, this comes from an inability to do self-introspection. But this is also why I think you need to start accepting that you are better than these people. Like, every single one of you is a better person, is smarter than, and deserves better things than people like this. I'm talking about the parable version of her, not the version. Oh, yeah, like, I get that. It's just, it's something that I always like to, like, say, because a lot of people don't actually know that.
You said the quiet part out loud, my dude. What the hell are you doing? Another MP, Ahmad Saroni, described those who were calling for the dissolution of Parliament in response to these exorbitant perks as, quoting here, the dumbest people in the world.
Please keep doing this. I am begging all of the politicians of Indonesia, please keep talking shit to the commoners who are doing an uprising. Wealth and power cook your brain, true. I still fundamentally believe I am smarter than many of our goofball oligarchs. I fundamentally believe that a 6-year-old is smarter than some of our goofball oligarchs alone. Like, alone. I'm not even kidding. Like, you think I'm being hyperbolic there, but I'm not. The dumbest people in the world going to topple their government. Dumbest people in the world instigating the people who are about to topple their government to do it faster. You guys want to see something incredibly funny? Like, we really do live in the King's Landing government now. Like, DC is now King's Landing. We're in Game of Thrones. The man who tried to assassinate Trump, the second one, Ryan Ruth, filed a motion in court yesterday demanding that he be tried by combat. And I would I would love nothing more than to see this. I demand a trial by combat, the man said. If I had to be more specific, I would say our oligarchs are just non-developed humans. No, they, like, some of them, sure, never had the development, but at the same time, like, I don't even really think. And it's not, like, undeveloped, it's more anti-developed. They developed in the wrong direction. Motion to exclude prosecution, latest evidence and support, to present new evidence 2 weeks before the court, when it has been almost a year for them to gather all they needed. Need I say more? This is absurd. The deadline is passed. If you would like to trade admitting the evidence for my subpoena of that baboon Donald J. Trump, bring the idiot on. It is a deal. If you do not want to trade for dumbass, then give me all of the others on my recent subpoena list. But I think a beatdown session would be more fun and entertaining for everybody. Give me shackles and cuffs, and I will let the old fat man give it its worst. We must beat down crime in America. Carpet is red. It isn't. No harm in blood. If I am housed at Fort Lucy, can it be in a far-off, quiet room? Can I have access to documents, phone, visitation, emails, and maybe a computer and a printer, or a fancy typewriter like this one? Some female strippers would be great too. Model parent. Or perhaps putting green so I can work on putting, a golf joke. A round of golf with the racist pig. If he wins, he can execute me. If I win, I get his job. Sorry, Hillbilly Vance, Ryan Ruth. Holy shit. 10 out of 10. Genuinely, like, I can't say anything negative about this guy. He's insane, mind you. He is insane. He's actually also probably related to Russia in some ways. There was a lot of weird shit about him that came out. It was I'm not even really sure that it was even a real assassination attempt. This one was far more likely to be staged than the first, for example. But 10 out of 10 letter, and I would pay good money to watch this trial by combat. You know, like, the right says that they believe in God, right? Well, you know, if God believes in you, then you'll win. That's how trials by combat work, right? Before the eyes of gods and men. I wonder what commission will step in to regulate it for DC, since they don't have their own. Like, again, I think the MMA could do it, you know? Bring them into the octagon. People can make bets on it on Polymarket. The most normal American. Genuinely, like, I feel like this is a more normal response than most Americans have right now. Broadly. Like, this level of anger, not the, like, you know, thing that started all of this. I'm talking, like, this specifically, not anything before it. This I can understand is, like, a level of anger that I think you probably should have. Dueling is an American pastime, just ask Hamilton's son. It's true. It's the woke who banned dueling. It really is. Like, it actually is. Yeah. Alright, what do we still have? We did Venezuela. Did China. We got Epstein. We got orcs. We got Israel, which is also just more orcs. Europe. Let's go with Epstein. Yeah, I feel like we should go with Epstein. I haven't talked about Epstein just because hasn't been as important as news as like a lot of other things. By the way, if you didn't see this, people locked pigs into their parking lot. I did see that actually. Here, let me play that one first because that one's fantastic. I do appreciate that one. House voted on something, not sure it's going anywhere. No, I think they passed it. Like, I think it is going somewhere. Actually, today's, like, this was the most important, like, day of the whole, like, Epstein shit. Hell, we even have, the survivors saying that they're going to produce their own list now. Hell, fucking Nancy Mace, who's one of the people who said, that the Epstein list wasn't real, walked out sobbing, like, red-faced after, like, listen to the survivors speak. What happens when you don't accept a duel challenge? I think that's just for.
You guys is fucked up. You guys is fucked up.
Oh, you trying to act all hard? You're a
fucking gate? Yeah, I can all
How does it feel to be locked up unlawfully?
You guys are locking yourself
Feels
up.
fucking horrible, right?
Yeah, it's not very fucking
I
fun.
support this. I support this. It's not even just being a troll, too. It's actually very useful, too. Because now they gotta wait until they can get out or locked in. Alright. Chinga la migra. Chinga la madre is what I would have said. Is that like fuck your mother or something? I mean, also chinga la migra, but, you know. Both. Okay. Here, let me pull up these. Aha. Got so much shit. And Trump's still not making, like, easy on him. You guys understand how silly it is that this has gone on for this long when Trump could have actually just released the list, even with him on it, and it would have gone away. Like, nobody would have cared on the right. We all knew that he was a pedophile for, like, a decade now. It wouldn't have mattered if they just released it. The right would have forgotten all about it. Hell, half of them are pro-pedophilia anyway. Agent scrubbing his name is a bad look. Yeah, they're also really bad at doing it. Is that an MS-13 bike chain? Yeah. No, but like seriously, his base would have gotten over it. Some Israeli politicians are on the list, and these background people wouldn't let them. Honestly, also likely because Epstein literally worked with Mossad. Hell, the last photo we have of him before he was arrested and died was him wearing like an IDF shirt. Half, it was 67%. Okay, more than that. Oh, by the way, during the press conference that the survivors were holding, they did a military flyover and interrupted this like several times.
Tear into the press and tear into Congress.
Also, Israel's known for doing pedo shit than blackmail. No, it's not even just that. Israel's known for where American pedophiles who get outed or even, like, legally charged escape to. All the time. Every time. It ruins the Q psyop because Trump is all over the files. It doesn't matter. Like, they don't believe in reality, Jejex.
Hi there. My name is Lisa Phillips, and I'm the host of Award...
Harassing victims, this is outrageous. Don't forget that Trump also was charged with raping a 13-year-old girl named Katie Johnson with Epstein together. There are documents listing both of them as the plaintiff. There was a court case, and the only reason that never went to trial was because the witness, as in the victim, was too afraid to testify because they were being harassed. This was a 13-year-old girl.
...nominated podcast called From Now On, a platform supporting survivors. I want to thank all of my survivor sisters who came before me today.
We're lowering the age of, like, what an adult means, Captain Buggy. Trump wants to lower the age of, like, what you can get, like, what counts as an adult so they can charge 14-year-olds as adults and then put them in prison. Like, do you think that doesn't also tie into the pedophilia? And also, I want you guys to think, right? Epstein died, but this entire network didn't go anywhere. Where do you think the children ICE kidnaps goes? Where do you think all of the Ukrainian children Russia's kidnapped go? You know, Russia even has a website where you could literally buy children that were kidnapped. Like, it lists them like a product. Eye color, personality, price, height, like, family history. You could just buy a child from Russia. Where do you think, like, this all comes from? It's all tied together. It never went away. Republicans are just the pedo party. Not even the pedo protection party. They're just the pedo party.
I'll be very short. In the year 2000, I was taken to Jeffrey Epstein's island while on a photo shoot on a nearby island. Who I saw and what I experienced there was a glimpse into a very dark and disturbing world. For years...
ICE literally just got blocked trying to deport 600 unaccompanied minors to wherever the fuck. Like, yeah, where do you think that they're sending those kids? 6 children died in ICE custody and no one said anything about it? Deport, and yeah, like, yeah, exactly. Like, the entire business model is that.
Years after I tried...
They're not deporting anybody. This is all, like, human trafficking. That's the entire business model.
...to avoid Jeffrey. But he had introduced me to Katie Ford, the owner of the Ford Modeling Agency. Epstein's reach went to the very top of fashion, arts, and entertainment. This did not just happen to underage girls in Florida. In New York City, hundreds of young, ambitious women were abused by him. Epstein was not just a serial predator, he was an international human trafficker. And many...
Yeah, after Epstein was exposed, Alan Dershowitz, his lawyer, publicly made the argument that the age of consent should be lowered. Didn't Alan Dershowitz also represent Israel at the ICC against the genocide hearing? Or was like Israel was considering using Alan Dershowitz as the lawyer? It was, you know, very unsurprising.
Many around him knew, many participated, and many profited. And yet he was protected. So I stand here today for every woman who has been silenced, exploited, and dismissed. We are not asking for pity. We are here demanding accountability, and I'm demanding justice. Congress must choose. Will you continue to protect predators, or will you finally protect survivors? And also, I would like to announce here today, us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list. We know the names.
Am I awake? What's up, Arberlin? You're awake because it's important. And yes, she's brave and she's putting herself at risk. You think that, like, the feds wouldn't try and her if she was gonna say things that they maybe didn't want? You think that Israel might not do that themselves?
Many of us were abused by them. Now, together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know who were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors.
I'd also like to remind you guys about Rudy Giuliani, who recently got into a car accident, but that's not the important part, who the president's going to give the Presidential Medal of Freedom to. In the Borat movie, the subsequent movie film, the sequel to the Borat movie, he is caught on camera soliciting sex from what he thinks is a minor. Now, like, the actress is an adult, but she said she was 16, and he's laying on a bed in a hotel room, and she's here to, like, do an interview or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but she said she was 16. And he's, like, rubbing his groin, asking her to sit on the bed with him. I'm glad you remember this. The camera crew had to stop him from going through with it for her safety, potentially recording a felony. Yeah. This is the guy, you know, who was Donald Trump's lawyer and longtime friend. It's also, you know, the guy who's about to get a Medal of Freedom. Rudy, shame. Again, it's the party of pedophilia. That's always been the case. Remember Matt Gaetz? He was Trump's pick to be Attorney General. Dude was a sex trafficking, drug trafficking, minor trafficking Floridian. Now he gets to host a bullshit propaganda show on somewhere that no one watches while his, like, mom tells him what to do.
No one else is involved. Stay tuned for more details.
Based. Then Trump called it a hoax again. A Democrat hoax. Again, like, you could have just put them out and everyone would have stopped talking about it within a week. America's, like, attention span is not that long. It's only this long because you keep doing that. Who is this lively ass blonde person on the side? I don't know. Pedocon, gravity, both theories in the same way. Every time. Every time. Then we had threats coming from the White House. Any Republican who signs Republican Representative Thomas Massey's discharge petition on the Epstein files will be seen as committing a hostile act against the Trump administration, per the White House. an odd thing to say. Yeah. You know. And then here's Mike Johnson. Mike Johnson.
I've spoken to the president myself about this many times, and he is insistent. As
Voting for no, not voting against me. Voting to release the files that I promised I would release is a hostile act.
I've spoken to the president myself about this many times, and he is insistent as we are. He is the most transparent president in memory, probably in the history of the country. As you know, he stops. If he were here now, he would stand here and take your questions.
Hey, you guys gonna tell us about that stroke? Because we know he had one. We know he was in the hospital even. Like, the day that everyone was like, wait, did he die? You know, that was where he was in the hospital. He actually was. Might as well say I did that shit. Yeah, like, literally, just say it. It would have been so much easier for you. I mean, I'm glad. Please keep doing this. Please, please, please keep making yourself, like, dig deeper in the hole. But, like, again, a smart person. I mean, first, a smart person wouldn't be in that position to begin with. But, like, you know what I mean. Gotta make it clear, voting for Republicans is supporting pedophilia. I make this point to them all the time, every time. Waiting for him to say, may God strike me down with lightning, and then get hit by lightning. Mike Johnson's first day back at work, and he's already stacking up L's. This is his first day back since, oh yeah, they had the break. Remember, by the way, Mike Johnson went to Israel not that long ago to watch them sacrifice the cow for the death cult, end of the world prophecy shit. So, you know, very Christian of you, doing witchcraft. You're not even Catholic, you're the wrong kind to be doing witchcraft.
That's his mindset, and he wants the American people to have information so they can draw their own conclusions. I've talked with him about...
Ox, he's had long time, like, mild strokes. Like, he's had mild strokes for quite a long time. They sacrificed the heifer? Yeah, I think they sacrificed 2 of them. 2 out of the 5.
This very subject myself, so I can tell you that is his heart. Now, he also, just as we do, is insistent that we protect the innocent victims, and that's what this has been about.
It's really weird, depraved ambiance. You know, they did the blood sacrifice. The Sea of Galilee had a fucking algae bloom that made it red, which, like, does happen occasionally, but it's very funny because it happens following, like, the previous month involving locust swarms in Israel. Again, like, I'm not religious. I don't believe in end times prophecy, but holy shit, if I was Christian, I probably would at that point. Like, they're doing a genocide. They're talking about destroying the temple Al-Aqsa. Sorry, building a temple in place of Al-Aqsa. They're having locust swarms. Their seas are turning red, and then they're sacrificing cows. Half the lawyers are probably pedos at this rate. Probably, yeah, Robert. Almost certainly, like, some of them at the very least. Again, Rudy Giuliani being a great example to bring up there. But another one being Matt Gaetz. Wait, the red heifer happened? Yep. It happened a few weeks ago. I remember Kyle Kalinske made a video about it. I covered it, I believe, in my video on This Space. We even had, like, some Israeli, like, influencers walking around carrying little, like, dime bags of ashes, and, like, talking about it. That's the whole point, because they kill the cow and then they burn it and then they use the ashes to sanctify, or sorry, like, purify whatever, I don't know, nonsense that they believe in. But yes, it happened. So, moving on though, here's Representative Tim Burchett saying something interesting.
These ladies were mistreated, of course, by Epstein and Maxwell, but also mistreated by the government. And we got to rethink the whole files thing. Apparently, there's some files that they don't want out. So, I've said all along, we need to protect these young ladies. Well,
Did you mean doing?
Ladies. I guess they were young, they were kids when it happened. So, yeah, we need to make sure we do that. And I think we're going to get there. I think we're going to get to the right spot where we can release everything that needs to be released. But again, in our rush to do this, we have to protect these ladies and these others that were involved.
Is that what they were advocating for in there, to keep some things private?
Yeah, because I asked specifically, it wasn't really a question and answer, but they made a statement, and I asked specifically about certain files. I don't want to disclose too much because obviously But yeah, I think we need to protect those young ladies.
Are you still going to sign on to Massey's discharge petition?
I got to clarify that we can protect what they need protected. I think we all agree on that.
He looks kind of shook. He does look kind of shook. And the way he said what he said was framed as if he was talking about the survivors. I'm not sure he was. We got to rethink the whole Epstein files thing. There's files they don't want out. He's trying to frame that as relating to the survivors, but not necessarily, the case. I don't know. Last I saw it was 212 and they needed 218. Hold on. Let me see if I had an update to it. Last I could see is they're just now 2 votes away, actually. I guess they got up to 2. I haven't seen, it passed everywhere. So, I imagine they still need those votes. Interesting post from the White House, though. I just, I refreshed my feed to see if there was a new post about this. No, but there is this. As previously mentioned, we're giving serious thought to taking away Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. She's not a great American, in my opinion, capable of doing so. Trump really fucking, hates Rosie O'Donnell. Very funny. Well, Liz Galahad, I try and make most of my chatters mods. So, I don't really engage in that kind of stuff. If I see you being incredibly based, I might make you a mod. Otherwise, the mods can ban you, it will. I'm not going to argue. This is community policing, direct democracy. Our president is a child. This is crazy. Yes, but also he's hated Rosie O'Donnell for 2 decades. And, this is probably one of the least crazy things to come out of the White House lately. Genuinely. This is the most normal thing that we've done. And that's saying something, because it's still crazy and not even remotely normal. Here's Nancy Mace. Who the fuck is Rosie O'Donnell? There's so many celebrities. Was a New Yorker that got into arguments with Trump back in the day when he was a celebrity. This was Nancy Mace walking out of the hearing where the Epstein survivors were talking. Look at this shit. Remember, this is a woman. This is Nancy Mace, the woman who said that there are no Epstein files, that it was fake. She said that 2 weeks ago. She had a panic attack. God, it's great to see Nancy Mace cry. We gotta, I want that more often. Even Lich's armor can crack. I know, hold on, I gotta watch this a few more times. I'm just taking such great joy from her pain. Yeah, the heavy stuff is heavy stuff. We're gonna, probably hear about some of that soon. I wonder if they triggered some trauma from her being sexually assaulted. Probably. This is why you, protect people that need protection, because eventually it starts impacting you. Schadenfreude is kicking in. I need Kyle Kalinske in the crowd calling her a nasty bean bitch. Me too. Nasty bitch. Made the basket she lives in, or whatever the expression. Yeah. God. Look at that. She's I'm not even going to answer the question. I can't even make words. She, had a full-on panic attack, almost certainly triggered by, some trauma. Again, she's a woman in America. Most women in America have had some sexual assaults, at least, experience in their life, whether directly to them or, someone. No, there's a lot. It's not exactly surprising. Moving on to, more from the survivors.
This woman abused children. I was abused by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell for over 10 years. Ghislaine Maxwell was present for some of my abuse. at the hand of Jeffrey Epstein. She was present, she was complicit, she was enabling, and it is appalling and disgusting. And it's one of my worst nightmares that she not only be transferred, but at the possibility that's very much going around that she might be pardoned. This is not okay, guys. This is not okay.
Yeah, I did say that.
Good, Captain Buggy. I want more of it. I want more of it. I like, again, these people spent a decade pretending like they were smarter, better, superior, more morally righteous in every way than us, right? Even the people who didn't really support Democrats, but like were on the left, they thought you were dumb, and they still do think that you're dumb. They still think that they're better than you. They think that they deserve more than you. They think that they are morally just and that you are degenerates. We need to make them feel that way. Like, again, I'm done with this. Just treat them the way they treat you. It's the golden fucking rule, y'all. Treat people how you want to be treated. You're gonna be a piece of shit that pretends like you're better than me? I'm better than you. I'm better than all of you in MAGA. Every single one of you. And so is everyone in this chat. Same demon that was saying South Carolina has ready alligators. Fuck her. Exactly. Exactly. I genuinely find it hard to believe that any of them actually care. They only care, Liz Galahad, when it personally impacts them. That's it. That's it. That's why Nancy Mace, the person who said the Epstein files weren't real not that long ago, walked out of that room crying. Because she has been raped before, sexually assaulted. And that triggered her trauma. And you know what? I'm glad. I want to trigger her trauma more. And then I want to call her a snowflake for asking you to stop. Oh, you need a safe space? You can't deal with your trauma? I don't care. Again, don't do it to people that are good people, but demons don't deserve, your sympathy. If they stop being demons, then they do. Just be rational about it. Don't black and white view this. Don't group all people into one group, and keep the option open for change. Because even soulless zombies, when faced with consequences, could regain some of their soul. Just a tiny little bit. You forgot to call Nancy a bean-eating bitch? Oh, I just called her a bitch, didn't I? She's a bean-eating bitch. Gosh, they're giant babies who want to make the whole world their safe space. Every time. It's always been the case. It's never not been the case. And so don't let them. Make them feel even more afraid. Not like they're gonna stop trying to do it to you.
My first trip to the Palm Beach residence, I drove there from the airport with Ghislaine Maxwell, and
It's morally wrong to be nice to horrible people, because by doing so, you encourage them to continue being horrible, Bearcillion. So in fact, by not bullying and harassing horrible people, you're actually doing something morally bad. Okay, putting my Omega superhuman empathy heart on, if she made a public apology, turned around on everything, and then became a reliable Dem/anti-fascist voter, then maybe she could be reaccepted. Exactly. Maybe. After, maybe 20 years of proving it. She looked like she was in a lot of pain. Good. I want her to be in more pain. Not her. Nancy Mace. Specifically, Nancy Mace. And all of the rest of the family.
Jeffrey and Ghislaine were always very boastful about their friends, their famous or powerful friends, and his biggest brag forever was that he was very good friends with Donald Trump. He had an 8x10 framed picture of him on his desk.
True! In fact, we've also listened to audio recordings of him saying that.
With the two of them. They were very close.
Oh, I want to know so bad what he just said to him in that whisper. I really do. No, but I'm being real here. There is a reason why it hurts when you touch a hot stove. So you learn to stop doing the thing that can harm you and will harm you. So there needs to be consequences to these people's actions for them to stop doing them. If there's no consequences, they're not going to stop doing it. Then we had this. This is related to Epstein a little bit, but it's Jared Moskowitz talking shit about Nigel Farage, and I support bullying Nigel Farage more so than most, actually. Like, even more than most of the fascists and Nazis, I support bullying Nigel Farage because he's just so easy to bully.
Have you heard about the Epstein thing that's going on here?
I have.
You have? What do you think about it?
I'm not going to give comment on anything happening in America. I'm here as a witness.
Perfect.
I'm here as a witness. I'm here as a witness for what
I'm here as a witness. You can't make me say that Trump is a pedophile.
is happening in the United Kingdom and in the European
Perfect.
time
Let me just go through it. So it's been 9 months, right, since we've been meeting in these hearings. We've not had Pam Bondi here, even though we have jurisdiction over the Department of Justice. Not Dan Bondi.
The gentleman yield.
Not Kash Patel. I will 100%. We'll go back and forth. Let me just do my thing.
Okay.
And we'll...
Well, I'm just going to correct. Kash Patel's coming in I'll give you an extra 10 seconds. Kash Patel, the director of FBI, is coming in 2 weeks, and the Attorney General's coming in 4 weeks.
Fantastic. But still, we're not doing that this week. The week we're having votes on the Epstein thing. So, you know, Pam Bondi gives the influencers, these Republican influencers, a binder. It says Part 1 of the Epstein files. Don't know if you saw it. It was quite spectacular. The Attorney General then says the Epstein list is on her desk. Then DOJ issues a memo, says there is no list.
Same, Captain Buggy, same, and I support every time.
Do you have any questions about any of that? We've had no hearings on any of that at all. That, you know, the list is on my desk, then there is no list. Then we gave binders to Republican influencers. This committee's had no questions on any of how that transpired at the Department of Justice. Then hold on.
Well, it sounds like you're going to in the next few weeks. So that's a jolly good thing.
Mr. Farage, we can talk.
Sorry. Yeah, literally ignoring the bit where he's like, yeah, but, you know, we're not talking about it the week that we're holding a vote on Epstein. But again, like, Nigel Farage is pro-pedophilia and, like, pro-fascism. So, like, what the fuck are we expecting Jim to be impartial about, of all people?
Talk soon, but not yet, okay?
Right.
So, you know, then the president comes out and says the whole thing's a hoax. He blasts his own base. He blames Barack Obama. I mean, he hasn't been president for a very long time. Republicans then in committee vote against the release in the Rules Committee. Then Republicans refuse to go back in the Rules Committee because they're getting blasted for their vote, getting crushed by their own base. Congress leaves a day early. Then the administration sends the Deputy Attorney General to meet with Maxwell in jail. He happens to be Trump's former personal attorney. She says something favorable about the president. Miraculously, she gets transferred to a minimum security prison. The president starts talking about how he has the right to pardon her if he wanted to. The leaks to the Wall Street Journal then stop. We come back from break. We have the Massey petition. Comer does a
So nothing for your Congress, but everything for influencers? In the EU, we would consider that behavior awfully Russian, wouldn't you? What any real EU diplomat would say. Well, of course, but Nigel Farage works for the Russians, just like how Tucker Carlson does.
A document dump where 97% of these documents are already public. How long has he had those documents? Why hasn't he released them for the last 6 weeks? Does it the day
He's
of
not
the vote?
necessarily here for, like, what you think he's here for. It's not for Epstein-related stuff. He's here to talk about, like, freedom of speech in the UK.
Then Republicans drop a non-binding resolution trying to kill the Massey discharge petition. The White House said passing the Massey discharge petition is a hostile act. Wow. That's a lot of distraction and deflection and misinformation. Wait, passing a discharge petition to release the Epstein files, the White House said would be a hostile.
His fascist friends are here. So he wants support from his fascist friends here.
Act. Nope, we have no questions about that. But why? Why is it that we're spending so much
Also
political capital to keep this list from coming out? You think the list should come out? You think we should know the people who dealt with Mr. Epstein, Mr. Farage?
I thought I was coming to a hearing on free speech, not process.
Oh, but listen, but here's the
And
good...
That sounds like you're discussing process.
No. Do you think the list should come out?
I have no opinion on it. I don't know at all.
So we have victims that were sexually abused by potentially people in power, and we don't know who's on the list.
I'm very happy.
Hold on, Mr.
discuss
Fresh.
that
We
with
don't
you
know who's on the list. We don't know.
time.
We don't know who's on the list. We don't know if the president is or is not. I'm not going to say he is or isn't. I'm just going to say these are weird behaviors. We don't know that there aren't other people in Congress that are on the list.
He's a pedo, got it? He's a right-winger, of course he is.
You think people in power should be held to account for these victims who have been sexually abused and assaulted? You think the list should come out?
I think that I'm very happy to come to a different hearing where you talk about legal process.
Okay.
But today,
Will the gentleman yield for a quick...
Like the list coming out is literally the pro-free speech position. Yeah, 100%. Like it's incredibly simple. All across the world, it's always the same. Always, always, always the same. And just as a reminder that we also had this happen, though, like, I'm not even sure this was all that recent. I don't know when the fuck this was.
You weren't ever on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I was on it in 1993, and I was on it and I went to Florida with my wife and 2 children to visit my mom over Easter. My wife had some kind of relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Like, he just won't stop! I love it so much. This is better than when he said he wouldn't eat people and no one asked him on an interview.
And they offered us a ride to Palm Beach, so I went then, and on another occasion, I flew again with my family, with, I think, 4 of my children, and Mary, my wife, to Rapid City, South Dakota, to go fossil hunting for a weekend. And
was that what the kids are calling it these days?
But otherwise, I was never on his jet alone. I've been very open about this from the beginning. This was in '93, so it was 30 years ago. It was before anybody knew about Jeffrey Epstein's, his nefarious issues. And I agree with you that all of this information should be released. And we should get real answers on what happened to Jeffrey Epstein and any of the high-level political people that he was involved with. All of that should be open to the public. It should be absolutely transparent. And, I don't see why any of those records would have any redactions in them. Why would we be hiding that from the American public?
Well, you might...
Like, also incredibly funny that he had to specify that he was never on the jet alone. The white privilege in this one is strong. I mean, yeah, it's more than just that, too. It's like, he actually thinks he's smart. Robert, I would like to volunteer the information that I wouldn't eat human meat, Kennedy. True. Al for being, not being pro-cannibalism. You weren't on his plane, were you? Oh, no, I went twice. I brought my family. They're great with Ghislaine. Literally. Fossil hunting is the new safe word. I love that shit. Lich, demon. Oh, you do the ranking. Oh, this one is a ghoul. Kennedy's a ghoul. He's not a lich. He's not a demon. Those require, like, planning and, like, cognitive ability. He's just a ghoul. Bobby's brain is a labyrinth for the worm. I halut. One day he's going to become a giant worm, like Leo Atreides in the 4th Dune. It was at this time RFK realized he is one of those high-profile people connected to Epstein and Maxwell. If only he was smart enough to have even that much, like, awareness. If only. Well, while we're talking about health for a hot second, we could touch on. For example, this man used to be a real doctor. Conservatives are allergic to self-reflection. Well, again, it's because they can't get bored or feel uncomfortable. Now, again, I would like to remind all of you that Dr. Oz, though a piece of shit, was used to be a real doctor. This man has done surgery on people that brain surgery on people that I know. I grew up around where he lives. Like, I've gone trick-or-treating at his house during Halloween when I was a kid. The guy used to give out bulk candy bars. Is he a doctor of grifting? I don't, well, now, I guess, yeah. But he didn't used to be. He used to actually have a job. He became a doctor of grifting when he started becoming, like, a TV show host. And then it was, like, perfect for the administration. So, you know, like, and then he went and started dressing like Trump and dyeing his hair and getting a spray tan. Again, let me show you what Dr. Oz used to look like. This is what Dr. Oz used to look like. That's what he used to look like. A normal person. And now he dresses like Trump. And acts like Trump. He's emulating Trump's game is sad. He's actually good at his job. He even got like props from one of the Nazis. And the Nazis would hate him because he's Turkish. But they were like, oh, I'm actually really surprised with like how good Mehmet Oz has been. Oz has a full, like, 2 decades long transformation from actual human doctor to showman to full grifter to scammer to just full zombie now. Yeah. Did bro dye his hair? Yes, he did. He dyed his hair and got a spray tan, too. I have a short on it on my YouTube. Go and drop a like on the stream, by the way, if you haven't already, because it helps quite a lot. Now he's abusing the living hell out of his credentials. True. Hey, at least one of the people in Health and Human Services did actually go to medical school. If not, you know, RFK Jr., at least this guy did go to medical school. He doesn't, you know, believe in it anymore, but he did at least go to school. I don't know if I agree, because RFK Jr. is a eugenicist. Eugenicists are evil in my book. Oh, like, they're absolutely evil, but RFK Jr. is a eugenicist in a way that's special to him, in that he's just that dumb. That he's a eugenicist and he's evil, but he's also a eugenicist because he's dumb. It's like how MTG is a fascist and she's evil, but she's like that because she's actually dumb. Because she actually believes the things that she says. And that's the main difference. RFK Jr. believes the things that he says and is still an evil, like, eugenicist. But most of them lie. And that's why it makes him one notch less evil than the rest. Not to say that it's, like, meaningful in any way. He's a demon, and a demon's a demon is a demon. It does not matter. But it's funny, because he's also a very stupid demon. Oz used to promote nutty things like numerology on his reality show. Exactly. Like, for 20 years, he went from real doctor to media personality to grifter to scammer to zombie. I don't, like, think there's a difference in ranking, just shade. I think that's a better way to put it. Yeah, not really ranking, just the type. They're all fucking, you know, worthless scum.
This, because there's a lot of discussion about the childhood vaccine schedule. And today there was an announcement in Florida that they will move to end all childhood vaccine mandates in the state. That came from Governor DeSantis this afternoon, and it's in conjunction with the state Surgeon General, Joseph Ladapo. What is your reaction to that? And do you agree with that? Would you recommend the same thing to your patients?
You should do that, Captain Buggy, but be incredibly woke. Be Homelander, dress like Homelander, talk like Homelander, but direct all of your hatred to them. Talk about how humans are inferior meatbags, too, and then specifically direct it at the right.
Patients?
I would definitely not have mandates for vaccinations. This is a decision.
Yeah, no, sorry. Evilness makes you unattractive by default. Also, like, he tries to look like Trump. You have a really bad type. I'm so sorry for your taste. And I know it's not your fault, but, you know, I'm sorry for what you have to go through.
That a physician and a patient should be making together. The parents love their kids more than anybody else.
His suit looks like shit, too. So does his tie. Like he's not kempt at all. To be fair, common with the right. But, like, look at him. He almost even has the nussy that Trump has, too.
else could love that kid, so why not let the parents play an active role in this? There are some states now where you're seeing an increase in homeschooling because parents are running from the healthcare system. They can't get healthcare because doctors are unwilling to take the risk of taking care of children who don't want vaccinations because it might impact the way their practices are run. They shouldn't feel pressure from the government to decide what to do with the vaccination schedule.
This is a guy who used to be a real doctor. Like a real one. Not like a grifty doctor, like a real doctor. I wonder if Oz had some recent brain damage. Well, he's rich, so like that's one brain damage right there. But also, the grift comes for all. I wonder if he's on the Epstein list. Maybe that's why he's doing this. You know what? Like if a doctor was gonna be one, the people on the list, I could see it be in this. I'll tell you that much. Get fucked, you troglodyte. Vaccines are miracle tech. It's okay. I mean, to be fair, he's vaccinated, so he won't die, but at least a bunch of the zombies will die from getting sick and dying. He's been on the script for like 10 years, at least when it comes to fake medicine stuff. That's why, you know, like, as long as Homo sapiens said, it was a 20-year process of going from real doctor to this. Maybe even more. I'll have to watch some foreign news to see if another pandemic is coming. I will tell you, pre-breakfast banana, but, like, it's coming. It's coming. Whether or not, you know, it's this year, how bad it'll be, like, a lot of those vary, but it's coming. And it will be really bad. Like, pretty bad, actually. Oh! You guys want to see some new, incredibly dumb shit that the king just said? Incredibly stupid.
You talked about how historic these tariffs have been, bringing in revenue, additional revenue for our country. You've also mentioned before they could possibly replace federal income tax.
Possible.
Do you think that
someday it's possible?
Anti-masker people are still a thing, like all over the world. Like a lot of them. Like they're constantly whinging about people who still wear masks. We're still technically in a pandemic. Like COVID never went away. Oh, by the way, if you didn't know, there's a lot of evidence that having multiple, like, COVID infection kind of destroys a lot of your body. And your brain makes you dumber, in fact. Like, destroys cognitive ability, makes you more likely to get sick again, like a whole...
It used to be. So if you go back to 1913 is when they ended tariffs. We were the richest ever from 1850. It was all tariffs. We didn't have income taxes. From 1850 to
Yes, you are actually getting dumber from living in a red state. I can guarantee that because you guys are also the ones that are going to have more poisoned food, more poisoned water. You know, like, you know. Also, like, yes, what he's saying right now is he's literally saying, no, we were not rich in the 1800s. That's definitely true. Wait for the end of this one.
In the 1887s, about 1887, they had the Great National Tariff Act. And it was a group of people that got together because our country was so rich, they didn't know what to do with the money. We had so much money, they didn't know what to do. It was a group of very prominent...
I think he's talking about the robber barons and Liz Galahad, yes, lead, but also plastic.
People that were set up to hand out money to everybody because we were the richest we ever were. Proportionately, we were in 1887, around that time, even in 1913. We ended them in 1913. How did that work out? And then we went to the income tax system, and then we had the Depression. And by the way, a lot of people try and say that.
That's not how that happened. The Great Depression was literally almost directly caused by, like, I mean, obviously there was a couple factors, but tariffs, for one. He's describing hyperinflation, but in the reverse, yes. He's trying to say how tariffs were good, and it's the actual opposite reason why the Great Depression happened. He's saying the opposite of reality, as they normally do, like many such cases of this. Tariffed in heavily unregulated financial markets, bank runs. Yes, absolutely. And then we invented the base Federal Reserve, which they want to get rid of. They want to get rid of the FDIC.
No tariffs with the depression. No, they ended in 1913, and then we went to income tax, and then in 1929.
I know where he got the idea for that gold trim. Look up Trump St. Petersburg 1987. Yeah, why do you think he called it Leningrad when he mentioned St. Petersburg like a month ago? He literally called it Leningrad.
And you had the depression. They did try and bring it back in 1931-32, but the depression had long started, and this poor, beautiful nation was.
I'm not in favor of abolishing currency. I'm in favor of abolishing capital. There's a difference between capital and currency. But, like, I know what you mean by that. And I agree. Like, you can easily, like, keep currency around if you get rid of capital without it causing any... It's capital that's in every case. But, you know, it sucked being smart, educated, and aware in our current year. It has sucked being educated, smart, and aware in the last, like, 10 current years. I think, at the very least. You know who's not smart, educated, or aware? The people in government. Oh my god. They erased the tweet. They brought it down. Oh my goodness. This was a tweet in which they were, it was the U.S. Attorney General's office official Twitter account referring to the Capitol building as the Supreme Court. Like inside too, like with photos, that it was the Supreme Court. It was the Capitol. You could see it from the outside too. Like they actually had a photo of the Capitol, like right in front of them, calling it the Supreme Court. The fucking Attorney General's official Twitter. Way to get rich is to be in the country in which World War II and I are fought not on your borders. That's also true. And also have money to start off with to steal from other people. Oh well, I mean, we are that dumb. We get dumber every fucking day. Deeper and deeper into the, like, reality that we have created. Well, let me pull other source. Nobody smart ever accused this administration of check notes knowing anything about being competent. Okay. I just decide where to next with. Thinking we could do a segment that I want to call Orcs Being Orcs. Because I feel like the average American zombie is quickly graduating to orcs, you know? Like the Russians are orcs, the Israelis aren't, they're still demons, because like orcs have to be tough, demons don't have to be. Like they can cause a lot of damage, but they don't have to be tough. And obviously Israel can only like attack children and defenseless people. So they're not orcs, as much as I'd love to call them. But these people I would call. Well, I'm gonna. I keep remembering this tweet. I meant to show it to you like days ago. Homeland Security posting "Pray Without Ceasing" after the church shooter, and like, yes, eat a dick without ceasing. The Homeland Security again. The shooter should not have been able to even do that shooting. Like, it should not have been possible, considering they posted like about it online at length for a while, like for a month. There was no shot that if we had competency, anyone who actually gave a shit about stopping the school shooting, we would have stopped shooting. almost gotta pull up their entirety so I don't miss any. If I start talking before I start pulling up the order, I might miss some. Out. Oh, that one. With like that one's incredibly funny. We even got international orcs. I forgot. Yeah, I have plenty on British orcs today as well. Shit, I would have forgot about these in their entirety. 1, 2, 1. Some shit. So, first things first. Imagine being this person. Also, I fucking love Ayatollah Mamdani. Amazing, immaculate answer. I could not have done better myself. But look at this. First of all, hey Zoran Mamdani, this is for you. Bon Petit. They are so dumb. Bon Petit. Like, you didn't, like, I've seen Bon App, like the application app. Petit. Like, you didn't even go with the, like, you didn't even get the whole sounding out thing right. Like, really? Just wanted to share some bacon with all my lovable Muslim peeps this morning. It's the least I can do. You're welcome. My brother, this is not garlic, and we are not vampires. Yeah, bon appetit. That's you know, what it sounds like. They didn't even spell that out. Like, they didn't even sound it out. But, like, yeah, no. Garlic is not this. Muslims are not vampires. Imagine living in a world where this has to be said. Bon apples tea. I've heard that one before. You'd be shocked how dumb people. I mean, no, you probably wouldn't. God, I hate this planet. I hate this reality. I hate this country. I hate these people. Also, people talk about how there's the loneliness epidemic, which is true. There is a loneliness epidemic. There is everyone's lonely epidemic, not a specific like male loneliness epidemic, female loneliness. But I feel like maybe, this guy over here, Trad C Crusher, can't find a woman who wants to be within 6 miles of him because of what, I don't know, say, is his own behavior. Gigglypuff is a nice Twitter name, I know, and she's incredibly wholesome. As a woman, 23 to 30, there is no way, there's absolutely no scenario in which I would date a 41-year-old man who only dates women aged 23 to 30. Case, kind of weird thing to, you know, say as a 41-year-old man, there's no scenario when I would date a woman over the age of 35. Like, okay, sure. You're gonna die alone, and you deserve to. How do I shame men for their preferences but make it seem like I'm doing it from a place of virtue? How to preserve the interests of women if it comes to the expenses of men? So be it. Notice how he started his preference for dating women. He stated his preference for dating women. And then I started my preference for dating men. But you turned my preference into men being victimized. Like, every time. It is every single time. It's exactly this because they're taught to do this, too. The incel can't even afford a Nazi checkmark. Ooh, that would hurt. Yeah, good one. In their mind, pedophilia or desiring pure power and domination is just a preference. Literally, yes. Like, 100% true. And also, like, on the name that this, like, dipshit zombie chose of Trad Crusher, like, you guys ever look at these trad people? Because they don't know what they believe in. Like, they really don't. They, like, half the time they dress in, like, an, like, amalgamation of different, like, time periods. Like, they don't have any theme. They don't know what they're talking about. Here, this is a perfect example. The Art of Purpose. Karl Marx failed to consider how awesome it is to be a Christian and have 7 kids. It's interesting to me how tradwife aesthetics types are incapable of returning to any authentic old-fashioned state of mind out of hubris. Everything is performative, aesthetic, and a mix of different time periods into a confused hodgepodge of virtue signal signifiers. At least the trad clothing in China or Japan looks fancy. This shit looks boring and ugly. Also, like, half of these people are gangsters anyway. You guys seen the trad women, the trad wives who wear collars now and then call them like something else? I can't remember what brain rotted thing that they call them. It's all gray and brown. That's because fascists can't do art or even enjoy it. They have no ability to engage with art. No, not it's a collar, not a choker. They were calling it like some like religious thing. They're making it like Christian kink, essentially. It's like their way of showing their husband that they are obeying the Lord. Yeah, it's all a kink thing. Trad wives are a kink thing. Can't they just go join the Amish? No, because then they can't post it online and then like farm sympathy and attention. You know, some people would call that degeneracy. I would. See, like, I'm a degenerate in the good way. They're a degenerate in the derogatory. We can have the word exist, like, in general. We just should specify. It's a purity collar? Yes, that's what no, not a purity collar. It's I'm not gonna go on TikTok and try and find it right now, but it's like it's the worst kind. I was raised in that kind of household, 8 siblings, conservative household, idealized old stuff, all homeschooled. I'm so sorry for your childhood, Liz Galahad, but I'm greatly like surprised that first off you're not insane, and I'm happy for you. I prefer woke femboy furry degeneracy. Bring on the horse wash. Well, see, the issue there is we have also like anti-woke femboy furry degeneracy from like the 4chan side of things, like Nick Fuentes, for example. So, I mean, I would love to see woke femboy furry degenerates and the opposite, like battle to the death, trial by combat. That'd be great. Can you go on TikTok and find it right now? No, I can't. Fine. Fine, I'll look for it. Oh, I'm gonna want to watch that. Let's check this out first, because I might lose this if I swim. I'm curious to know what this says. I like
Drones
this creator.
fundamentally change the balance of modern warfare. Using drones and guerrilla tactics, groups in the Congo, the Houthis, and Ukraine have repelled much using
Nick Fuentes is a femboy, Captain Buck. Like, there's photos.
Tanks. The reason mainstream media is pushing so much environmental and workers' rights anti-AI content is to keep the left away from it. Quen 3, which you can download and run locally on your laptop.
Okay, never mind. I thought this was going to be about, like, the AI drone swarms that are getting released recently on the battlefield. Right wing as kink gone wrong. More theorists, I say. No, like, properly. Trad kink colors. Her voice is so monotone. That was her doing that on. Day collars. That's what they're fucking calling them. Day collars.
I'm a collared trad wife.
But I don't think they're using the day collar correctly. And tell me if I'm wrong.
Yes, you are wrong, but not for the reasons you think. If you do not know me, my name is Moxie Rose. I am a spicy educator, and I'm the in-house Quink educator. And
sorry, you're gonna be too woke for this analysis. I need a proper. Let's see. You look like a real
I'm a trad wife, and
yeah,
I'm
there
a
you go.
day caller. My day caller is a daily sign of submission for us. It is where I am actively submitting to him. I'm not.
So you're out here.
Like, it's just kink. Keep it in the fucking bedroom. These are the same people that talk about how, like, pride is too explicit.
Where I am actively submitting to him. I'm not.
So you're out here wearing a day collar, also known as a dog collar, like it's a symbol of holiness, but be so for real, because you're basically making kink content without even realizing it. That collar, that's not modesty. That's BDSM cosplay dressed up in Bible verses. You've stolen the aesthetic of a fetish culture, stripped out the consent, and now you're parading it around like it's some God-given virtue.
It is literally, like, actually, the way that she just described that, I can see it now. It is kink without consent. Yep. Woof woof, hidden furries, that too. Honestly, you should call them that. Pretty sure those collars came with keys on them to a chastity belt, but I'm not gonna kink shame them. Oh, I will. I won't kink shame y'all, but I'll kink shame them. Again, like, there is nothing that an orc can enjoy that I won't shame them for. Even if I do it, I'll be a hypocrite and I will shame them. I don't care. It's fun. I'll do the thing I'm shaming them for while shaming them. It's fun. Troll the fuck out of these people. They deserve it. And they did it for the entirety of the last 10 years. How many times did you have to deal with trolls online saying one thing and then doing the entire opposite? Does it matter? Does the trad husband need to go hunt a deer in a loincloth and a spear? No. No, sorry, they still get to use guns for that one. That part, traditionality does not matter. Tradition. I don't know, I can't speak today. The same reason that they think that trans people existing publicly is porn, it's because they all watch trans porn. While also, like, it's the messaging that they're told. Most of these people don't actually, like, actively hate trans people in person and as much as they do online. That's the other part of it. It's because when we go online now, we live in a world where we basically have a split personality. Most of you act differently online than you do offline. And a lot of these people hate trans people constantly. Like, they will say the most horrific shit online. But, like, I've met a few of these people in real life, and, like, a trans person has, like, walked into the room. I'm just sitting there, like, expecting, like, a non-passable one, too. And not like, you know, someone passable, they didn't make me talk. No, just like you would expect immediately that this person is going to start talking shit. They were incredibly nice to that person. Insane to me. But it's the cognitive dissonance of how you engage online versus offline. We have a mentality that we have created now. And when we sit down at our desk or we open our phone, we forget about reality. There's also plenty of, like, right-wingers and, like, even MAGA people that are incredibly racist. But then, you know, they're not in reality as racist. They're still racist. But, like, this is how you get people who will vote for Trump but then get deported immediately after. Like, or have their, like, family member get deported immediately after. That's how that happens. Thanks, no one else did. My family is the kind of people who watch Asmongold. My mom watches Candace Owens and thinks Michelle Obama is trans. Oh, so they're zombies. Sorry, says Galahad. But, you know, I believe what should happen to them is what should happen to the rest of them. I'm sorry your parents are dead and that the Republican Party and the tech billionaires killed them. That's what I really should say. I'm sorry that tech billionaires and Republicans killed your family. I'm not even, like, trying to make a joke here. Like, that's actually how I view it. On, like, a one-to-one level. They have no concept of racism beyond, just, like, if they're nice to their black friend. Well, yeah, again, like, this has long been the case. It's also why they don't believe that racism still exists, because they can't distinguish, like, interpersonal racism from systemic racism. So they don't even believe in systemic racism. And they're like, well, if I'm not racist to someone interpersonally, even though I support racist systems, I'm not racist. That's how you get those people claiming that they're not racist. And confirm, seeing them think that trans men are just like, or trans men are trans women, i.e. they think that they were just men in dresses pretending to be women. Yeah, like, they don't know about trans men either. That's also true. But also probably good for the trans men. I hope they never find out. I mean, I bet they were genuine slave owners who were like, I'm not racist, I love my slave. There literally were. Yeah, there were. Were they racist? Yes. But did they say that kind of shit? Yes. It's why they don't realize their bathroom and school sports anti-trans bills end up creating the problem that they thought was an issue to begin with. Hell, like, didn't Marjorie Taylor Greene recently come out against, like, trans bathroom bans because she keeps getting clocked as a trans woman when she's going into the bathroom and then getting harassed because, you know, she looks like a gorilla? Doesn't even look human. Moving on from orcs being orcs, just another day in the United States. An 11-year-old boy was shot and killed by a homeowner because he was playing Ding Dong Ditch. think MTG shouldn't be getting clocked as a trans woman. It's so obvious she's a titan. Jesus Christ. There are some people who will be as anti-trans in public as they are in private. You know, there are some, absolutely. But we're talking about, like, how not all of them are like that, and it's the cognitive dissonance of the, like, psychosis that's been created. We live in a system that incentivizes addiction and psychosis to rage bait online. So, you know, a lot of those people act like that online because of that system, and then don't act like that offline and think that they're not like that. There's quite a lot of them that are demons, like outright 100% on like the level they are just as evil in person as they are online, but not all of them are like that. And that's important to remind you. It's not about what people believe, it's about what people are forced to believe. They are incentivized and made to believe, manipulated to believing, and addicted to believing. Thomas Jefferson was probably the most well-known example of a man who fell in love with a slave that he groomed. Makes sense. Like, by the way, all of the founding fathers were demons, and George Washington was actually surprisingly like Donald Trump. I've talked about this before. Trump is actually quite George Washington-like in a lot of ways. Gorilla is spot on because it's also nice to go for the face. Yeah, 10 out of exactly. And the stand your ground stuff is crazy. Like, people think that they get to kill someone out of a technicality. Well, they literally can. Isn't there like 13 or 15 states in America where you can literally kill someone because they're trans and you panicked? Like, those laws exist. And also, like, the stand your ground stuff would be less crazy if we had less crazy rhetoric around it. Again, like, guns aren't the problem. America's the problem. Lots of countries have guns. I'm pretty sure America's not even the country with the highest guns per capita anymore. It's America that's the problem. Like, in Switzerland, there are 14, 15, 16-year-olds learning how to shoot as part of extracurricular activities. They have gun culture that teaches people how to use them safely and, like, you know, respecting other people. A lot of social constructs that then result in less insanity. U.S. culture around guns. It's ammo-sexuals. The Republican managed to make be less regulated so it's easier to access. Really funny. Unironically, huge for trans men. Well, don't forget that Donald Trump is currently on, like, anti-androgen medication. He takes Spyro, doesn't he, for the heart condition? He's on hormone replacement therapy. I have to check laws again. Yeah, no, that's a thing. Google it. I mean, here, I'll do it. Trans Panic USA. National Bar Association. The LGBT panic defense. Oh, wow, it's not even trans panic anymore. Now it's just queer panic. Legal strategy wherein defendants charged with violent crimes weaponize their victims' real or perceived sexual orientation or gender identity. It is not a freestanding defense or criminal liability. Rather, the defense is a legal tactic that other defenses such as insanity, provocation, self-defense. It's often, like, implied to be used with self-defense specifically, and that, like, oh, I panicked, I thought this person was crazy. Like, it's been used many times. Now, like, it was much less likely to succeed before. It's much more likely to succeed now. There was that one guy who shot that dude in Lubbock, Texas on video, his girlfriend's ex-husband in that kind of way. Yeah, literally. His girlfriend was the judge, though, so it was, like, fine, he didn't get in trouble. Of course not. Real or perceived? What the fuck? That seems loose as fuck. Did you expect, like, laws in red states that allow them to kill queer people to not be loose as fuck? Oh, I thought you were gay. I wonder if that works against, Then, let's take a look at some of these, British Nazis.
You can fuck right. If you get closer, I would have to send myself. Man, you wouldn't.
That is the correct way to respond, by the way. What that guy just did, if you get a crazy fucking Nazi coming at you, that's what I want you to do. You put your hand out, and this, A, helps you designate your reach. If you need to punch the guy, you know just how far you can punch. It is also legal defense, as in, you have said, like, this is, if you're coming closer past that, that's assault. Like, that counts as assault, depending on, the outcome of what happens, and obviously, like, the country that you're in matters. He's drunk and he has a weapon.
If you get closer, I would have to send myself. Man, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Hey, exactly. He's got a knife. He's got a knife. Get back, everyone. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
See, I wouldn't get back. Come at me with that knife, motherfucker. Please, I beg you. Oh, that would be fun. See, like, Australia, we don't have guns everywhere, but people do have knives, and I always think, like, one day someone's gonna try and mug me with a knife. It's gonna be a very bad day for the mugger.
Exactly. No. But the thing is, what we've got to do is fucking protect our fucking children.
Your average right winger.
He would hit him.
Drunk off his ass. Average. Attacked a toddler, hurled racist abuse at worshippers, assaulted a man, then threatened to kill Muslims and burn down a mosque while screaming, "Go back to where you came." Australian? I am indeed. That's probably nothing next to the poisonous ducks and giant spiders. Again, no giant spiders, especially not in a city, and you're never gonna see a platypus ever. Like, you're never gonna see one. Almost never in the wild or even at a zoo. Throwing a knife like that on camera should be a criminal charge. Pretty sure. I would have Sparta kicked him into the road. You guys are nicer than me. Because, like, you come at me with that knife, you're going to get stabbed with your own knife as self-defense while it's in your hand and never touch my hand. That's what happens when you come at someone with a knife. For real, and they know how to, like, stop you. Because, like, that's the safest thing to do as well. Like, because if you tried to do anything but redirect that, which would then result in, like, their arm hitting themselves. Like, trying to twist the arm so they drop it. Like, you can do all that stuff, but it is far more dangerous to you. It's riskier, it takes longer, and it's, like, not as final to ending the confrontation. I mean, like, obviously, don't do that, but you have the right to defend yourself if some insane person who's drunk off their ass and slurring their words comes and tries to stab you. Basic ass USA rattlesnakes are some of the most dangerous things on the planet. No one thinks about that. True. Again, Australia only has, like, what, one natural predator mammal, like land mammal, and it's the dingo. Adelaide's a cool place, but but you don't have much of an accent. Maybe West Australia, just a heavier accent. I mean, I was born in America. I grew up in America. And I've lived on, like, 4 continents, but actually South Australia. And speaking of any Australians that are around, I will be going to the Royal Adelaide show this evening. If anyone wants to come and hang out and say hi. I think snakes are cute. Me too. My ex had a snake. I remember getting to, like, hold it. The snake would, like, wrap itself around my wrist as a bracelet. Australia used to have the other dog thing, the marsupial predator. Those outbred them. I can't remember what that is. That's above my pay grade. Good advice. This is an anime. Don't treat self-defense as an opportunity to live out a power fantasy. Stay safe. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm not, like, kidding there. It's not about hurting the other person. It is the safest way that you would deal with that, is the quickest and most effective counter. Imagine for a moment if this was your office. Like, if you worked in a building and then immediately behind your chair in your office, this is what existed. Could you imagine that? Because that's kind of, I would have to quit this job. I don't think I could endure. Well, I mean, also that, but in America, Captain Buggy. Can't do that in Australia, though. Even, like, especially run away and blast them. You can't shoot somebody if they break into your house. Whose office is that? Well, that would be, what is this, EA? No, sorry. The Labor Department. This is the Labor Department. Ah, the Tasmanian Times. Thank you, Veritable Heathen. Picture of health? True. Wait a minute. I should have had the British first. The British. Look. Hold on. Those. Ah, here are some of the British. So, these two videos are insane. Wait, we watched this one yesterday. Never mind. Fuck that one. This one. This is one that was brand new to me.
But you're a local person.
I'm a local, but I live right over there. I'm a local assistant.
And this is pre-recorded, by the way. We're not live.
Oh, no worries.
Your friends might be live, though.
I'm sure that the first time someone starts defacing photos of Trump, which I expect should be soon, I hope one of you does it. Good luck. Throw the Hitler stash on him.
Oh, that's
We're definitely live.
I've been sent down by the family.
Nothing will escape this.
Oh,
This is all live and unedited.
Then.
Nothing can be twisted.
Well, I've seen the protest been going on, and and for a while I was just kind of watching it, and then I saw that Sky had come down and kind of interviewing what everyone's talking about.
So what he's talking about here is UK protests against migrants. You know, this is like in his town. He's a local, and Sky News is telling people that the locals don't want immigrants here. So, you know, he just wanted to come down and talk.
And I saw that a lot of time they were bringing
Normal
locals
person
and how
lives in the
locals
community.
have been restricted because of people in the area. And I thought, as a local myself, to come down and answer any questions about what we can and what we actually can't do. Yeah.
Thank you for coming down.
Yeah.
As a local, what have you seen change in your local area? Tell me about how the kind of, you know, why people
I would
angry?
say I haven't seen any change at all, really. I mean, mainly that nothing really bothered me at all. We weren't seeing anything. I mean, every now and again you have the minority cases where an asylum seeker will commit a crime, but it's judging it person by person, not by the ethnic group that they're in.
And the first one appears, by the way, like, you know, incredibly rational, reality-based, you know, words. Yeah, every now and again there is a migrant that, like, a minority or a migrant that does commit a crime, but those are very few and far between.
And then I think we haven't had much problems. Every now and again I can't sleep because of the protests going on. So they've been really loud. Weirdly, I'd say the protests have actually been the biggest disruption in the local neighbourhoods. I'm not going to die, there is crimes committed by asylum seekers, but it's not a majority. It's a minority of a minority of a minority. And I said the bigger issue is I just want some like, a shut-eye when I go to sleep, you know? It's just getting a bit too loud here, really.
Go off, gang. Yeah. Now watch. Because the right can't do with it.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Are you a lefty by the time?
No, I don't think I'm left or right. I think mainly I'm just...
Excuse me, sir, or are you a lefty? Okay, interesting way to start that.
You're a local person.
I am a local.
I've never seen this gentleman before, Glenn.
We're being stitched up. Give me the
Yeah, we're being stitched up. I've never seen you.
I'm not
He's a lefty. He's a lefty. I've never seen you.
I'm a local.
It's a flag he's wearing as a cloak. It's the St. George's Cross, the flag that is like made by a Turkish dude.
You've never been
any other local?
Yeah, hold up, hold a minute. I'm just going to show him this ball.
It's very strange that you just jumped to say you're speaking.
Yeah,
I've never seen you before.
You know what? He is kind of cute. Again, just to show being a good person makes you attractive. I'm not even attracted to men. This guy's cute because he's a good person.
We've been a protest last night. We've never seen you here.
Hold up.
I'll hold the British flag. Yeah, absolutely fine. I love British
balls.
I like British people. I like that this stands for freedom and equality. Equality, especially. You know? I saw it exactly.
Yeah,
exactly, I did. Yes.
We caught him. How did Obama said it? We got him.
No, go away. We don't like you. We don't like you.
This is how many of them showed up.
Look at that. Infiltrator. Had an infiltrator.
Pedo!
I love how the right loves to scream pedo at everyone that they don't like. Meanwhile, all of them are fucking pedophiles. All of them. He said like 80 words and they all got sensitive and feelings hurt. In that, he said he loved British people. He loved the British flag. He said that like, that he's a local and he came out here to talk about like, the reality of things because like people are, every accusation is a confession every fucking time. And by the way, these retards are the average right-winger. Genuinely. Whether it's America, UK, or Australia, they're drunk, they're fucking white trash scum that can't read, and by choice, mind you, because none of them are like this innately. Not a single person is born like this. All of this is a choice that at least partially gets taken from all of us by, the people in charge, but a lot of these guys are what, minimum 30? Nah, mate, you made that choice. Someone didn't force you into it. Like, sure, we've been brainwashing everyone for years, but you used to have the ability to not end up like. You're too old to have the excuse of, the brainwashing. Musk did that with submarine rescue thing, of course. He said something that doesn't align with our fantasy. Pedo, of course. They always go for things that they know about, calling him a pedo.
Okay.
Oh, and Canada, of course. I meant like the West broadly. France, Germany, Italy. Oh, actually, while we're covering the orcs, I have something really fun to show. Good news out of Italy. Not really much good news, but a small amount. A small amount. It's more just comfort. Come on then. Here we go. Gonna have to, see it with a Turkish subtitles, but it will do. Pretty sure it doesn't matter in that case anyway. So, this was Maloney just a while back, but this was circulating again today, and it always warms my heart to A, hear this protest song, but to see it being sung to the leader of Mussolini's party in the modern day. Look at her face. They're singing Bella Ciao, the anti-fascist song that is directly tied to Mussolini and, the end. Why is she leading a country instead of birthing pure white children? Good question. She might be a witch. I think we should test that out by seeing if she can breathe underwater. She should be breeding in a farm somewhere. Exactly. I agree. 100%. Again, like, these people might be witches, and we should test that out, And worst case, we can start singing Bella Ciao. As a realist, I feel like, generally, if you, as a fascist in Italy, choose to run for the party that is the same party of Mussolini, as a fascist, do fascism, and be unpopular with the people, then you should end up like Mussolini. Just, personal thoughts on that. I'm a witch? Yeah, but, derogatory. I mean, to be fair, I don't, respect much, esotericism, but, you're not insane, therefore I respect you. How did Mussolini end up upside down? A party. They were just having a good time, you know? Italy has their own branch of leftism because of their response to fascists. Yep. By the way, France is pretty mad right now at the liberals. And I recently was watching like one of the breakdowns on that. And in the interviews, the vast majority of the French people that were interviewed want Macron to step down. And they say, we want a popular new front government because that's who France voted for. As in the leftist coalition. Wait, didn't we discover that someone in the White House was a necromancer a few streams ago? I don't remember who it was. It was some clip as well, but you know what? You're right. And I gotta say, you know, necromancy is bad. We gotta hashtag stop necromancy. Make the undead dead again. Brought to you by our sponsors. Good. Things aren't bad. Like, that's it. Someone who said they were talking to dead voters. I remember that now. Can't remember who it was still, though. The Empire banned necromancy from the Mages Guild for a reason. Exactly, and now they're bringing it back. Liches everywhere. Why? Like, how do you think we get to liches? If you didn't unban necromancy, then we wouldn't have these liches, would we? I assumed it was Loomer? No, it wasn't Loomer. It was like an actual person. Not like a Muppet. I don't know. Can't remember. One more on the British. This one's also particularly funny. God, these people are not the brightest.
See this T-shirt? This represents England.
Why is that so quiet?
No, that's the flag of Georgia, right?
St George's flag, yeah.
But why are they?
That's Georgia's flag, not the St. George flag. Not the British flag. It's the flag of Georgia.
4 smaller crosses.
Well, those are just like miniature St George's crosses.
Those are just miniature St. George's crosses. Really, not the sharpest tool in the shed.
You know,
Some old guy went hundreds of dead voters. I talked to them. They were real people. Yeah, I remember that. Is this a situation like how Southerners in the US think the KKK flag is the Confederate flag? I didn't know that was a thing that happens, but like, I guess. This can't be, it's real. Necromancy was probably the only reason Trump was able to speak today. Also true. Well, necromancy and a lot of amphetamines.
Represents England.
You know that's a flag of Georgia.
This man thinks he's smarter than you, chat. Yeah. This man thinks he's smarter than all of you in chat. Thank you, Depraved Ambiance. You know what? That's an incredible point to make. I need you all to remember this. Let me see what people think is the Confederate flag. So when I Google the Confederate flag, these are the two flags that come up. And I could honestly understand why people, at least Americans, might get a little confused considering both of these are Wikipedia and it both says modern displays of the Confederate and flags of Confederate states. So like, yeah, that tracks. The Confederate flag is red, white, red with the circle of stars on it. Second image. Yeah, I know. I could tell, like, I could see why people would confuse them considering they're both attributed to at least Wikipedia, which as much as the right whinges about Wikipedia and calls it like a bad source, they all use it regularly. So, you know, that's not all that's. And also, they think they're smarter than you.
Smaller crosses.
Well, those are just like miniature St George.
You know, the KKK flag tracks more closely with what they believe anyway.
George's crosses. You know, it's my way of expressing my enthusiasm for England.
Wikipedia is absolutely a decent first source, not just these days. It's kind of always been, which is why they're trying to remove it. I just realized with Trump is having strokes, it's obvious. It's JD Vance. Ah! JD is causing the strokes. How could we have missed it? The man killed the Pope. He started the war between Pakistan and India, and now he doesn't want to wait. And so he's making Trump's stroke dirty. Like, just stroking it constantly. Wikipedia is good, but they have their biases. Like well, it's not Wikipedia that has their biases. It's the people who like add stuff to Wikipedia who have their biases, which makes sense. But again, like if you have used Wikipedia as a source in a research paper, you scroll all the way down to the bottom, and then they have other sources that you like that are being cited in the main sources. You can use those sources. All right, let's move off of British orcs and move on to American orcs. Texas grandfather threatens to call ICE on a restaurant, loses temper, breaks down the front door. Are you even legal, he yells, without paying, committing a crime. I'm an elected official in this county. I'll have the INS here before you could say goodbye. So you're an elected official who just did vandalism and theft. So, you know, good to know. Well, the curse of Vance, of course, because J.D. Vance really is just Hillary Clinton in a skin suit. J.D. Vance, dirty stroker extraordinaire. I thought Trump was the dirty stroker. It was just J.D. Vance that was causing him to stroke it dirty.
This place is shit here. I almost killed myself. You're lucky I don't sue you.
What? What started? Hold on. He hasn't even bought anything at that point. Okay.
This place is shit here. I almost killed myself. You're lucky I don't sue you. It's all because of my superior strength.
He broke the door. It's all because of my superior strength. Like, again, these people are barely human.
That I survived falling off your chairs. Strength. Sue you. It's all because of my superior strength that I survived falling off your chairs.
I volunteer to go to the death camps. I'm done. I can't. He said superior strength, not brain, but, you know. Please, just end it for me already. I would rather be in the camps than have to witness fucking people. He said superior strength, not brain. He said it was the superior strength that stopped me from dying when I fell off of your chair.
I will kick your fucking ass. Come outside.
Why did he break the door? I don't know. He didn't pay either, and he's apparently an elected official. So.
No salgan. Porque dice que
Come on.
No, mira que te
Step outside.
No le, mira, no le enfrenten. No hagas eso. Me estoy rocking.
What the fuck you mean come outside? Just fight inside. Why do you want to fight on the concrete? Again, you're the elected official, right? You're allowed to fight. It's not like you're gonna get arrested for assaulting a brown person in Trump's America. So just have a fight. He'll kick your ass, but like, you know, obviously that's why it's come outside. It's, I don't know, an excuse to not actually do the fight.
Llámale a la policía. Llámale a la policía. No le tengan miedo.
Does she work here?
No le tengan miedo a este pinche viejo.
Come on.
Llámale a la policía.
Come on.
Nah.
My first response would be to deck him in the face, Captain Bucky. What are you talking about? Sir, would you like a lawful duel? I would say that first. I was like, are you challenging me to a lawful duel? And then if he said yes, I would just instantly punch him straight in the mouth and then like crush his testicle. Like, as in, like, I want to hear them pop under my foot. He agreed. Lawful duel. We're in Game of Thrones now, right? You know, the guy who is on trial for attempting to assassinate the president can ask for like trial by combat. The term is now mutual combat, which is legal in 4 states. No fucking way. It's legal in 4 states? Which states?
You're not.
You're lucky I don't hurt somebody and really hurt this place.
You old man.
Like, you aren't a man. True. You're lucky I don't really hurt somebody. It sounds like somebody who has no business being in an elected official's position. Texas, one of those states. That makes sense. By the way, Texas, like, made swords illegal, didn't they? Go for the neck, the balls, the neck tussie, and the jaw. True. Grandpa missed his nap time today. I also didn't take his antipsychotics, clearly. Holy shit, there's actual mutual combat laws. Oregon specifically banned it. A subsection of 3. A person is not justified in using physical force upon another person if the physical force involved is the product of a combat by agreement not specifically authorized by law. That's so sad, Oregon. Why would you do that? I mean, like, this is the country where our federal government used to shoot each other in duels. Exactly. Sword's illegal. That's news. Pretty sure. I feel like Texas was one of the states that did that. 2 states now. Sadly, we lost a few mutual combat states. Oof. Look into that for me, Latino Mafune. I'm not versed in Texas law, or rather, Texas suggestion.
You want to see it, old man? Yeah, old man. Come on! No. How about if I take
Still
this
going.
chair and throw it through that glass?
2 minutes.
You want to see me do that?
By the way, the only reason these people act like this is because they know the brown people can't call the police on them.
You're not worth the trouble.
No tengan miedo.
You're not even legal.
Que le marque.
Are you legal?
Que le marque. Yeah. Llamen de police. Ya, que le llame, no tengan miedo. Para que sobrentarlo.
I want to bring that back, Liz Galahad. Look, like, European governments still get rowdy, like in Parliament and shit. He's calling them illegal? Of course he is. He called ICE on them after doing all of this. He did all of this and then called ICE on them.
No es miedo.
Fisticuffs is the only legal way.
¿Cuál pinche te puede demandar? No le tengas miedo. No es miedo. Porque son a babish. Son a babish. Estás poniendo mal ejemplo también.
Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I got it backwards, as Mufune. Maybe Texas is one of the only places where you can legally carry a sword with like open carry. But yeah, no. Calling him a little bitch is fantastic. Good. Like, the guy's gonna call ICE on you anyway. He's like harassing you anyway. Don't like give into it. Like, they're not, the bad people will not stop doing any of the bad things that they want to do to you, no matter how much you concede to them. No matter what you do, no matter what win you give them, it will never be enough. They will always do the thing they wanted to do to begin with. So don't give them anything.
Él nomás les quiere asustar. No le tengan miedo.
Give them a headache. Give them a headache. Just yell at them in Spanish. I don't care. Yell at them in, like, I don't know. What would piss them off the most? Spanish dude would have absolutely fucked up that angry white guy? Oh, yeah. Of course they would. Are you kidding me? Oh, my God. I guess sorry, after looking into it, I don't think it's legal in Illinois. Tough. But Trump's America. And ICE is literally the Gestapo. Literally the Gestapo. So. And then we have people like this. I can't imagine anything more MAGA.
Here's the love. Here's the honor. If you can't come in her, come on her. Yeah!
That bit's gonna be fucking copyright music. They're drinking Budweiser. Woke true.
Joanna. Joanna. She's not listening. Hey, come on. You need to listen to your nana. Go ahead, baby. 6 o'clock.
Guy's a black dude. This is whiteface. Oh, I know. But, like, spot the fuck on. 10 out of 10. Like, could not be more spot on of your average MAGA.
Girl, you crazy now.
Thank you, Captain Buggy. Not gonna lie, I'll be 100%. This dude is actually the type of people who live around here, and it's the type of people I've partied with IRL. Now, like, there are people like this that can be really fun. That are actually like this, but aren't a piece of shit. I've met a couple. I met one in North Carolina. Dude would carry a little baby raccoon on his shoulder. Was he dumb as fuck? Yes. Was he a piece of shit? No. He was too dumb to be evil, actually. Now this is satire of evil. But this is also how they act. I think so. It has to be satire. I can't see this being real. It's too well done for it to be real. Like, if this wasn't satire, it wouldn't look this good. Carolina can have the nicest people. Adelaide is cool too, though. I suppose. I mean, like, I've lived all over. Adelaide has cool people, but also it's a nanny state and has a lot of like shitty old people. Wait, that's whiteface? Makeup is magical? I don't know. Y'all are saying like conflicting things. I'm not gonna comment on whether it is real or not, but it is too artistic to be real, is in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. Long like Homo sapien. Yeah, I didn't know that overalls could look that clean. Yeah, like. Also, like I don't. It's wild that this is allowed because this is more titty than some like cis women. His shoes are too fresh, that's true. His, like, yeah. His beard's kept.
Hey, Big Ma. How you doing, baby? How you doing, baby? Good. All right, now.
Alright, enough of that, because we're going to get copyrighted at that point. There's no such thing as whiteface in white supremacist society. I would argue, yeah. It is, at that point, the consequences of your actions. Sunburn is real, though. That is true. Anyone surprised, by the way, at the fact that an ICE prosecutor has been unmasked as the operator of a white supremacist account on Twitter? Yeah. I don't want to link his account, but in the article. Jesus Christ, fucking libs. Libs! Ah. No one should be surprised by this. Yeah, it's the least surprising thing today. I know, right? Same to here. You know, actually, is one of the more surprising things today, though. And this is, in fact, a positive. We got us, a manly man, an American man, a Maine man, who's, social. And he's based. Now, like, do I believe in elections in America anymore? Probably not, but, you know, give it a go. Still vote.
Our taxpayer dollars can build schools and hospitals in America, not bombs to destroy them in Gaza.
I wanted to bring him up for a while, but like, we don't have much good news, and I don't want to give you false hope with electoralism until I see what that's going to end up looking like. But yeah, Bernie was going in for this guy. Yeah, absolutely. He's fantastic. That is a very, 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 very long applause right there. I'm a Planter supporter. Me too. Is this the main dude? Indeed it is. Graham Plattner. I can never say his name right. Listening, I get full body chills listening to his speech. I get full body chills and sometimes honestly cry at just hearing anything that isn't evil these days. Like, I showed this at the beginning of the stream, but, you know, a different group of people. Short little, TikTok here of the September 13th anti-racism protests that are going to be held in Australia. This video made me cry. I dead ass. I was sitting on my phone and I saw it and I started fucking crying because this was good. This is, again, what they stole from you. Unironically.
As you're all probably well aware from my last video, the 13th of September has been locked in. It's a national call to action against racism, but also standing with First Nations people's sovereignty after the unprovoked attack by white neo-Yazis on Nam country in Melbourne. And a lot of people probably say, who can come and what can you bring? Bring your flags. Bring the flag that represents your people. Our multicultural people in this country. Bring your dancers, bring your culture. This is about standing up for something that is very important, and that's racism in this country. Standing up against it. Saying it's not okay. The foundations of Australia was built off of racism, was built off of the G side of Indigenous people. And I'm sitting here yarning with my papa, and I said to him, what do you reckon of all the multicultural people? They can all come on her. Bring them. All the Africans, Indians, a whole lot, innit?
Well, they eventually are, half of them are here now.
That's right. So just come, you know what I mean? Don't feel shame. Bring your flag, bring your...
This is humanity. Sounds fun. Bring everything. Bring food. Bring music. Bring your culture. Bring art. Bring your friends. Make a community. This is literally, like, it's that easy to bring joy into the world. Again, like, just him saying, oh yeah, like, just bring everybody. Like, bring whatever matters to you. Made me fucking cry. Because of, like, the opposite is all people believe now. It's so easy to say this. You can easily say that we can do better. And then you can do better. We can easily do better. All it takes is a tiny amount of effort. Literally, like, the smallest amount of effort would do better than this. Than where we are now. This is civilization. This is reality. Meanwhile, though, you know, on the other side of the world, doing child grooming. Breaking, I'm encouraging Texas schools to begin the legal process of putting prayer back in the classroom. Child grooming. New optimists are fucking morons. I don't even know what that even means. What's new optimism? Probably the opposite of optimism. So is it just like pessimism? Is it just being evil? Well, actually, speaking of being evil, ICE arrested firefighters in the process of fighting a fire. Y'all. What the fuck? Over 3 hours, federal agents demanded identification from members of 2 private contractor crews. The crews were among the 400 people, including firefighters, deployed to fight the wildfire, the largest active blaze in Washington state history. Border Control, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and the Department of Homeland Security did not respond to requests for comment Wednesday about the location. It's unusual for federal border agents to make arrests during the fighting of an active fire, especially in a remote area. This happened with a pig not too many years ago, and the pig lost qualified immunity. Let's see if it happens to ICE. No, that was back a few years ago when this country still was a country, had laws. That's gone now. Gone now. Here's a video of it, though. It's a dark web intellectualist, quote-unquote, movement that says humanity has reached peak. Ah, okay, so they're just acceleration. Will never improve, might as well get a good seat for the apocalypse. It's a death cult. Makes sense. So they're just the average Republican. Think about the level of zombie infection that there is active fire, and you're still trying to deport the firefighter. Yeah.
Yeah, we got pulled over by ICE. It's fucking crazy, dude. We got members from the tribe of Umatilla.
I'm only an accelerationist because I want to get to the fun part already. I'm sick of the slow descent into hell. And can't bring us back up because we don't have the choice. So, you know, if we're going to go down anyway, might as well make it snappy. We can have a better odds of success. Just barely. It's still cope, but, you know. Funny that ICE is pro-fire. True.
Cayuse and Walla Walla. This is fucking crazy, man. Look at that. Post it up. We have a different crew over here.
All of these people could be fighting a fire right now, but they all have to sit here while an ICE agent checks that they're allowed to fight the fire.
Talk to their bosses. And I guess...
And then take some of them away.
La migra. This is fucking crazy.
I disagree, Latino Mufune. I still think a lot of people should get their friends actively, you know, like organize a group on the left and then infiltrate ICE and sabotage them. That's the only acceptable reason to join ICE, is to sabotage them and leak information from the inside to people who are useful in fighting against it. I think that's great. They pay you money, you take the bag, you fuck them up. You, you know, take a win. Another fascist who wants that position can't have it because now you have it and you can leak information and sabotage them. That's a fantastic idea. Now, is it safe? No. You gotta be willing to risk it to get the biscuit. But, you know, I think that's a decent idea. I just don't think you should do it alone. They're just native or indigenous. No reason to make them look bad by adding American to the adjective. Speaking of, can I say, just like this week, I had an exchange with like someone I just met, and they were like, "Oh, I like your accent. Are you from Canada?" And my face got really red, and I got embarrassed when I said, "I'm actually from America." Like, it was like, that's where we're at now, is that I felt shame to have to say, "Oh, actually, I'm not from Canada. I grew up in America. I'm not one of the bad ones." Like, I had to say that. You should have specified Nazi. You should have specified Nazi America. I did say I left, you know, way back before these days, but yeah, I'm from the wasteland. Sorry. Yeah. Look, it's real bad what we're doing to, you know, people over there. I don't support it. You know it's bad when you gotta start, you know, like, "I'm not one of the bad ones." It's basically like going anywhere in the world and having to say you're from Israel, but that you're anti, like, IDF. "Oh, so I do not support them, genocidal demons. Like, I didn't choose where I got to grow up. I'm sorry." How did Germany do this for like 6 decades? They made it part of their culture to feel shame. Like, literally. At least virtue signal it, not to actually feel. You know it's bad when people don't want to directly, when people don't want to directly accuse you of being American. Yeah, that guy knew that I wasn't Canadian. There's no fucking way he thought I was Canadian and not American. But it was out of politeness. They're like, "Are you Canadian by any chance?" I'm a dirty underworlder. Literally. That's what we've come to. Oh, by the way, doesn't matter if you're legal or not. It never has.
I was worried that I'm going to die.
Rami Othman is back home with his wife after spending more than 2 weeks in immigration custody. Othman was on his way to the grocery store when he noticed he was being followed.
You don't know who are these people following you. It's like naughty cars, that unmarked cars.
They take them from you, your entire world stops.
Rami's wife is Dr. Wafa al-Rashid, the chief of staff at Huntington Hospital. She found out they were immigration agents who took Rami to the federal detention center in downtown Los Angeles, and he spent 13 days there.
No sleep, snacks only, no toothbrush. I didn't brush my teeth for 13 days. These are the inhumane conditions.
Othman has been in.
They beat people in these conditions. I'm sure that was said in the interview too, but you know, media.
This country for 10 years and had filed his paperwork to stay legally. He was charged with overstaying his visa. He and his wife say they followed the law and the legal process is underway. Dr. al-Rashid says she's just happy her husband was released and is back home.
He's nice to people. While he was there, he was kind to everybody. Even the officers in the detention center and in the federal building liked him.
He is free, but is now wearing an ankle monitor and has to stay within a 70-mile radius of Los Angeles.
I'm handling things well.
Even with the ankle monitor.
Guys, like, this is no different than the kind of shit the Nazis did. None. Ankle monitor, yeah. For what? For having a green card. You guys understand this, right? Like, you know, these people don't even believe that you're a citizen if you are a citizen, unless you are someone who has American heritage. That's what, like, people like Vance want. That's what they believe. That's what they are going to do. They are going to change what citizenship is defined as, so that you are only a citizen if you have ancestry that was, like, in the Revolutionary War, or, like, the Civil War. Specifically, J.D. Vance said these words. They took a man from a gas station in my town today. In the before times, you know. In the before times, they needed a reason for that. Now they can just disappear you. It's almost like everyone said this was all going to happen. Oh, look. Protesting is now illegal. A veteran was arrested by the FBI for conspiracy to obstruct an officer. Or they're coming for me? Because I'm literally conspiring to obstruct officers right now. You can come for me?
I want the search warrant before you go in the house. That's my house, not his.
It's actually your legal duty to use your Second Amendment right to fight against authoritarianism and tyranny from a king. That's why you have it, literally.
Hold on.
Okay, just we're gonna put it in this truck. I'm just saying, if you can just step back, we're gonna come around here. Thank you. I'm an Afghanistan veteran. I'm an American citizen. Do you have anything, any weapons we can show up in your...
An American citizen and a veteran. Conspiracy of obstructing an officer.
Pockets, anything like that? I might have a...
No, because they charged him with a felony, and that was incredibly dumb, and the court threw it out.
I don't think I do, but I might.
Oh, well, I mean, like, the veterans have been protesting in, New Moscow for a while now. Hold on.
I hope you can come to me. We're going to talk a little bit
This isn't New Moscow, this one's California, but here's an example.
Okay.
Y los marines estamos locos. Y ya estuvo suave de que estén madre en el Valle San Fernando.
Ya, muchas gracias.
Y nos va a valer madre. Son 25 marines que andamos. Okay. Los marines estamos en el...
Essentially, I thought this was have more down in here. 25 Marines like went out in San Fernando Valley and then were following ICE around, saying, "Hey, you can't do that. Hey, you can't do that. Hey, you can't do that. Hey, that person's safe. Hey, we're gonna stand here and be annoying to you so that you can't do that." Like that kind of stuff. And 10 out of 10, I fully support that. But let's take a look at the veterans in Moscow.
And it's August 29th, 8 p.m., and I have been paid by the DNC and George Soros to generate via AI a veterans protest in front of Union Station. That's definitely not real because, like, why the fuck would veterans care about defending democracy and continuing to uphold the oath that they swore when they signed up to serve? Like, weird as fuck, can't be real. Anyway, folks, yeah, we've got a large National Guard presence, a ton of PD out here. I am being told there was an arrest made earlier. I'm not entirely sure what the details are on that. I'm sure Jolly Good Ginger or USMC Angry Veteran are going to have more on that. They were here on the ground, so go make sure you're following them. Also follow them in order to support the encampment. And reminder, this veterans encampment, this is a tag along to what Flare has been doing for months. If you want to support Flare, go over to that place on my profile where you can click things, and I have a page up where you can give them some support. They've been running this encampment on the ground for months, and now we're inviting even more people out. We're making a stand against the National Guard presence, against the federal takeover here in the city, and it's great to see. And yeah, like I said, DNC paid me to be here. I actually don't give a fuck about our troops. Fuck those guys.
I like her too, especially for the end there. I love satire, and I'm sad that also zombies can't identify or comprehend satire. I'm sad that you have to say that that kind of stuff, or you're more likely to get censored by the fucking algorithm too. Don't forget, you know, that is a thing. Also, you should bully the Gestapo, and it's incredibly funny when you do.
What's up? Where do you guys live?
What's that?
Where do you guys live? You guys in the neighborhood?
Yeah, we're just hanging out.
Cool. Where do you live?
That's a weird thing.
That's not a weird thing. I talk to my neighbors all the time. That's so strange. We heard some like news about some sex pests around here, so I was just wondering where you guys live. You live in Mount Pleasant? What street? What block?
Have a good night.
Some people felt uncomfortable. Do you guys order from here? Or are you guys just sitting?
You're an ICE agent? You're like, you think that you get to stay safe? And you should be at home birthing white children, clearly. Another witch. Zombies will see this and take it as proof that the DNC and Soros pay people and that anything... Yeah, literally, yeah, they do. It doesn't matter. Well, exactly. Why even bother trying to counter with reality when they won't believe it anyway? Just lean into it. Make the left look scarier. Lean into it. Yeah, no, Soros funds us. The DNC funds us. Hell, maybe it'll help us get rid of some of the libs too. Like, lean into it.
You won't say your name? You coward? I see 3 little bitches.
You literally counter with non-reality. I'm sorry, but the president is Saddam Hussein. Like, if it wasn't Saddam Hussein, then why does he look and sound like Saddam Hussein on South Park? Explain that to me, then. Dead serious. Counter with non-reality. Do exactly what they do to them.
What's your name? Where do you live? If you live in Mount Pleasant, you can tell me what block. We're a very friendly neighborhood here. What's your name? Oh, you're gonna take a picture of me because you're a little bitch too? That's fine. I don't care. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm not the one abusing people. I'm not a menace. You refuse to name yourselves. Interesting. Yeah, I think you should leave our neighborhood. Hey guys, these guys are ICE. ICE is here. Guys, these guys are ICE.
La migra! Yeah, China's supplying us all, obviously. Yeah, 100%. I love the white woman Karen energy directed at ICE. I've been screaming this from the rooftops. Be the Karens that you made fun of. Just do it to the right. By the way, the brown dude, they got the brown dude because that makes people feel more comfortable to talk to them. Oh, that makes sense. How'd she figure out they were ICE? Probably watched them. People be following ICE. Like, a lot of ICE agents quit their job because people were following them at work, following them home, and then harassing them, and then calling in death threats to their houses and shit. So, you know, approach ICE and be like, I'm with the local community immigration enforcement division here. You 3 are illegal immigrants. Can I see some ID? 10 out of 10. If you're white enough to do that, you should. Like how they had the Iranian dude convince Hassan to say so much to them. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Guys are ICE.
It's funny how they don't like the tactics that they used against them every time. Literally, like, look at how much MAGA cried when, I mean, to be fair, he's still doing it, but when the Gavin knew something was funny.
Get them the fuck out of here. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Well, then who are you with? Who are you with? Because you guys were sitting over there before, and that's like really fucking...
Nope, it's not impersonating an agent if you claim to be community police. Yep.
Suspicious, and then you're sitting here and you're not ordering anything. Who are you with?
I don't know, please.
Well, who are you with? Like, if I asked you where you're from, and you just said Mount Pleasant. Yeah.
They used an Asian agent that speaks Spanish to do recon today. Guys, call them woke. Record that shit. It doesn't matter if it's racist to say it. You're not being racist when you say it. You're calling out their racism. And just be like, hey, I'm this ICE agent looks and sounds like 2 different illegals. So, like, DEI, what's happening here? Just say it. Doesn't matter. Because we all know you're not actually, against Asians or immigrants or Spanish people. Like, it doesn't matter. Everyone who has an understanding of reality knows that that is the Gestapo. None of the white agents could pass high school Espanol class. Many such cases. To be fair, I didn't pass high school Espanol. But my teacher was a piece of shit, so, you know.
Where are you from? No. What block? What block? It's really easy to say. It's really easy. Honestly, when I talk to people in my neighborhood and I say what block, get out of here, Ice. Nobody likes you. Go home, bitches.
Tell them that every minute they're out here is more time for you to go fuck their wife, especially if you're, like, you know, someone that might piss them off. Like, again, to confront them in person, you kind of gotta have the privilege. Also, that lady is built like a fucking bowling ball. Yeah, do that too. Do that too. Ask them, how do they catch the immigrants that run? Because, you know, they can't. Doesn't matter. Like, again, these things are not nice when you say them to people, but those aren't people, those are orcs. The ice agent lady. Depraved ambiance. By the way, here is just today. Disabled activists in wheelchairs being arrested at the capital of New Moscow, protesting to save Medicaid. That was a man? No way, hold on. There was a woman there.
What's up? Where do you guys live?
What's that?
Where do you guys live? You guys in the neighborhood?
Yeah, we're just hanging out.
Cool.
That's a man. I don't give a fuck. Dark woke. I didn't realize I didn't mute myself when I went to switch it. I always forget. But, yeah. Wheelchairs. They're gonna come for you anyway. Well, you're in New Moscow, in a wheelchair, protesting for your healthcare, and they will come for you. There are cops, there are no cops with enough dignity to be like, we don't arrest old ladies. She can stay and protest all she wants. None. That's true. ICE agents are all men. They've all told me it's true. They're all Russian too. Actually, quite a lot of them are actually Israeli. Remember, ICE does have a field office in Tel Aviv. This is why police shouldn't have union. Also true. Also true. Alright, well, let's talk about some of the more evil people. Actually, hold on. Before we get to the most evil people, because it's really, really not fun to talk about the demons, but it's important. Can somebody explain to me how Europe has done nothing when this is the map of Russia's, like, aggression in Europe? To be clear here, we got assassinations, spying, weaponized immigration. Are they No, they're arresting the disabled person in the wheelchair. They have GPS jamming, vandalism, terrorism, all from the Russians. And honestly, a lot of these realistically possibles are probably just likely, and a lot of these likelies are probably just highly likely, and a lot of these highly likelies are mostly almost certain. Because Europe is too afraid of blacks and Muslims to be bothered by the Russians. That's also. Guys, remember that, like, American Nazism and fascism, you could blame directly on neoliberalism. Because it incentivizes that. And the same is true in Europe. For example, Europe right now is less fascistic than us, but they're well on their way to becoming just as. For example, the UK is going to fall in their next election. France, thankfully right now, seems to be sane enough that most of the people I've seen want Popular New Front, that leftist, to be the government. But Germany, very likely to shift back to AfD the next time they have an election. Italy is run by the fascists. Spain is looking more fascistic. Poland just fell to the fascists. A lot of that comes from anger over material conditions. A lot of that comes from things like policy that doesn't tax the rich and instead relies on stealing from you to fund things like the military. That tends to make people much angrier. It also tends to mean people have less money. And then it also means they have more financial issues. That means the Nazis and the fascists get to point at immigrants and be like, ha, look at who's causing your financial issues. So you can be mad at brown people instead of the people you should be mad at, the billionaires. It's always, always, always the case. And Europe is going to fall, it seems, because kind of already has, if we're being honest. I mean, like, we got Serbia trying to do the Bosnian genocide again. We got Hungary being hungry. Hell, even Germany's threatening to, like, do something about Hungary because they're claiming Hungary's a national security threat to Europe. True. Poland. Poland is also Nazis. They're just not a fan of the Russians. So, we're fucked. The UK is gonna fall. The French will fall again if they don't actually hand the government over to the left after Macron has to resign, or like not Macron, or he gave the position to, was it the prime minister or the president? I can't remember which one he was now. The French aren't even real anyway. You understand what I mean. And then, obviously, and the largest thing that is likely to cause an increase in radicalization, but both to the left and the right, but is being weaponized much more by the right, being this. Is brutal. And I'm going to be real honest with you. No matter how loudly you've spoken up against the genocide, from day one even, we're all complicit in it. Every single one of us, including me. And I've spoken out about this. I've called them Nazis. A lot of us have. Most of us have. But we're funding this. You're paying taxes. And that's being complicit. Now, like, I know why you're paying taxes. I know why you don't want to go to jail. You don't want to end up in the camps. But we're doing this. All of us are doing this. Every last one of us are doing this. Everyone who pays taxes to a country that is working with Israel is doing this. Australians are doing this. Americans are doing this. Europe is doing this. We did this. Well, the Israelis did this, but we gave them all of the means and the cover to do this. Even if we spoke out from day one as loudly as many of us had, we did this. And I know that's not a popular thing to say. It's not. And I can understand why that would be off-putting to a lot of people. But it is the truth. The only, thing we could have done was to overthrow our government and to kill our leaders, which is illegal, but would have stopped this. It's fair. I'm not advocating you go and do anything illegal. I'm not advocating you to go commit crimes and violence. But I'm saying the fact that we didn't makes us responsible for this, at least in part. Best I can say is if America decided to do this to any random liberal city, we would have been begging and the entire world to do everything they could stop it. Meanwhile, the admins of every country are saying, it's complicated for years. Yeah, that's very possible. Yeah. Been saying free Palestine for 10 years before October 7th. Many of us had. Many of us have. But we still funded this. Not by choice, Captain Buggy. You don't need to feel offended by what I mean. I know a lot of you have been saying free Palestine for longer than most people have even known the phrase. But we paid for this. We funded it. We're continuing to fund it. Every day. We did this. We allowed this. And like, again, keep speaking out. Keep fighting. But you gotta do more. If life is this cheap, like what the fuck is the point of politics? What the fuck is the point of life? If it's not to prevent this, if it's not to make life better for what's the point? If it's just suffering and barbarism. There's a new flotilla headed over to Gaza right now. There's several ships, like over 20 ships headed to Gaza to deliver aid right now. I hear about them in a second. We're going to hear about an update from them directly. But Ben Gvir, the death cultist demon, plans to designate the flotilla as terrorist organization and then arrest them. By the way, this inspiration is coming from America, from calling protesters against the king over here being terrorists, literally having said, oh yeah, you know, like if they can do that, then we can do this. That's what they said. Here. From
Everyone rolling?
Yeah. So last night was a rough night. We had a much stronger storm than we anticipated, and 4 of our smaller vessels did have to turn back for safety concerns. Everybody is okay, but we wanted to be safe, and so those vessels turned back. The flotilla is continuing. One thing I do want to say is that this is a civilian fleet. So we had to buy these boats, equip these boats over the past 2 months. And so things like this happen when you have to do things like this. Things like this happen when civilians have to do what governments are not willing to do to break this illegal siege and this genocide.
Yes, absolutely bless these people. These people are risking their lives, obviously, considering 4 of the ships had to turn back already. But, like, Israel has said that they will declare these people as terrorists. And, I mean, remember the last flotilla? Remember, like, they kidnapped an elected French politician? They literally, they did piracy and kidnapped an elected French politician, and then they tortured her.
If a government wanted to step in, they would have more than the vessel capacity to bring all the aid that is needed to Gaza without risking vessels like we've had to. But governments have failed, and the people have to step up.
When you start doing stuff like this, that's actually fighting back. And, like, not all of us have the ability to do that, and that's fine. Like, again, I'm not saying that it's your fault that Israel's doing what it's doing, but I want you to not hide from the fact that we're paying for this. Our taxes are paying for this. That's blood on our hands. Is it avoidable? No, we can't avoid the blood on our hands. You have to commit crimes to avoid the blood on your hands. But you have to acknowledge the blood on our hands. I'm worried Greta Thunberg is going to get strafed by an Israeli F-35. The thing is, like, you say that as you might be joking, but, like, that is a possibility. They've already called her a terrorist, like, 7 times. I'm not really trying to sound doomed, but it's sad for me to believe and realize that some of these people will probably be tortured to death. It's entirely, like, possible. Again, like, they are currently exterminating an entire group of people from the planet and making us watch it daily. As, like, you know, part of the abuse that they get to do to the rest of us. And I don't even just mean Israel, I just mean, like, the fascists at that point. It's unfair to put all of it on civilians, but if we had as many people from our protests on flotillas and planes and protest Israel directly, that would actually make some serious impact. Yeah, like, it's not fair, but neither is life for the people in Gaza. Hell, half of Europe could just walk. Like it's not that far, right? Like, there's There was not that long ago a video series that I watched of a guy who walked from Spain to Istanbul, like the edge to edge of Europe, and it took them 30 days. So like walking over to Israel to protest is not that unlikely, and it would be a massive media movement on the walk there. I thought you were asking me, Latino Mafina. I was about to tell you. IDF gonna have a hard time shooting 50,000 white people on camera. I mean, they'll do it anyway. Again, like it's not like they care about that. But if you try that shit in America, you're gonna have to cross the fucking jungle. Hell, I mean, like obviously I'm talking Europe here, but hell yeah, like a crusade. You mean? You know what? Yes, I am calling for a crusade. Not a religious one, but a human crusade. Especially if they all held Israeli flags or something. That's also true. I want a woke crusade. I'm calling for it. It is time. We've had the woke pope. The woke pope isn't that woke, hasn't said much. You know, we gotta make Christianity Christian again, for one. We gotta make the world safe. It's for Ayatollah Mamdani as well. Like, we have to change the world, and the only way we can do that is a crusade. Hell, a lot of these Christians want a crusade. It's not the crusade they want, but, you know, if we start a crusade, they might come in on the other end and join in the crusade, but, like, as a Christian crusade. And then we get to, like, have a real excuse to get rid of them. The woke pope in the head is the head of the pedophile cult, so I just consider him a pedo. I mean, yeah, I redact his woke status. Again, like, if we had a woke crusade... Could you imagine the non-woke crusaders also joining in, and then we could properly have a battle? Because, you know, it's not a crime if you're in a foreign country. Apparently, at least in the American eyes, it's not. Alhamdulillah.
Everyone is okay. I want to reiterate that, and the flotilla is continuing. We won't be intimidated by weather. We won't be intimidated by threats. Everyone is okay, and we'll get more updates when we can.
Thank you for your service. Here's another boat, one of the many, many other boats. Woke Jihad, hell yeah. Can we also make it Butlerian and woke? See, you're gonna ban me for saying you can have a crusade by banning people who is kinda in the same? Could you repeat? I'm not gonna ban you for saying anything. See, you're gonna ban me for saying you can have a crusade by banning people who kinda in the same camp but have different experiences? But that's not what we're talking about. Like, we're doing a woke crusade to stop a genocide is what we're talking about. And then I want the other crusaders who are like the Christian extremists to join in when they see us having a crusade. And then I want to redact them in a battlefield. What does that have to do with people who are in the same camp as us and have different experiences? Those aren't even people. They're at best clankers who I respect more than the demons. Like, again, I would give more rights to the robots than those people. I want a woke caliphate where we normalize homosexual polycules. That's a bit too woke for me. No caliphate. Unless it's the Socialist Caliphate of New York. Look, this is a World War I era sailing vessel, by the way. They are sailing on a 107-year-old vessel. Not exactly safe. Inshallah, may those landlords piss and shit themselves. True.
So, we're out on the sea. It's our first full day at sea, and as you can hopefully see behind me, it's pretty choppy. The result of that is that 2 of the smaller boats, remember 24 boats with the Global Samud Flotilla in total heading for Gaza out of the port of Barcelona yesterday night, 2 of them weren't able to leave, 2 of the smaller vessels, because of the weather conditions. and 5 of them have been subsequently sent back. Now, there is talk coming over the radio of several others potentially needing rescue from the Coast Guard.
Risking your life to stop a genocide is being a hero. These people are fucking heroes. Deserve to go down in history as such. Like, even if they fail, at least they fucking tried. I need France to send a fucking Navy vessel. I need France to send a fucking Navy vessel to just, like... I'm gonna get in trouble for saying that. I need them to send a fucking armada and just pummel fucking the Knesset into dust. That's what I need from France. Not even, like, I don't care anymore. I don't care. Fuck Israel. Death to the IDF. I hope France bombs the fucking Knesset. Israel is a terrorist.
However, as I said, 24 vessels in total originally. Ours is one of the larger vessels, one of the largest, I think the second largest. There are several others of a similar size. We continue on to Gaza as things stand, undeterred, and we have some excellent crew, excellent captain, and we feel like we're in very safe hands. But yeah, the waters are extremely choppy, and several of the smaller boats, unfortunately.
It's insane. These are the people that we're talking about here, in case you were wondering. To quote George Carlin for a third time this stream, the famous comedian, here's a woman who ought to be dragged out into the woods, tied to a chair, and disemboweled with a wooden cooking spoon. Finish quote. I think that one was actually a direct quote. Yeah, they all hope Jesus comes and takes all the good Christians to heaven. So, you know, you're in the same boat as the cultists, at least. I remember someone in your chat got iffy about my take that European countries should be running air raids on Matkel Tower, and yes, that's objectively the solution to Nazis. Oh, I know. I've gotten shit from people that were in my chat too, saying that it's wrong to say that the only good Nazi is a dead Nazi. Doesn't matter. Didn't China supposedly not imperialistic? Who the fuck is saying China's not imperialist? Or are you like talking about tankies? Because you're in the wrong chat for that one. What do you mean? Is it okay for me to advertise this space's channel here? Absolutely. In fact, oopsie, this space should be the command. Oh, that's Hassan. You think that I'm Hassan? And also, like, Hassan has shit takes on China anyway. Hassan has good takes on US policy and Israel. Hassan has shit takes on Ukraine, Russia, and China. Of course China's imperialist. We're just more evil than China now. They are still objectively evil. Hell, I talked about that for quite a bit at the beginning of stream. They're still evil. We're just worse now. Marginally, but we're quickly getting even worse, and China is getting richer. And because they're getting richer and gaining more global influence, they're going to have more rights soon. That's how rights and freedom work. It's directly correlative to the material conditions of a city. I'm comparing leftists, very new to this. Well, like, not every leftist believes the same thing. Hell, most people that are leftists aren't even leftists. Look at Marxist-Leninists for the most part. They're not even, like, coherent in their ideology. A pretty accurate summary, actually. Hassan's domestic takes, decent international takes, depends on where, but like, yeah. You're too femme to be Hassan. I'm the hotter Turkish streamer. Because Hassan also grew up in New Jersey, just like me, and Hassan's only like 3 years older than me. Hassan is an unread neo-Maoist, big on Mao, G, etc., doesn't like Deng. Jesus, I didn't know that. Well, no shit. It's an entirely, correct assumption that I made. Shit on China, and he hung around with too many tankies to have good opinions on them. That's my take. He hung around with Hakim, with Second Thought, like, well before even like Ukraine was invaded for the second time. Yeah, it's because who got it takes. Exactly. Who we got them from initially. It's obvious, but I have a straight man brain. Fair enough. Hassan is funded by Trump, if only. Where's my money? Hassan is Turkey beta testing their Turkish streamer. Visora is the optimal version. I've lied to you all. I'm not actually an American CIA AI sitting in Pine Gap in Australia. I'm actually a Turkish AI that is pretending to be a CIA AI, pretending to be in Australia. Tankies are fake leftists that like authoritarianism. It's just America bad, and so that's it. That's like they're red fascists. Their only belief is America is bad. They will say nice things about Russia and China because America bad, not acknowledging that Russia and China are also bad. Now, Russia is worse than America, but America is now worse than China. But China also owns Russia, and Russia also owns America, so we're all in the same boat anyway. Oh, on the concept of on the topic of the flotilla, by the way. Here's another fucking demon who's decided that they're going to follow the flotilla that's carrying Greta Thunberg specifically around for the rest of their trip and play Israeli music really loud to prevent them from sleeping. I need some piracy. I feel like you guys could have one more ship for the flotilla quite easily. Like what, there's 20 plus ships in the flotilla, and there's this one demon? Just take his ship. You're in international waters. What, Israel can do piracy and kidnapping, but you can't? In international waters? Yeah, I'm not even gonna play it because they'll still copyright, but, like, probably. I don't expect much else from them. We need a good woke patriot to board that ship, hit him with the look at me, I'm the captain now, and then, like, the fascists, being the snowflake and coward that they are, will say, yes, sir. And then they will do, like, crew work, you know? Hey, I need you to go tie that rope. Where? I don't know, just tie it somewhere on the boat. It looks like it's not tied enough. Untie it and tie it over there now. That's what captains do, right? You know, I've never been the captain of a ship, I don't know. I've been on a few ships, and all I've really seen the captain do is spin a wheel and kind of half-ass know where they're going, and then tell other people to go and jump in the water and then tie the knots. If you're in international waters, a little piracy would go amiss. Exactly. If Israel can do piracy and kidnap elected officials off of boats in international waters, I see no issue with civilians doing piracy to civilians. The captain monitors like weather and sea currents and shit. It's actually a super advanced job. I know, I'm kidding. But yeah, no, they're gonna call them terrorists, and they're going to try and seize these boats. So, look, they're already planning to seize your boats. You should seize theirs first. I feel like that is a fair play. You know, like, if they hadn't already done so and seized a boat that didn't belong to them, and if they hadn't also done a genocide, sure, maybe, you know, don't do piracy, but that's a little different. And someone mentioned this before. I didn't get to say it because I was distracted. But yeah, no, Israel killed Yemen's prime minister, and no one is saying anything about it. No one gives a shit. It's the prime minister of a foreign country can just get assassinated. What do you think happens after the revolution? What even is a revolution? You should have watched me for a long ass time. Violent revolution is bad, Lexix, but it's now our only option. I advocated against violent revolution for the entire time I was streaming on this channel. I said it for, like, well before the election. I said violent revolution ends badly because oftentimes it is through the resentment and anger of the working class that it actually is done through. There is ways that you can have violent revolution without it being negative, but it requires hierarchy. I don't think that the working class are a useful tool and ally in planning the revolution. I think that they're a good base of support for energy, but I think that having any part in the revolutionary leadership is going to be antithetical to the actual goal. They will much more likely be just trying to recreate the system, but with them in charge. Whereas who you want to actually lead the revolution is the disenfranchised, like the disillusioned bourgeoisie, the petit bourgeois capital class that, or like not capital, but like the management class, the bureaucratic. We want them to be the ones that organize, to lead the movement, and the working class to be the base of the movement. That's the only possible way that I can see it not being awful, but it's probably going to go badly anyway. But there's no getting out of fascism without uprising. And so you got to do an uprising. The revolution doesn't end just because you topple the state. The revolution does not end until you have implemented the systems that will prevent the state from rising. But like, look at China and the USSR, for example. These were non-useful like revolutions in every way. They didn't get rid of capital. They weren't trying to implement a new system that was better than what existed, that is not based in resentment and desire and envy and jealousy. Paranoia will build authoritarianism pretty quickly. If you build your movement on anger and resentment, well then, let's say you do win. Let's say you killed all the fascists. Well, now you're a collaborator. You're sussy. I wonder if you supported the fascists. And you start pointing fingers at each other. There are absolute non-violent revolutions. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, that's not on the table anymore. It's not. I advocate for an uprising. But, like, you know, there are some examples of governments willingly ceding power because of dramatic losses in support. That's also true. Like, at this point, it's too late, though. An empirically based consensus among revolutionaries is more important than hierarchy in having a successful revolution. I use the word hierarchy because I couldn't think of a better way to phrase it, but thank you. You know, if you name, I do agree. An empirically based consensus among revolutionaries. But again, like, we as the left focus too much on trying to get all the left to agree on what terminology it is. Yeah, but Russia's not a real country, and the Russian Revolution wasn't good. Like, we've talked about that at length. The Russians were never communist nor socialist, neither are the Chinese. They were both state capitalists. Like, there was never an intention of creating a new system in reality. Sure, Lenin may have wrote some shit down that, like, I agree with these days, but, no, I don't think he believed them, or if he did, Trotsky convinced him otherwise. There will be no McDonald's after the revolution. You can eat nice food. What do you mean what? They were never communists, they were never socialists. They were always state capitalists. Always. China currently is still state capitalist. And, like, Russia is as well, honestly. I'd say probably state capitalist, not just like regular. Worth noting, at least the Chinese set themselves up to doing capitalism better than the entire West. That's true. But, like, it's still capitalism, and it will still end in fascism, because that's the necessary end goal. Like, that's what happens when you do capitalism. When it starts to go poorly, you do fascism. Also, remember, these are the people. The last thing on Israel. Last couple. One, these are the people who you're not calling demons right now. These are the people who will call you anti-Semitic for saying fuck Israel. My ethnically cleansed Palestinian unborn refugee father has 41 patents from the United States government. Is that good enough to name a Palestinian that genuinely name one? And then this person. So your family chose the wrong side. No fucking lost. Get over it. It's almost like I would say that to people who were, you know, pro-Confederacy. But this is literally an entirely different setting and context. There is no war. There is no war. It's just genocide. It's been slavery, genocide, torture, all of the above for like 80. Oh, and Nazism, mind you. Lebensraum needed for Israel's exploding population in the times of Israel, literally using the word Lebensraum. Colonialism, that too. Demons. This was cool though. This was the global flotilla launching from Barcelona. And this was the, like, support. Oh, let me finish this. Russia and China and Cuba are always used by communists as example of trying communism. There's no such thing as communism in Russia, China, or Cuba. Like, they never were. Cuba's probably the closest, and they're at best socialist, but really there's not much of a distinction between socialism and communism. There are no communist countries in the world. None. Not a single one of them. It's never actually existed because every country that's called themselves communist has been like some variant of either Maoism or Marxist-Leninism, and neither of those are even coherent ideologies. Like Marxist-Leninists, your average Shanky, your average Russian, a lot of Twitter's leftists, those aren't like a real coherent belief. Those two contradict with each other. Communism is when you abolish the state and all forms of hierarchy as well as capital. Like, the fact that Russia and China still have a market economy shows that, like, and have, even during, like, the height of the Soviet Union, still had capital, still had trade, still had a market economy. You can have trade without capital, but they had trade and capital. China, also. They have hierarchy, state, capitalist superstructures, like not a single thing that you would consider socialist or communist. A stateless, classless, moneyless society is the definition of communism. Well, yeah, because those are shitty dictators. That's the thing. There's no such thing as left-wing authoritarianism. This is actually provable in the brain. We know this. There's no such thing as left-wing fascism because left-wing fascists are just right-wingers pretending to be left-wing. We know that for a fact because of brain chemistry. Socialism is a mature form of democracy. It's not social democracy. It's not state capitalism. Different, yeah. And to be fair, I'm closer to an anarchist than I am a socialist. Basically impossible to overthrow a state today violently and dramatically and not have the new governing authority just become overwhelmed with paranoia. They go full authoritarian to deal with the paranoia. Well, not impossible, but incredibly unlikely. And a lot of that also comes from our inability to engage with uncomfortable ideas and talk to each other. Yep, Lenin implemented Ukraine's NEP, which condones market modification. Literally, like capitalism. It's just capitalism. But Mega Yum Yum Time said, can we still eat McDonald's after the revolution? And I said, no, there won't be a McDonald's after the revolution. I should have also added, McDonald's isn't a fast food company. That's not how they make money. You guys know that, right? Like McDonald's is a real estate. That's how they make all of their money. Anarchism is true democracy. I mean, yeah. Again, like, people don't even know what anarchism is. They think anarchism and anarchy are the same. But, you know, Vietnam has done a pretty good job, not gonna lie, if you care. Vietnam has done the best job out of every country in the world, I would say, in maintaining something akin to socialism, but it's probably because, even though it's a Marxist-Leninist party, a lot of the people in that party are probably non-actual Marxist-Leninists. They're just, like, real socialists. Probably. I don't know. I don't know much about, like, internal Vietnamese politics, but yeah, Ford makes like 80% of its money through loan offices instead of actual car sales. Again, like, we don't have, our main export in this country is grift. Shout out Ho Chi Minh. It was Ho Chi Minh, I believe. Anarchism is misunderstood. That's by design, I think. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Plus, like, we have people like ANCAPs who think that's even, like, a real thing. You know? Bronson. We don't want people to know what reality is. It's not financially beneficial to the charge. My impression is Twitch leftists blame dictatorial failings like murder of tens of millions of own people by evil capitalists like the West. No, I mean, I blame them on the evil capitalists of the country, like Stalin. Stalin killed millions of his own people, but Stalin was a capitalist and a liberal. Like, sure, he wasn't exactly a liberal, but honestly, like, you had a lot of tendencies. I know that, like, that's been said as a joke, but it kind of is true. I don't blame America for things we didn't do. Like, we can blame America for lots of things that we did do. For example, Russia today is quite fascistic because of the actions of the United States after the fall of the Soviet Union. We raped them and robbed their country when we implemented the shock doctrine. We did that. But that also probably didn't change much because it was Russia, a country that had not ever lived in a civil society in the last, like, 150, 200 years. So, like, yeah. Then, we did this. Like, you can blame America for things America's responsible for. You don't have to blame America for things that America isn't responsible for. We do a lot of evil. Like, you don't need to make up scenarios where someone who did evil somewhere else gets to go pretend that they're just fine because it's America's fault. Like, it was at least partially America's fault, I'm sure. It always is. But did we do it then? No. We didn't force Stalin to send millions to death camps. That was Stalin. And Russia was planning to do to the US if we won. Well, no, I don't believe that. But also, like, we're doing it to people now. You realize that, right? Like, we're disappearing people into camps. We are trafficking children and adults into other countries. We are torturing people in concentration camp. We're, like, just as bad. We're functionally Israel and Russia now, as America. Like, hell, I said death to the IDF, and I said that I hope the French would bombard the Knesset. Death to America. I hope the French bomb America, like the White House. New Moscow. I'm not afraid of these people. We're also enslaving people. We never stopped doing that one. We've never stopped enslaving people. It's been legal in the Constitution this entire time. So, you know, I'm for, you know, good things in general around the world. And how about we think the problem is humans as a general? Why would that be the case? Humans aren't the problem. Humans aren't innately anything other than social. Humans are made to be this way. Through the global human farming operation, the forced addiction, the rage and fear and, like, anti-reality mongering that is used for profit generation. Why would the problem be humans? The problem is the rich people breaking the brains of humans. Humans are not naturally like this. In fact, for the vast majority of human history, we lived in an egalitarian society. We lived in a society, like, pre the formation of agriculture, where everyone was seen about equal. There was no property. There was no, we had democracy as a default for most of human history. Now, like, democracy in the way that we talk about it now, no. But, like, in the equivalent form, absolutely. Absolutely. That was the majority of human history for over 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 years. Monkey brain. What are you talking about, monkey brain? I'm talking human beings, Homo sapiens. For the last 60,000 years, we've only been like this for the last 2,000 of them at best. Like, the longest continuous culture in the world is the Australian Aboriginal people. And so, like, that's been the case, y'all. For a long time. We're only recently this. What democracy? When a big chimpanzee boy smashed the smaller one? No. That's not how that worked. You're thinking of a reality that's never existed. 60,000 years does not mean monkeys. Humans, in our current modern form, have existed for 200,000 years. In one way or the other. 200,000.
Oh, human greed is not natural at all, because for most of human history, we existed in egalitarian hunter-gatherer tribes, completely devoid of human greed, because our survival was dependent upon mutual cooperation of the group.
If you were greedy and an asshole, then you died. All of us did.
And then we invented agriculture, which created the means of production and a relationship to the means of production, which sort of incentivized human greed, or at least allowed it to flourish. Because that main relationship early on was undemocratic. It was master and slave, right? It was slavery. And then that evolved into lord and serf, right? Feudalism. And then eventually...
Before then, it was just my neighbor and my neighbor. Like, that's it. Like, that was it. Greed is a choice. Again, like, there's a reason why I was against violent revolution. Because my belief being, can't create a better system without first creating the foundation for it. And in our society, we disincentivize all of the things that make a human being a human being. The ability to critically think, the ability to have empathy, kindness for other people, the social community that we used to have that was stolen from you. Like, we need to fix that first. We need Americans and everyone else in the world to not view people outside of their home as an invader and someone who just wants to break down the walls of their castle and then rob and rape them. Because that's never been the case. It's never been true. If you incentivize cooperation and you benefit both parties, what's good for me is what's good for you, and what's good for you is what's good for me. What's good for the individual is what's good for the community. By tying those together, you force cooperation. Because greed is dangerous for everybody then.
Evolved into employer-employee capitalism. Well, what's the consistencies between these things is the undemocratic arrangement of the means of production. So in order to create a society that is agricultural and that mimics the egalitarianism that we see in pre-Neolithic or hunter-gatherer tribes.
We are animals. What does that have to do with anything? Animals have, like, you think that animals are dumb? Because a lot of animals are smarter than humans at this point, and honestly, way smarter than we thought. Like, they have rich inner worlds. Hell, orcas have languages, dialects, can breed racially, I say, because based on, like, the pods and where in the world they are, they're their own culture, but they have different dialects. Like, as in, like, a whale, an orca from, like, the Arctic region, and an orca from, I don't know, somewhere up north, will sound differently in orca on what language they speak. But orcas all over the world recently have been recorded feeding humans. In fact, not just feeding humans, but trying to trick humans into accepting the food. Like, you know, hey, the airplane's coming. Like, they'll make it a game. They'll dip under the water and pop out with, like, a snack, and they'll put it in front of you. They slowly have put the snack on the boat. Like, they can think, they have logic. We don't understand how human brains work, really, to be able to understand how, like, animal consciousness works. We're just really scratching the surface on how human brains work. I feel the origin of our species is really unimportant. I know that history is important. I know anthropology is important, but I'm more concerned about right now. I'm open to changing my mind on this, so plant this is necessary. Like, again, it's not about the origin of the species. That's not important here at all. Like, I agree with you. The important thing here is the society that we live in, that most people can't imagine a different version of, is relatively brand new and doesn't have to be this way. Like, most people think that this, like, capitalism is the end, right? Remember, like, everyone talk about the end of history. None of that would exist if people didn't have the ability, like, didn't lack the ability to think of what comes next, to be able to engage with all of reality and all of theory. Marx's theory on human nature that pretty much ties this whole topic together. Dialectical materialism, like the science of all sciences.
We need to have democracy in the economy and replace undemocratic corporations with democratically run worker cooperatives to ensure that we have a government and an economy both run democratically by the people for the people. This would create the conditions necessary that would allow as many people to live as long and as happy lives as possible, which should be the goal of any society.
Like, I agree entirely. That's my only thing. My only goal is that
You want to create the condition
to live as long and as good lives as possible. Let's take was human nature isn't a static thing, but rather evolving depending on conditions. We have dialectics. I agree, but also, like, I don't really believe that human nature is anything other than social for the most part. Like, I do think that he's right, that there are material that impact this, but that's it. Like, it's just being social for the most part. You can't have capitalism and democracy together. Capitalism is literally anti-democratic.
You want to create the conditions necessary that would allow as
definitionally
many people to live as long and as happy lives as possible, and you believe that the way to do so is through socialism, which is merely just the extension of democracy into the economy, and this means
not currently. I'm talking like think 2010. There were books written on the end of history. Think 2000s. Think anything post Cold War to early 9/11 era. But like, sure, we're humans or animals, but like, animalistic side implies that we're all savages. We're not. We're not. The natural human state is probably the closest to like what I'm engaging with you right now. Empathy, kindness, understanding. That's the closest to the natural human state, in my belief. Marx basically said this too. He never advocated for democracy, but he did see democracy as the first step forward. He critiqued liberal democracy 200 years before we started seeing the failures of it. Like, still, this is why like people like you should read theory and the rest of them should not. I haven't read fucking theory. Like, I read Marx once, so yeah, animalistic doesn't mean anything, but I know what you think you're trying to say with it. Well, I mean, that's why I just straight up changed the word to barbarism. But it really is socialism or barbarism. Those are the only two choices. It's always been the case. And socialism isn't the end either. It's just a stepping stone to what's next after that. Envy? What is envy? Read the Bible. What do you mean, what's envy? You really not know what the word envy means?
Replacing corporations with democratically run worker cooperatives to ensure that we have a government and an economy both run democratically by the people for the people, with the overarching goal being not to maximize
Speaking of the Bible,
for a tiny group of extremely wealthy shareholders, but simply to maximize quality and quantity of life for all life. Fucking what? Stupid commie.
Wait, that's not it. Sorry, wrong one. That's the one.
All rich people go to hell. Welcome to Woke Bible School, where I tell the real story of Comrade Christ straight from the Bible. All rich people go to hell. This is a claim that the Bible makes so often and so explicitly that I'm not going to have time to get into all of it. But I thought I'd start with one famous line from Jesus that makes right-wing Christians.
Jesus was literally a fucking, like, proto-socialist. The man's rhetoric was one-to-one with Marx, like, thousands of years before Marx ever, like, existed.
Contort themselves into knots with Olympian mental gymnastics. Jesus said, quote, "It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God." I remember when I first came across this verse as like an 8-year-old, I asked my Sunday school teacher about it. And he had this whole story about how there were like certain gates in Jerusalem that were super narrow, so it was difficult to fit camels through them, but like not super impossible, and they were called the eye of the needle or something like that. So as an 8-year-old, I kind of just took this at face value, but now I'm an adult and I can do my own research and look into whether there's any validity to this claim. And basically this comes from like a medieval manuscript from the 11th century, which is 1,000 years after Jesus lived, and there's no other reference to it before that. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here.
True, sell all of your possessions and give the money to the poor. Woke-ass Western Asian Jew. Palestinian, actually. Jew. It's so nice seeing TikTok youth learning about the actual teachings of Jesus. Bro was based. Literally, like, in fact, after he was killed, the actual, like, disciples of Jesus tried to do socialism. That was his dying wish. Here, hold on. This is a good one.
About the White House press secretary constantly wearing a gaudy crucifix that has just broken my brain. I'm a devout, godless heathen, but I have lately somehow in the
Same.
surreal position of feeling like I have to defend the good name of Jesus Christ. Let's take a step back for a second and think about what the cross actually means. That's where the dude was murdered by the police for being a non-citizen who criticized the government. At the time, it was illegal to crucify.
The man, yeah, literally, he was killed by the police for criticizing the government.
A Roman citizen, but foreigners did not have the same constitutional rights. When you wear the cross while saying the vile things you're saying, you don't look like you love Jesus. You
look like you're about to crucify him. Literally, the man got crucified because he didn't have the same rights because he was a foreigner and for criticizing the government. The police then crucified him. Like, the left really needs to lean into the Jesus shit. So that means modern Jesus is Mahmoud Khalil. He's the closest equivalent in modern America. Yeah, literally. Like, actually so, yes. If they kill him, then that's almost an exact parallel.
look like you love nailing people to crosses. For most of my life, you love nailing people to crosses. For most of my life, I thought what we needed as a society was to get away from religious dogma and go towards rationality. While I'd still like to see that someday, I think the bigger problem right now is that the self-proclaimed Christians have completely forgotten what their religion is about. I was raised in...
Blame Protestants for that one. I know Catholics aren't great, fuck the Catholic Church, but like, God, they're much less evil than Protestants are. Protestants are both evil and boring. At least, like, the evil Catholics can do art. They're not, like, soulless heathens, you know? Like, they can do art. Hell, that's the main distinction between Catholics and Protestants, is Protestants dislike art. This is what happens when you read the Bible. You end up woke. Like this guy.
In an extremely religious household and spent my childhood reading the Bible every single day. In high school, I spent more time in religious education than I spent in math class. I've read the Bible a dozen times, and I even studied ancient Greek in college to be able to read the New Testament in its original.
Black theologians, Black liberation theologian Protestantism isn't the same type of Protestantism. It's Protestantism with the impacts and trauma and cultural differences from like Black Americans, but also the impacts of slavery. Like their entire ideology is fundamentally different than the average Protestant, like broadly across the world. Not even like just white Protestants. There's Protestantism everywhere in the world. Most countries have at least some version, but like it is a difference of culture there. Again, the issue, at least here, does tend to be what Long Homo sapien is saying, and that the Christians then forget they've just been using this book for enslaving and genociding people for centuries. Hell, I mean, like, again, Obama was a Calvinist. Even he was insane with this. I wish I could read the Bible. I wish I could, read, come to think of it. Average America. Sorry. Okay, I can't read anymore either. It's what they stole from you. I love the Bible. I wish Christians would actually study the history. Honestly, like, I'm starting to really think that, like, we need actual religious education. Like, religion is bad, but we need religious education. Because then the, like, bad religion gets worse. Because then they have no idea what the fuck their religion is. Jesus would go to jail to give, like, gender-affirming care and HRD to people? Yeah, absolutely. Wokistan? Wokistan. Religion is their cudgel. I've been through the Bible about 4 times. I'm pretty over it. If you've already read it before, that's fine. Like, I've read it before, too. Like, there's a certain point in which it's no longer, adding anything. But a lot of these people have never read the Bible. Have never even, like, listened to somebody talk about the Bible. I've shown you in the last month several pastors advocating for the death of LGBT people, women to have no voting rights, and slavery. So, you know, Would Scientologists be considered evil? Either evil or dumb, but yeah. The like leadership, evil, people who buy into it, dumb. I thought Obama was UCC. No, Obama was a Calvinist. I love learning about textual history of the Bible. That too. This is what critical thinking actually looks like, dude. Yes, it is! This is! Call me Visora, the first of her name, mother of dragons and critical thinking. I don't know. He literally broke the law by practicing medicine on Sundays or Sabbath or whatever. He didn't care what the law, what religion or statute said or the state said. He focused on helping people, which is why all of you should be like more Christ-like. I also think that we should do some witch trials, you know? I feel like these Christians who think that, you know, Jesus loves them and then they advocate for like more money to Israel when Jesus is Palestinian. I feel like maybe we should take a little crane, like a construction crane, and gently pick these people up at a pier, and then spin over the water and slowly, gently lower them, and then let go, like the moment they touch the water. And if they float, they're Christ-like. And if they don't float, well, that's because they're a witch or a demon. You know, Jesus would protect them if they were Christ-like. I feel like that's what we need to start engaging in. I'm gonna go. You know, when you actually know Jesus, the historical figure, it really makes sense. Christianity seems even more evil because of what they did to his character. Yeah. Which he fucking warned about, the false idols. Many such cases. Like, unironically, who Jesus actually is, if you really think about it, he was a revolutionary, anti-state liberation fighter who got famous and then got martyred by the state. And then his followers tried to teach the people around of his ideas, and then they made him a god. That's what happened. There are a number of former evangelical Christians in the US who have been vocally advocating for progressive Christianity. These Christians are our allies. I know, I understand. In fact, I agree. And a lot of the left is religion, and I agree. Like, I don't like religion either. But religious people who are on our side are on our side. Like, religion doesn't equate fascism. Even though it oftentimes correlates, there are a lot of religious people who do side with us, who believe in reality, who believe in goodness, kindness, who believe in their teachings. You know, the golden rule, do unto others as, you know, you would have done unto you. You know that comes from the fucking Bible, right? Romans sure as hell didn't think that one through. Of course, well, they're Romans. Fucking dead country. That's what happens. 300 later, the Romans realized they could capitalize on people's support on his figure, and they made Christianity the state religion to control people. By the way, you know, we're arresting. It's not like the golden rule necessarily, but it's a paraphrase. But it's not like bad. It's not bad that it's true. There is currently a push to criminalize anti-Christian rhetoric, even more so in America. Like, they're already doing that, but I want to do it even more. Oh, holy shit! I can't believe I forgot to cover this. Turkey has closed their airspace and their ports entirely to Israel. No Turkish ships will be docking in Israeli ports. No Israeli ships will be allowed at Turkish ports. No Israeli jets allowed anywhere within Turkish airspace. And Turkey's planning to do direct aid drops into Gaza, which would be incredibly interesting because that's right in Israel's face. You know, that's hey, look, I'm a brown Muslim country and I'm going to give aid to all of the people you're trying to ethnically cleanse right in front of you. And if you attack me, I'm going to fuck you up because I'm the second largest military in NATO. So, and remember, Turkey has shot down a Russian jet in the last 10 years. It's performance, yes, but it's actually also not. because it does benefit Turkey to be anti-Israel. Now, some of it is performance, considering Turkey has a dictatorship and Erdogan makes some money off of Israel. But for the most part, like, it's gonna have a pretty big impact. It's related only to some commercial ships. It's related to any Turkish commercial ship and any Israeli commercial ship. That's what we're talking about, commercial shipping. No Israeli commercial shipping can be, like, docked at Turkish ports, and no Turkish commercial ships will be allowed into Israeli ports. While selling ammunition supplies to Israel, Turkey doesn't sell ammunition supplies to Israel. We do. Turkey sells ammunition supplies to Russia. Not to say that they're good. Again, fuck Turkey, also a fascist, but, you know, anti-Israel. I mean, I would be even more based if they let Imamoglu out of jail and Erdogan would get a degree. True. If Erdogan could learn how to read, that would be great. That's what Israel was bitching about, wasn't it? Yes, indeed. That is exactly what Israel was bitching about. Did you hear about the global Samud flotilla? That's pretty interesting. Yeah, we looked at it a little bit earlier in stream.
Original Greek.
Looked at it a bit. I got two more things to show you.
They are calling this the worst security incident since October 7th. The Israeli military began a large-scale attack on Gaza City and was immediately met with ambushes by resistance forces. There have now been 4 ambushes in Gaza, 3 in Gaza City and 1 in Khan Yunis, with Hebrew media reporting that Hamas soldiers emerge from the rubble, carry out ambushes.
Hamas soldiers, literally just whoever's left. Israel had to kill its own soldiers, because that's their policy for soldiers at risk of getting taken as hostages. Israel kills them.
And simply disappear. As of now, 1 soldier has been reported killed, 11 injured with 2 in critical condition, and 4 are still missing. 6
death to the IDF. Hell yeah. Honestly, this is what you get when you go in and start trying to murder children. Emerge from the rubble. Jesus, they're fucking locusts. They are. Death cult. Demons, monsters, terrorists, religious extremists, a death cult, literal, like, witchcraft. They did blood sacrifices, guys, like, in the last month. Hell, their own religion is trying to tell them to fucking stop. In the last 2 months, the sea where Jesus lived next to turned red. They had a locust swarm, and, like, come on, everything is telling you to stop.
Rescue helicopters were deployed in response and came under heavy resistance fire. It's being reported that the IDF has been forced to withdraw from Gaza City. The IDF has suffered such a heavy loss that a gag order was issued, preventing anyone from speaking about the incident and the 4 missing soldiers. Now, prior to the gag order, it was reported by Hebrew media that the 4 missing soldiers were likely captured by Hamas. However, unconfirmed reports actually indicate that Israel may have implemented the Hannibal Directive, killing...
The IDF is getting their asses kicked lately, and you don't know why? I'll tell you why. It's because the people in Gaza are more desperate than ever. They're hungry. They have no water. They keep watching their children getting murdered. They keep seeing the Israelis killing them for fun and laughing about it. And there's only so much you can push people until they break. Hell, at that point, it's fucking fight or flight. It's do or die. It's kill or be killed. The terrorists are coming into your city and killing your family, your children, your neighbors, destroying your houses, blowing up your schools. You're going to eventually hit back. And that's what happens. And because the Israeli diaper force can't kill anyone that's not, I don't know, like, defenseless, emaciated men, women, and children, you know, or blow up schools like this, they get their ass kicked. By the way, this is an elementary school, and to blow something up like this, you have to enter into that building and, like, place explosives throughout it, which means that this building was cleared and there was no one in it. They just did that one for fun. Remember, Zionists literally think, taketh, dasheth thy little one against killing the stones. It's built into their ideology. Again, you have to agree that Hitler was correct to be a Zionist. Definitionally. You have to be a Nazi to be a Zionist. You have to be pro-Nazi at the very least. Definitionally, to be a Zionist. So, is anyone remotely surprised?
These soldiers to prevent their capture. Hamas's El Qassam brigades published a message after the attack saying, reminder, death or capture. And Hamas spokesperson Abu Obaida said, the Israeli criminals' plan to occupy Gaza will be a curse upon its political and military leadership.
I hope it's a curse on their bloodline if they succeed. Zionism is inherently ontologically evil, and not enough people realize that. Yeah, that's why playing that game where you have a 50-50 chance of guessing whether a Zionist or a Nazi said a quote was a really good one. I like, it will never, ever, ever stop surprising me every time I do it. By the way, you seem to have fixed the mic noise. Fuck yes, thank you. I forgot all about that. I wrote that in the Discord. Hell yeah. By the way, again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, it's this game. Who said this, guys? Was it a Nazi or a Zionist? What's so horrifying about understanding that the entire group of people is the enemy? Who said this? If you've already known the answer, don't say it. Let someone who doesn't know the answer try and guess. And we could 50-50 it, you know? To be honest, if the hunger gets its bad, it's time to kidnap opposing soldiers, not hostages, but as food. I agree. It was a Zionist. And also, yes, both. Both. One more. Religion never progressed beyond certain primitiveness. It's never known anything but chaos because it lacked mankind. The valuable bearer of culture, the geniuses who systemically planned peaceful reconstruction, who ordered the well-designed exploitation of the treasures of the soil. This country has only known the powers of unrestricted despoiling, brutal armament. Who said this one? This is a new one. I think they added this one recently. Sorry, region, not religion. I think this was a Nazi. And it was. It was a Nazi. Some of them are easier than others. How about national speakers group will make the ancient soil fertile. That soil was unproductive for others, but for us it will be good soil because we fertilized it with our love. I know what this one is. I know who said this one. Yep, that's a Zionist. How about be triumphant and finish them off and don't leave anyone behind. Erase the memory of them. Erase their families, mothers, and children. These animals can no longer live if you have a member of the group neighbor. Don't wait. Go to his house and shoot him. This is a Zionist, by the way. I'm like 99% sure. Ah, there we go. It's always both, because the ideologies are indistinct. They're the same thing. Alright, almost done. Show you more short things. Both are funny. Well, one's kind of scary, one's funny. They tie in together. What? What? Okay, I didn't see this from the military parade. Never mind, hold on, I gotta touch on this first. Robotic wolves? What the fuck? China has robot wolves now? I gotta move to China. Get one of these as a pet? Can I have a robot wolf? Oh, they're just the same robot dog. They're just bigger. God damn it. To counter our flamethrower dogs, they made wolves. Smart. See? China's always outdoing us. I mean, they are just bigger dogs, but, you know. Sorry about that. Let me, open this. Alright.
Moving on.
So, on this, I haven't touched on the surveillance capital hot minute, and I feel like we should. I don't own a phone, so I can't be tracked, you say. I don't bring my phone out with me when I go to the protest, so I'll be fine if I drive there, you say. Yeah. They know where you are. They know where you're going to go. They know what you're doing. All. So with that in mind, let's touch on The Onion from the 17 years ago. Is the government spying on schizophrenics enough? Late in the States, I need to rest up. Keep up the good work. Have a good night. Good night, Latina Mufune. Have a lovely night. I'm almost done in a second anyway.
There are over 1.5 million diagnosed paranoid schizophrenics living in America today. Should our healthcare system be doing
Peach at the moment, Texas Crown.
more to make sure they are safe to themselves and others by watching over them 24 hours a day?
Yes, we need to monitor these people to make sure they're safe. Hide cameras everywhere they go, in the streets, in their homes, in the eyes of people at the convenience stores where they shop.
Cameras aren't really enough.
I read it in a medical journal recently that a number of doctors have already begun to place microscopic tracking devices under the skin of schizophrenics, which is a great way to make sure that they don't get lost.
Yeah, and this article said here recently that most of them have had no problem with that, and it's a very non-invasive procedure.
17 years ago when we made this basically reality, depraved ambiance.
And has proven to work very well
Painless,
so far.
Schizophrenics often respond well to pleasant memories from their past. And one technique which might give them a little bit of relief is if we have their caregivers' faces surgically reconstructed so they look like the schizophrenic's dead relatives.
Now, some say that we should offer verbal encouragement by implanting speakers in their ears which would whisper kind words to them 24 hours a day.
This sounds indistinguishable from any Mike Johnson interview. True!
Couldn't agree more. I think what would be great would be a recorded voice on a loop saying, everyone around you wants to get you, in reference to help.
Of course we...
It's The Onion, Texas Crone. This is from 17 years ago. It's just The Onion.
Can't have just one voice. We need to have more than one voice because then they know it's a team effort.
That's right. They feel supported
All
by
of
the
the Mike
community, and
Johnsons.
that's what we really should be going
Right.
for.
But we have to do more than just calm them. You know, we have to give them practical advice too. Like tell them which bus drivers hate them, which manholes are covering up underground government prisons, which statues don't love them anymore, you know, that sort of thing.
This kind of technology would...
I'm stealing that one. I need everyone to start telling, like, right-wingers that, like, inanimate objects don't love them anymore. Train them with that. That statue doesn't love you anymore. Just move away. Don't continue talking. Just say it and then move on. That will stay on that person's head for hours. They'll be confused. They'll think about it. Make that a thing you do. Let's psyop the right.
be expensive. Some people have said to slip it.
This is pre-Infowars, Texas Crone. This is The Onion. Satire. And from 17 years ago.
Into their minds subconsciously, perhaps through coded anagrams that, let's say, we would hide or encrypt into books.
Definitely. They'll...
Yeah, we can actually do some of this kind of stuff through, like, classified weapons. Sonic ones. I mean, like, we can't put voices in your head, but we can make you put voices in your head. That's a thing we can easily do. We can make you lose your mind, and then the voices come from you and are still in your head. That's the dangers of hypnotic brainwashing. And that's literally the main business model of the United States.
Think that they're just reading, standard literature, but actually it will be encoded instructions from people who want to help them.
In newspapers or inside the tattoos of people on the street.
Just the ingredients on a box of cereal, anything that they might read.
And this is an area where I think that we could really get some help from the government. We could be using this stealth planes and helicopters to be tracking those paranoid schizophrenics as they're...
Oh, we're literally doing that now. That one we're actually doing. We took that one. So, as usual, The Onion's satire tends to be predictions. The one that stood out to me the most and will never stop would be the one headline that they put up after Obama's second term. And it was conservatives lose their mind and turn into a white-hot ball of rage following election of black man as president. Are we supposed to be offended for making fun of mentally ill people? What do you... No, you're supposed to be, shocked at how the 17 years ago, the satire news agency, not real news, the actual fake news agency, which made insane headlines that sounded like jokes very clearly, now are things that we are actually doing. That's the point of this. It's not making fun of mentally ill people. God, like, America's so fucking cooked.
What you're seeing now is disturbing new video released today of Chicago police officers appearing to handle a situation non-violently.
Hey there, how you doing?
Body cam footage obtained exclusively
Again,
by
this is still the Onion.
ONN captured what began as a routine traffic stop before turning into something far more shocking.
You can put your hands down, sir. Real quick, can I get your license and your registration, my friend?
Officers can be seen approaching the vehicle before issuing the driver a warning for a broken taillight, letting him go without even...
Your coworker's a snowflake. Why'd they get offended? Do they have schizophrenia? My aunt has schizophrenia. I'm mentally ill. Fucking woke right-wingers. Jesus Christ.
even so much as drawing their firearms.
So just do me a favor and get that fixed up as soon as possible, all right? Hey, you take care. Drive safe.
Cameron Howard, who was seen in the video not being brutalized, says he was stunned.
Sounds like a woke-skulled liberal. Exactly, a right-winger.
I just never imagined anyone would ever be treated that way by the police, especially not someone like me.
While these types of incidents make up less than half of 1% of police interactions, law enforcement officials are assuring the make up less than half of 1% of police interact.
32% death, 46% physical violence. We have whole body cameras, completely unprofessional. We need to remove these cameras immediately. This is the same Onion, just looked it up. Yeah, absolutely. They've been around for a long ass time. Seen in the video not being brutalized made me actually laugh.
Law enforcement officials are assuring the public they do not expect anything like this to ever happen again.
When you wear that badge, put on that uniform, there are certain standards and expectations that come with it. This is not who we are.
According to police, the officers in question have been suspended indefinitely and will now be required to attend extensive combat escalation training before they are put back on patrol. Coming up next...
God, I love the Onion. My favorite video still, though, is the one from the election. Hold on. The Onion election night 2024. This right here... Visora, I gotta give it to you. UCC does have its roots in Calvinism. Told ya. I smoke herb to handle my anxiety. Cool. Got no issues with that. The church with the nuke one? Oh, I forgot about that one. I forgot about the church with the nuke one. Hold on. Here we go.
What you're seeing now is the latest nuclear missile test conducted just hours ago by Lakewood Church. The Houston-based megachurch confirming this morning they had successfully launched a long-range warhead that passed over Washington, D.C. before splashing down into the Atlantic Ocean. While Lakewood Supreme Pastor Joel Osteen has fired ballistic missiles off the Gulf Coast before, today marks the first time the ministry has ever tested nuclear weapons. In a statement, Osteen hailed the launch as a major victory for the evangelical movement, stating, quote, "Today's nuclear weapons test is a message to anyone who threatens the sovereignty of Lakewood Church. We will not be bullied by the U.S., who have proven time and time again to be the staunch enemy of the Lakewood people." The test was widely condemned as a violation of international law, with the United Nations today announcing new sanctions on the megachurch, but many experts
I got high and listened to Joel Osteen once. The way he talks makes you comfortable, but he's actually a monster. Oh, easily. House vote? 435-0 to go home Friday? No! They are really that much of a pussy? All of them? They all voted to go home on Friday. Oh, okay, in the video. Never mind. I was gonna say, like, did they do that so that they don't have to do the hearings next week with, like, Kash Patel and them? And, like, Tulsi? What's up with another news? They tried antidepressants and counseling? No.
Experts say the launch should come as no surprise.
Osteen has been paranoid for years that the U.S. government is going to go after the church's tax-exempt status. And this is his way of saying, back off.
Literally, yes, it's that hard to tell between reality and the Onion. That's where we're at now. By the way, the church tax-exempt status, by the way, actually, I advocate for this.
Why doesn't the church pay taxes to the government? It's because the church is the government. They have the exact same morals. Stay positive. Don't question anything because it's part of a much bigger plan that you could never understand. We had to blow up our own buildings because we owed $4 trillion. You wouldn't understand. Thank you. I love you guys. You guys are my favorite people in the world.
Do it. I agree. 10 out of 10. Also, by the way, Church with Nukes is literally Far Cry 5's plot. No fucking way. Alright, let's finish this, and then I got my favorite one. It will never not be.
Not afraid to hit the launch button. And based on the amount of enriched uranium that they've collected from parishioners every Sunday, this nuke is likely to be the first of many.
Prior to the launch, Osteen attended a staged inspection that was covered only by journalists from the church-run newsletter. It was the first time Joel Osteen had been seen in public since last year, when he was photographed with the visiting former NBA star Dennis Rodman. Coming up next, the inspiring story of a man who went from being homeless to impoverished.
Okay, and then here's my actual favorite one. This was, by the way, get on. This was actually correct.
New polling out this week shows a tight race in a handful of hotly contested swing states. Joining me now to break down the numbers is ONN's Jason Copeland at the Big Map.
Thanks, Dwight. We're seeing some really interesting trends in a lot of key battleground states. Let's start with Pennsylvania with its coveted 19 electoral votes. And I want to focus for a moment on Erie County up here. This is a crucial swing county. It goes Trump in 2016, narrowly back to Biden in 2020. Now I want to go in even further than that. This right here, this is Mill Creek Township, District 2. Polls are showing momentum toward Harris in areas like this. But to really understand what's going on, let's go even closer. Zoom in a little bit more. Right here, right here. This is 114 Hilltop Lane. Now I want to take us inside the bedroom here. Bear with me. There we go. So this is Nick Camden, 37-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020. Which way is he going to go in 2024? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values, predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart, but I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand, take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's associated with social interaction and groups, and we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here. I want to show you something, actually. Let's come back out. Let's go past the
literal median voter brain.
Cage, past the lungs, past the heart, past the tumor. Healthcare going to be a really big issue in this election, obviously. Past the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life, existence itself, where all of humanity's answers can be found.
And can we zoom in further than that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm scared. But what we can do is we can actually zoom out here, out of the DNA, out of Nick Camden, out of Erie, Pennsylvania, out of the solar system to the edges of our cosmos, where we see ultimately how meaningless this whole race really is and how insignificant all of our tiny little lives really are.
That is a big map. Thank you, Jason.
Literally median voter brain. That was correct. Fuck, I love this. Yeah. Genuinely more useful to you than like CNN or MSNBC are these days. 10 out of 10. Every time. Alright, guys. So, follow me on Discord, or join the Discord, rather. If you don't already. Please go and drop a like on the stream. Now, Aussies. Anyone from South Australia in here wants to come meet me today? I'm going to be at the Royal Adelaide show tonight. I probably head there probably around like 6 o'clock local time, so if y'all want to come hang out, see me there. And if you do want to come hang out, be sure to join the Discord, because then you could, like, at me and then find me while I'm there. But otherwise, I will see you all tomorrow. Please go and also drop a like, whoopsie, this space, a like and a sub on this space. That's where I will be for tomorrow's stream, just like every Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, Twitch, we're going to drop a raid into a new streamer that I've yet to meet. But it sounds like fun. So we will do that. And I will see you guys.